Okay, confirming that we can begin the meeting, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is John Tory. I'm the mayor and I'm also the chair of the executive committee as mayor. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, and I will call the 29th meeting of the executive committee to order and welcome everyone to our proceedings today. Today's meeting is being held with members of the executive committee participating. I don't believe there are any that are in person, but I think everybody's participating today by video conference in light of what's going on with the pandemic. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. The public also continue to participate electronically, and that's worked fairly well for us, and we appreciate their patience and appreciate their participation. And we would remind people that if they wish to watch these proceedings on a streamed live basis, you can do it at YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. These measures are necessary, of course, in order to comply with public health guidelines and prevent the spread of COVID-19 as we try and battle back this pandemic. I do appreciate the patience of everyone with any technical delays we may have today over the course of the day. I was participating in budget deliberations the last 2 days, and those went very smoothly in terms of the technical end of it. And it's been that way, I think, for our executive meetings as well. For all of our registered speakers, they're connected by audio through the good works of the clerk staff. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting executive committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. The city clerk has also provided all agenda materials via the clerk's meeting portal, and clerk's IT staff will be available to the participants in the meeting to help with your devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand and unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak, and I will then, as we normally do, create a speakers list and call on members when it is their turn to speak. When we're voting on an item, I would ask that members ensure they turn on their video and raise their hand to indicate their votes. Members, I want to remind you that you have to submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at exc@toronto.ca to help with your motions. If there are visiting members of council that are with us today, I would encourage you to make sure your video is turned on so that I know you're present and can give you an opportunity to ask questions or to speak. This also helps the clerk staff in recording attendance. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land that we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. I'll first start off, as we do by law, asking if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic so that I can call upon you to declare your interest. Now, I will need to see the panel that shows all the members of the committee because I presently have a clock in front of me. Now I have Heather Taylor. Now the clock. We'll get to just to make sure when I'm looking for declarations of interest that I've seen everybody. I'm still seeing, Madam Clerk, a giant-sized clock on my screen, just so you know.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that all the members do not have their hands up. No member has their hands up, and I'll troubleshoot with you to make sure that you can see the members panel.
Okay. Okay. Again, it's going to be cumbersome even to get these motions, but somebody can just speak up while I can't see the members yet. Next, we need a motion to confirm the minutes of the regular meeting held on December the 7th, 2021. Can I have such a motion?
Councillor Ainsley, moving.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. I'll call the question. And again, hopefully I can see the members for the vote. All in favor of the approval of the minutes of December 7th, moved by Councillor Ainsley. Julie, Madam Clerk, I have to ask you to tell me if people have their hands up for that.
Yes, all members.
Okay, all right, then opposed, carried. Before we begin the rundown, I would like to add two items of new business. The first proposed item of new business is from, just hold on, we're just trying to see if we can do anything with the, there we have it, we fixed it. Edward has fixed it, so thank you for that. The first item proposed is from Councillor Ainsley, entitled Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation Phase 1. I will ask the clerk to just put that item up on the screen so that we can see what it is. There we are. And I will move a motion to add this item to the agenda as new business. And if we can go back to the previous grid, and I'll just call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. I have a second item of new business that I will be adding, which is entitled Major Snow Event Post-Operational Report. And I'll ask if that be displayed on the screen. There it is. And I will move a motion that that be added to the agenda as new business. And I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And so we'll hold both of these items down so the clerk can make the items available publicly online before we consider them in further detail during the meeting. We will at 9:45 in 6 minutes hold a statutory public meeting on item EX 29.12, which is a development charge complaint on 55 Macfrost Way. And we can begin the agenda rundown and probably won't complete it by 9:45, but we can suspend that and move to conduct that hearing as our first item. And because we've set it out under the statutory requirements with a scheduled item. So let's proceed with the agenda review, because quite a few of them have speakers in any event, and we can, pardon me, we know those ones are going to be held down. So here we go. Item EX 29.1, 2022 launch of community crisis support service pilots and policing reform updates is being held down for speakers. Sorry, I'm just looking through the papers here. Item EX 29.2, a SafeTO implementation plan is being held down for speakers. Item EX 29.3, update on the Metrolinx Go expansion program. I believe, in fact, I know that is being held down for a motion. I could move the motion, which I have somewhere. I've got so many pieces of paper to look at.
Mayor, I
sorry.
think that there's going to be some councillors joining us that have some questions as well.
Oh, fine. Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. I didn't hear anybody else say they wanted to hold it down. Okay,
Yeah,
that's being
just
held
put 'em-
down then for speakers and questions. Item 29.4, EX 29.4, assessment of the East Harbour transit-oriented communities proposal. There is both a supplementary report, which I know has been distributed, and it's being held down as well for speakers. Item EX 29.5, Ontario Place redevelopment priority areas for collaboration and development approvals process is being held down for speakers. Sorry, there we are. Item EX 29.6, implementation of an E-Petition platform at the City of Toronto. I believe there's a supplementary report on that. And I think if nobody else wants to hold it down, do you have a motion, Councillor Ainsley, on that, or otherwise?
I'll move receipt, Mayor. I am agreeable with the supplementary report. I've had a number of meetings with the clerk's department, so I'm fine with it.
Okay, so Councillor Ainsley then has moved with the supplementary report in hand, the recommendations contained therein. And if there's no question, are there questions, Councillor Carroll? I see you.
No, I'm sorry. I just, when Councillor Inslee said move receipt, I don't think he meant receipt. You do want the recommendations.
But okay, my understanding was that the recommendations in the original report were modified to some extent as a result of all those discussions that you had, and so I just want to make sure that it's clear that that's what we're doing. Is
right.
So
right. That was my only issue. Yeah.
Okay. So Councillor Ainsley then has moved the recommendations contained in the report and the supplementary report as modified by the supplementary report. And I think if there are no questions or comments, we can call the question on that. All those in favor?
Apologies, Mr. Chair. This is the clerk.
Yep.
Because the item was originally going to council, it should be referred to staff or deferred in
I I think the objective was to move to refer it to staff. I believe that's the case.
If that's the appropriate route, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. So then, so that's the motion we should be doing then, is to refer this matter to staff in keeping with the
Correct.
supplementary report. And I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you, Julie.
Yes, thank you, Julie. Thank you very much. Item EX 29.7, Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Drug Strategy is being held down because there are speakers. Item EX 29.8, a request of the Government of Ontario to help stop out of control housing prices by imposing a home speculation and home flipping tax. This is a motion that came over from Councillor Cole, that the City Council request the Government of Ontario to introduce a home speculation and home flipping tax to help stop extreme increases in home prices. There are no speakers. I'm at your disposal in terms of whether we just call the question if there are no questions or speakers on that. I don't see anybody indicating their wish to do so, so I could call the question on that if you're ready. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 29.9, budgeting for the City of Toronto's future. There are speakers, so that is held down for that. Item EX 29.10, emergency, at least an amendment to purchase order number 6044628 with data fix, etc., to do with the voters list management solution for the 2022 election. There are no speakers on that. Does it need to be held down for anybody on the committee wishing to, or council wishing to ask questions or speak?
Okay, so moved, Councillor Ainsley.
Moved by, you're okay, Councillor Pasternak? You were putting your hand up just at the moment of truth there.
Yeah, I was just going to move it.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 29.11, the City of Toronto Environmental, Social, and Governance Annual Performance Report. And it is the recommendation is that it be received for information. Is there anybody wishing to speak or ask questions on that report? Okay, can I have somebody move the staff recommendation then? Deputy Mayor Bilo, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're going to deal in one moment with item EX 29.12, and it has some speakers in any event. And so it will be held down to be dealt with in a moment. Item EX 29.13, Federation of Canadian Municipalities Summer Report from the November 2021 Board of Directors meeting, coming from Councillor Ainsley. The recommendation from Councillor Ainsley is that it should be received for information. Are there anybody wanting to ask questions or comment on that report, that update? Then I'll ask Councillor Ainsley to move the receipt of his recommendation to receive it, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? Pardon me, opposed? Carried. And then we have the two items, I guess, that are here. One is the Seniors Housing Corporation, and it's just come on as new business. And I don't think it's been made available to the public yet, or in the process of doing that. So we'll hold that down just to make sure the public has a chance to see the request for the report before we deal with it. Is that okay with everybody? Okay. Pardon me. On that basis, we will then go back to the statutory hearing item, which I believe is 29.5. No, it's not. I'll find it. Somebody help me with what the number is, because I have so many pieces of paper here.
12, Mayor.
It's at 2912. Thank you very much. There we are. Okay, development charge. Now we first have speakers on that. Let me get my speakers list here. 12. So we have only one speaker who has also filed a submission, and the speaker is Martin Piche, or Martin Piche, General Manager, COO of the Cedar Brae Golf Club. Is Mr. Piche ready to be heard?
Mr. Chair, he is on the line. So you can call
Okay.
his name again, and you should be able to participate.
Good morning, Mr. Piche. John Tory here, the chair of the executive committee. And I think you probably know that our rules provide for you to have up to 5 minutes to speak, and there may be some questions for you. And so it's your turn, and please go ahead and welcome to the executive committee. Mr. Piche, are you there? Deputant having audio issues can call. The phone number just been put up there. If people have audio issues, deputants. Is this deputant having an audio issue? Can we tell, or what's the deal?
It appears that he is, Mr. Chair. His line is unmuted and he's not yet participated. If you want to go on the list to another item, we can return to this item.
Okay, so
Can you hear me
hello?
now?
Yeah, is that Mr. Peach there?
Yes, it is, Mayor.
Oh, very good. You're most welcome. I said you might not have heard me. You're welcome here, first of all, to make your submissions, and you have up to 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions for you. So over to you, and thanks for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Mayor Tory, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the executive committee for giving us the opportunity this morning to speak today. As per the documentation submitted, you would see that the building, the submission that we did is for a storage shed that was built as an extension of our clubhouse. The structure in our interpretation falls into a gray area of the bylaw, as it is not residential, industrial, or certainly not commercial. The development charges bylaw provides certain exemptions from development charges, such as industrial use as defined in the bylaw, and then this includes land, buildings, or structures used or designed or intended for the use in connection with self-storage facility. As per the document provided and the pictures, this is a self-storage facility for golf clubs. No different than a residential shed or industrial shed where members or persons store their items. Because the zoning is considered commercial in the area due to the build of our new clubhouse 6 years ago, the bylaw was applied to the letter, but yet this is a storage building with no municipal connections. There's no water to it. There's no sewers connected to it. Also, this is where we have an issue where the justifying charge of the development at the same amount and cost of the construction of the building. The construction was just over $20,000 for the building, and yet we've received development charge at 100% cost of this unfinished interior storage as per the pictures submitted. Under the bylaw, section 412-2A and B, the development bylaw provides the following. It declares that the council, that all development of land within the city will increase the need for services. This structure does not increase the need of any services as per described in our letter and as per my comments previous. And therefore, once this article is enforced, the development charge applicable to development as determined under this article shall apply without regard to the services required or used in any individual development. This article should not be enforced in our interpretation, as there are no sewers or municipal services connected to it. In the current situation, we strongly believe that this unserviced storage building would fit in the category that is industrial definition of the bylaw, and that this definition should be applied. Throughout discussion with staff over the summer months, it was mentioned that had the storage building been attached to the current clubhouse building, there would have not been any development charges, as these have been paid when the new clubhouse was built. Unfortunately, the storage building could not be attached to the clubhouse to the space and location. We understand from Councillor Lai's letter that the city is looking at the current bylaw and agree with her comments that the current situation is a gray area and needs to be addressed. We therefore ask the committee to strongly consider Councillor Lai's recommendation and look at waiving the development charges retroactively in this case, since there is or will be a bylaw revision on this issue. Or alternatively, to be fair for both parties, since the bylaw has yet to be reviewed, amended, Cedarbray would be happy to a 50% charge applied as a fair and reasonable compromise to the bylaw amendment. So instead of 100% fees charge, we would be happy to go with a 50% charge. We believe that this would be a fair outcome for both the city and the golf club. This time, I would like to thank the committee for listening to us this morning and taken our considerations into account. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Executive Committee, Deputy Mayor. Have a great day.
Thank you, and I hope you have a good day too. Now, there may be some questions for you. Councillor Pasternak has a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for deputing today. You mentioned at the end of your deputation that you've approached staff with a settlement of sort, a compromise, the 50%. Have they responded to that?
No, we have not approached staff with this proposal. This was just discussed here of late, and as we were going through the process, in our mind, it seemed that there was not going to be any amendments to the charges that were applied, and through this presentation and coming to the committee, this is where we thought that a fair proposal outcome for both parties would be a great place to discuss.
So your club, it's a private club. Is it open to the general public? What's sort of the status of this golf club?
It is a private club for golfing, but we do host many events that are open to the public. So we do host many weddings, anniversaries, some company meetings. So on the golf side, and we do have a lot of guests, and we do a lot of charity golf events throughout the season. So it is, yes, mostly private, but we do have a lot of public or outside events happening at the club.
Now, could you argue that this storage shed or facility, whatever you built here, members of the general public could use it on an occasional basis?
Could we argue?
Or not really?
Yes, well, so at times, if we do host a charity events and members bring, or non-members bring their clubs the day before, a few days before, to be ready for the event, yes, we could store, but I would say that's probably a low percentage compared to on a daily basis.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your deputation.
Are there other questions of the deputant? Okay, well, Mr. Peach, thank you very much. And we may have some questions of our staff, and of course we'll be taking your comments and theirs and the recommendations into account here and deliberating on this. But we do thank you so much for your very thoughtful comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, are there questions of staff? Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Yeah, my first question is this is an appeal of a decision that city staff have made. So is it within our jurisdiction to amend the amount that eliminate or amend the amount that you've been asked this taxpayer to pay?
That may be directed, I guess, either to the staff that made the recommendation or to the lawyers, either which one can answer in terms of our jurisdiction to do that.
Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it's City Legal, Rob Robinson.
Yeah.
Yes, a Section 20 complaint goes before Executive Committee and they make a recommendation to Council, and they can grant the complaint in whole or in part or dismiss it. So it's completely within the jurisdiction of the committee to make those type of recommendations to City Council.
Thank you. My second question. So this is a shed, a golf to store golf clubs. So they're not holding wedding receptions in there or anything like that. And well, so my understanding is, what I heard was that the development charges were twice as much as it cost for the construction of the building. Can you confirm that that's the information that you have?
I can respond to that again. It's City Legal. I thought the information is that the cost of the construction was basically equivalent to the amount of DC development charges. They're both just over $20,000. It's not twice. And secondly, I'm not sure what the question was. It was a storage shed for the use of the members.
I think I just have one question. But I do have another question.
Okay.
Is it true that if they build this as an addition onto the clubhouse, that they would have been able to escape, or not, that the development charges would not have applied.
No, that's incorrect, and that's the first time I've heard that submission. Non-residential development pays on the basis of gross floor area. So if you make an addition to your existing building, you pay for the net new GFA that's added to the building.
Right.
So
Okay.
it doesn't matter whether it's attached or detached.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, those are my questions, Mr. Mayor. I may be moving a motion.
Okay.
Sorry, if just for a second, Mr. Mayor, I could type it out, but it would be along the lines of taking that offer of half the development charges. So if clerks can prepare that for me, I'd be grateful.
That's good. That's where my thinking was going to. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We'll come back to you when we get to speakers. Are there other questions of staff? Councillor Pasternak, and then Councillor Pasternak, Deputy Mayor Thompson, and Deputy Mayor Barlow. So let's do it in that order. Councillor Pasternak.
All right. Yeah, at the onset, I was going to ask for a similar motion to be crafted, but Deputy Mayor, if you want to move it, it will probably have my support based on the answers to the questions I'm going to ask here. So I understand that there's a key part here of whether this structure is accessible to the general public. Now, I understand that they run a whole series of events there. They rent out the course or their banquet hall to the general public. I don't know whether they have charity golf events there where, you know, hundreds of people who are not members participate. They may store their clubs or whatever the shed is while they eat their dinner or that kind of thing. How strict is this access to general public? Sounds like non-members are using it.
Again, I'll respond to that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Mayor. It doesn't matter whether a commercial enterprise is open to the general public or it's a private enterprise. They're both subject to the payment of non-residential development charges. So that how the golf course operates and to what extent it permits members of the public wouldn't have any impact on the development charge determination.
Well, but that's not what you've written here. You've made a very strong point here that this structure is exclusively by club members to store their golf clubs and not to store all manner of goods in a facility that's accessible to the general public. So I'm concluding from this, if it was accessible to the general public, the development charges would actually be waived or partially waived.
Mr. Mayor, no, through you, that statement in the report is dealing with the golf club's argument that somehow they should be considered a self-storage facility. And I think councillors are familiar what self-storage facilities are. The general public can say, I want to move my things into that self-storage facility. That is not what this, I think the point in the report is that is not what this storage shed is. It's for the use. It's for the use of the members or the users of the golf course. I wouldn't say just members. People using golf course can use this, and just like they can use the other facilities in the clubhouse or on the golf course.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Next was Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good morning. Through you to staff, you just cleared up a portion of the question I was going to ask that for Councillor Pasternak. But I wanted to understand in terms of DC charges. I mean, they're for the cost of infrastructure that the municipality requires to provide servicing. What services are we provided to this particular shed? If, as has been stated, that's really what it is. I don't understand what the impact of that is to our infrastructure, and DCs are supposed to cover infrastructure related costs.
Mr. Mayor, through you. Firstly, the whole discussion about whether or not a particular development increases the demand on services is not a basis for an argument on a Section 20 complaint or when you pull your permit. That can be an argument if there's an appeal to the development charge bylaw, which we enact every 5 years, but that's not. The case law is clear that the municipality is not obliged or should not even be required to make an effort to justify that a particular development will impose a certain demand on services. So on a case-by-case basis, that's really not a test. And I know a lot of the submissions were to that. But the non-residential charge, it doesn't just deal with hard services like sewers and water. There's, I'll just go through there's a transit portion, I'm sorry, roads, health, civic improvements, those paramedic services. Presumably some golfers might need medical attention. There's a whole host of services that get looked at and bundled into the non-residential charge. So it's just not the hard services that the non-residential charge is imposed for.
So again, just to clarify from my understanding, if the shed was attached, there would be a requirement for DCs. Equally, if it's not attached, there's also a requirement for DCs, correct?
Yes, yes.
Right. And so if we were to take the club's offer of 50% of the charge, is it with respect to our domain to make that particular decision, or is the rules prescribed such that we actually have to, it's all or nothing?
No, city council and executive committee can recommend to city council a partial granting of their complaint as they see fit.
Or to waive the whole thing as well.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Deputy Mayor Barlow.
Thank you. So, so they're paying non-residential rates, right? Like, if a pharmaceutical company came in and were doing something, they would pay non-residential rate, right?
That's correct.
So I'm just wondering, what kind of precedent are we setting up here? Is this precedent setting?
I'm sorry, do you mean precedent setting if the complaint is granted, or?
Yeah, let's say council approves.
Well, I know I'm a solicitor, but in terms of precedent, there have been times where city council has not accepted staff's advice on development charge matters. So, in terms of precedent, you might encourage other people to make more complaints, but I think executive committee and city council deal with each case on a case-by-case basis. So I'm just not sure that how much precedent we should be worried about in this case.
Okay. And so what you're saying is that when it's non-residential, it doesn't matter what kind of activity you have and what kind of building. Right now, our bylaw charges the exact same tax rate for everything.
Yes, that's correct. There's Mr. Mayor, through you, that it charges a dollar amount per square meter of new net space. And I would note, in response to just the earlier question, the clubhouse did say that before the storage was inside the clubhouse, so by moving an outbuilding for whatever reason, they have presumably freed up space inside the clubhouse for other golf uses. But that supports the rationale for there being a charge for the additional new GFA.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other members wishing to ask questions? Okay, well, I just have one really, just to follows along what Deputy Mayor Barlow was pursuing, because I think it's probably the most important thing, which is, does it concern you? And I'll ask you this as a lawyer, and if it's not you that would answer this, it's somebody else that might be online from the staff. Does it concern you if we looked at all of this and made a judgment, which you've said we're entitled to do, that I'll say it doesn't make sense to charge the full amount of the cost of the building, a development charge in that amount, which is what we've been told? And does it concern you that that does set some kind of a precedent? I suspect, one of the reasons you've said each case is dealt with on its own merits is because the facts are all different. There aren't going to be too many cases of golf club storage buildings being brought in front of us, but does it concern you that, leaving that to one side, that this is quite a unique case in terms of precedent that would stand for similar additions of this kind, that it would establish precedent? Does it concern you as a lawyer, or does it concern anybody else on the staff that might be on the line that might like to say yes or no to that?
Mr. Mayor, through you, as a lawyer, I'm not sure it's my place to say whether that's a concern to me. The staff report and my input into that has been to apply the bylaws it reads now to this situation. So, but you are correct in terms of precedent. Building permits can look all very different situations. So how many more times a similar situation would come up, you would take that into consideration. But perhaps, I'm not sure if someone from finance department should respond to the precedent question in terms of their feelings about that.
Well, maybe I'll just put a call. Oh, somebody was going to speak up there, please.
Yes, if I may, it's Casey Brendan, Director of Revenue Services. Just to sound check, you can hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you, Casey. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, and in response to the question, what is at issue here is not so much the use of the storage shed. Development charges apply because a building permit was required to complete this structure. So it's quite a factual matter. If you need a building permit, development charges apply. The only thing that would bear on this in terms of the use, in terms of whether the public stores their clubs there, is whether the exemption under the DC bylaw for a self-storage facility applies. Our determination was this is not a self-storage facility like a storage mart that is open to the public. That's what the exemption was meant to apply to. Staff have determined in consultation with legal that that doesn't meet that exemption. So really the only thing to be decided here is, was a building permit required? Yes, it was. Development charges were calculated on the basis. Council directing staff to accept 50% of the development charges that are owing does present something of a precedent, because the bylaw establishes how development charges are applied. Staff's opinion in this case is that they were applied correctly and that there should be no reduction in DCs in this case, because the facts warrant DCs were applicable. They were applied exactly to the letter of the law that the bylaw requires us to. And so, you know, council can still make a decision, but whether it establishes a precedent, it may.
I have two more questions then, just following on that, because I think it's a very important point for us, which is, first of all, have there been other precedents in your time, Casey, you know, where council has altered the amount payable, notwithstanding that the letter of the law provided for a certain amount that was proposed by staff? Has that happened before?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a unique situation. We are sort of dealing with development charges initially now. I don't have a long history here. I would ask Rob Robinson to respond if we have in the past altered bylaw provisions on a one-off basis.
Mr. Mayor, I can recall, I think, two examples where city staff, executive committee and council did not accept staff's recommendation on a Section 20 complaint. They were some time ago, so the details are a little fuzzy, but it has happened two times. I think one was a development on Sherburne Street, and the other one was a self-storage facility. That was an argument over definition in the bylaw, and that one was granted against staff's advice. So it has happened, but not that frequently. I can recall, those are the two instances I can recall.
Thank you. My time is up, and I thank you very much for the answers to those questions. So I think if there's no one else wanting to ask questions, we can move to speakers. Are there people wishing to speak on this matter? We'll start with the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor Minimon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've asked staff to put a motion together. Have they done that?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just to let you know, I am working with staff on preparing the motion.
Okay, I just wanted to move, Mr. Mayor, if you'll accept this, is that we reduce their development charges by half. And I'll speak to that. So firstly, you know, this is what we do here. This is what the bylaw says, that there is an appeal process in place. And we get to look at those circumstances where our intervention and our judgment is required. The idea that we always have to rubber stamp or fall back and support staff decisions, we should do that in many circumstances, but there are times, and the bylaw specifically states that it's our duty when that appeal comes before us to look at the facts of the situation and decide whether a good decision was made. And I think in this situation, it has not been made. I don't agree with the arrangement where you're going to charge the same cost of the construction of a storage shed in this amount. That's fair or reflective of what they should be paying. And that speaks to the precedent. I would say this, Mr. Mayor, that if there are other circumstances where this precedent may apply, we need to hear them too. We shouldn't be afraid of the precedents. We should, if bad decisions are being made and taxpayers are being paying unreasonable sums of money in terms of taxes for construction, we need to hear it. And if necessary, then we have to go back and we have to change it. So this idea that we're setting a precedent, I don't accept that. Thirdly, we have been, over the last 2 years, offering some level of relief to all sorts of businesses across the city. And make no mistake, this is a business as well. And they're trying to provide a better offering for their customers, to their memberships, to their clients, and they want to grow and thrive. And we should be recognizing that. And finally, Mr. Mayor, they didn't ask for it to be eliminated. They came back with a fair proposal to pay what they thought was their fair share of the tax burden. So I think for all those reasons that my motion is fair and reasonable, and I hope the committee supports it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor Vilo, did I see your hand up to speak?
Yes. Mayor, I think the Deputy Mayor is right in us having to listen to these things, because when we do reviews with the bylaws, it is important to take these cases in consideration. Where I'm having a little bit of trouble with this is, first of all, I don't want this to become like we have a slew of these people always arguing about these issues. So what are we going to do when, a banquet hall comes in and say, no, my coat room, it's separate. I shouldn't pay the same development charge because it's just for people to store their coats. And, you can go on and on and on about things now, people separating, what is part of the business. I mean, the fact is the golf course had this inside their facility. They decided for their own operational things to move. And does some analysis about these cases need to be done? Absolutely. I just don't know if this is the best way to do it right here. I think that staff are doing it. I'm just afraid that we're going to have all these kinds of exemptions that instead of having a policy review about these things, they're going to be one-offs coming to ask for exemptions because, it shouldn't be really charged the same thing because we're storing golf clubs, we're storing coats, we're storing, food, we're storing, I don't know how are we going to deal with that? So that's really what I'm grappling with, is that I think it is important that we listen to this. It is important that we do these reviews, but that we do more on a policy basis, because otherwise I think we run the risk of having continuous appeals because everybody has very good, valid reasons on how they're running their business and how something should not apply.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Other speakers? Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong's motion for a couple of reasons. One is the deputant and the management of the golf course have brought that forward as a reasonable settlement. They're not saying they don't want to pay, that they want to pay zero. They're suggesting 50%. We've heard from legal that a settlement of this kind is fully in order on the appeal process, and the appeal process is there built in so that it comes to us with staff recommendations and the opportunity for the applicant to state their case, and then we make a decision going forward. I'm not sure how much of a precedent this is going to send. Very few of these come forward on appeal like this. I think in the 12 years I've been at City Hall, maybe we've seen 3 or 4 of these come up through council. This is the process, and we have every right to accept the staff recommendations, to reject the staff recommendations, or find some kind of a compromise. I would conclude by saying that we've received a letter from the local councillor, Councillor Lai, who describes the charges for this shed as punitive. It seems to me from the tone of this letter that this is a great corporate citizen that was just trying to enhance their property. This is what we want. We want people to invest in their property, to keep them in a good state of repair, and that a development charge review is in order, although that's technically not before us. So in supporting the management of the golf course, a compromise on what staff are recommending, the wish of the local city councillor, I will be supporting Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong's motion to reduce the development charges, but have something paid.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Any other speakers wanting to be heard? Councillor Deputy Mayor Michael Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong's motion. You know, had this matter have come through a process where the local councillor had brought this to council in advance of, you know, this matter being in front of us in the manner that it is in with respect to the requirement in terms of looking at Section 20, we more than likely would have granted this this exemption in terms of the DC. We do it all the time. We do a number of these before it comes to a matter where staff have to sort of look at it and talk about the permits and so on, and recognizing the fact that we have to go through this process. I have seen a number of situations where, and staff have actually validated it, where the executive committee have made this decision to grant exemptions, full exemption, in fact. The fact of the matter is that I don't believe that this is going to be a Pandora's box where it's going to be open season where everyone will come forward to this committee asking for exemptions. We have not seen that at all over the years. What we have seen are the special cases and the circumstances. Let me be very clear. This particular facility is one of the exceptional facilities in Scarborough for golfing. And in fact, it is very much used by a large percentage of the population, hosting and events and so on that are not necessarily members of the golf course. I know I've gone there personally and I've seen the facility. It's a great facility. It brings me great pride to have this particular facility here in Scarborough. And they have come forward. They've said, well, look, we recognize that staff has made a determination and given recommendations to this committee, but we would like to propose an alternative option, which would be to pay half of the amount. They are willing to do that. And I really do think that we should accept that. So based on those particular points, I'm going to support Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong's motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Any other speakers? Okay, well, let me just say a word then, if I might, and you'll reset the clock for me. Thank you. I too will support this, and I'm very, as you could tell from my own questions, I paid very careful attention to the question of precedent and listened very carefully to all the remarks, but in particular to those of Deputy Mayor Bilo. And I'm satisfied to vote for this because I think what we've done here is quite properly within our domain, which is we have respected the principle that development charges under the law as it's presently framed do apply to something like this. But at the same time, we've also done something else I think it's incumbent upon us to do, which is to look at the question of fairness. And I think what was brought out by Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong early on in the questions is, does it make sense? Is it fair that if you accept the principle, and there will be some kind of bylaw review apparently going to be done at some stage, but for now, is it a fair result that if you accept the fact that development charges apply, that the development charge should be equal to the entire cost of the building? And I think most of us would agree, no matter what kind of a building we're talking about or what size. I mean, the bigger you get, the more ridiculous it would sound. You know, that in terms of having a building that's worth $50 million, you're going to pay $50 million in development charges. Now, that wouldn't work under the formula. But I think you'd agree that would be a nonsensical result, which would result ultimately in people just not building anything. So I think that this is a very fair result that respects, you know, the caution we have to exercise in not setting a precedent. It respects the current provisions of the law, which say that these kinds of facilities are caught by the law, you know, for right or for wrong, and it's within our purview to change that later. But for now, it says what it says. But it also examines the very much relevant, I think, a connected question, which is this a fair result? You know, we heard Mr. Brennan, I think it was, or Mr. Robinson say, this is exactly the formula or the number that the bylaw produces. Well, that doesn't mean it's necessarily fair. It could mean it's correct in terms of what the law requires. So for that reason, I also thought it was very, trying to think of the right word, but it was very accommodating of the fact that there is a law and so on of the Mr. Peach and the Cedar Brae company to offer to pay half when they could have tried to fight this tooth and nail and just say it's a ridiculous kind of result and it shouldn't apply and so forth and so on. So I think they too were respectful of what the law says. So on that basis, I'll support Deputy Mayor Min Wong's motion and just leave my comments at that, because I think it is very important we look at precedent and why this is distinguishable from 1,000 other cases, as people have said, that could be brought forward. Are there any other speakers? Okay.
We have a recorded vote, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, indeed, we should. And I don't know whether the clerk advises we have to do anything else because this is one of those statutory matters, but I assume what we can do is just proceed to review or to deal with on a recorded vote basis Deputy Mayor Min Wong's motion, and that's the disposition of this. Is that correct?
We'll post the motion on the screen right now, and then I can conduct a recorded vote.
Thank you.
The motion is on the screen if Deputy Mayor Min Wong wishes to read it.
Deputy Mayor Min Wong, we just asked if you would read your motion there.
My mic was off. Thanks very much.
Yep.
City Council partially grant the complaint dated April 23rd, 2021 with respect to 55 Mac Frost Way, filed pursuant to Section 20 of the Development Charges Act 1997, and City Council direct city staff to refund 50% of the development charges paid.
All right, we'll have a recorded vote on that.
Okay, recorded vote on adopting the item as amended. All in favor? Deputy Mayor Min Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor A, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey. All opposed? Councillor Bailao, Councillor Ainsley. The motion carries.
Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, so that would now take us back to, let me get my sort of papers reorganized here for a second, but it will take us back to the beginning of the agenda and to item 29.1, the launch of the Community Crisis Support Service pilots and policing reform updates. And we have about 10 deputants on that, so we'll deal with them and hear from them first. And I'll just ask if we have, I'll just ask whether the first couple are on the line, Rachel Bromberg and Asante Houghton. Are they on the line, both of them?
This is Rachel Bromberg. I'm on the line.
Fantastic. Asante Houghton?
Asante actually isn't going to be here. His wife just had a baby, so like yesterday.
Oh, well.
So he's with her right now.
Congratulations. That's fantastic news. And we don't hear all those kinds of good news stories here. So Ms. Bromberg, you are here and you are more than welcome to go ahead and make your deputation, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Rachel Bromberg. I'm the co-founder of the Reach Out Response Network, which has been supporting city staff with research and with community engagement for developing these community crisis response pilots. I'm also the director of the International Crisis Response Association, which is an organization that's supporting cities across Canada and the US in developing similar alternative crisis response models and providing a space for people doing this work to share resources, information, support each other in the work they're doing. Basically, I'm just here today because I wanted to express our organization's appreciation for all the hard work that's been done by the city staff in preparing the report that you received today, and in developing the partnerships necessary to make these new pilots a reality. The anchor agencies are all folks who are doing amazing work in the community, and we're really looking forward to seeing how these pilots develop with their partnership. And in particular, I just wanted to say, to Denise Andrea Campbell, Mo Sharia, and the entire Policing Reform Initiative team at the City of Toronto. They've been incredibly thorough and steadfast in their work, and they deserve a lot of credit and appreciation. And then the other thing that I wanted to say was just to give a little bit of context about how the work being done on these pilots is being viewed internationally, and how positive this is for the City of Toronto's reputation, and as well to urge you folks to continue supporting the community crisis response pilots and to continue adequately resourcing the service throughout the next 3 years as the pilots launch and as they get off the ground, as well as to provide authorization for the city staff to begin developing the framework and partnerships necessary for expanding the service over the next few years, and the resources and support, of course, to ensure the success of the scaled up service as it expands. You know, in my work with cities across Canada and the US, I've seen that Toronto is coming to be internationally recognized as a trailblazer in the crisis response field because of these pilots. I've had a lot of folks from other cities reach out to me wanting to know more, in particular about the pilots in the Northeast and Downtown West that will specifically serve Black and Indigenous communities through a culturally responsive trauma-informed framework. These are the first of their kind internationally. No other community responder models of this kind have developed such strong partnerships to meet the unique needs of Black and Indigenous communities, and no other city that I know of provides access to a culturally specific crisis team via 911 and 211 in the way that Toronto will be doing. And already cities across Canada and the US are looking to us as the experts to learn how to develop these kinds of programs in their own communities. And, you know, I've also received a lot of emails and had a lot of conversations with folks from other cities who have been really impressed by the extensive community engagement process undertaken by the City of Toronto, as well as the peer-focused and people with lived experience-focused nature of our pilots, and how Toronto has integrated peer workers and people with lived experience both in advisory roles, but also on frontline roles, or will be in frontline roles, providing support to their own communities. So I really see this as an opportunity for Toronto to usher in a new paradigm of crisis support that other cities are going to model their own programs on. And from what I've seen, they already are starting to do that even before our pilots have actually launched. So Toronto really has an opportunity to lead the way in revolutionizing crisis response, not only here, but around the world. But, you know, to realize this goal and to maintain the reputation these new pilots have already started to build, the pilots are going to require continued support from city government. Resources and funding must be provided to realize the potential of the new service, and city government must enthusiastically support and promote this program to its constituents as well as to external stakeholders. And if resourced and supported adequately, I personally am very hopeful that the new pilots will transform the crisis response landscape and be able to provide effective, robust, culturally supportive, trauma-informed care to Torontonians in their moment of greatest need. And I really encourage all of you to continue your efforts supporting this amazing work. Thank you for having me.
4 minutes and 59 seconds. That's pretty good. Ms. Bromberg, thank you so much. And please again extend our congratulations to Mr. Houghton. I'll just see if there are any questions of you while we have you here. Well, thank you very much for your analysis of what's been done. And it's good to hear from somebody like you who's plugged into a broader network of people that are studying this very important area around the continent. And we'll, I'm sure, have occasion to be in touch with you or you with us to make sure we're doing the things that you said we should do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, do we have on the line? I'll just again go to the next two, Roberta Taylor, who's a member advocacy committee, and Sean Maher.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor and Council. I'm proud to speak to you today. I'm from the Membership Advocacy Committee at St. Stephen's Community House. And I just wanted to say I was one of your vaccine ambassadors during the summertime. And I thought that program was fantastic and that I support that program 100%. I thought the work that was being done was wonderful. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Ms. Taylor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the previous speaker was talking about how community safety should include people in the mental health and community support field who have had training in de-escalation and communicate with people in crisis. And then the police are free to deal with criminal activity instead. I also strongly believe in neighborhood watch programs. I'm from Manitoba, and neighborhood watch in Manitoba was quite well developed at one time. In rural areas of Manitoba, especially, people would definitely make sure that the seniors in their communities were all right. Everything was well. If it was forest fire season, to make sure no one was suffering in any way, and if they needed medical attention and things like that, because sometimes the police do not have time to deal with all the crises that go on at the same time, especially when there is so much gun violence in our city. And again, we have to get rid of guns. They come across our borders, people hide them. It's something that has to be stopped somehow. The police currently are overworked as well, and I'm sure very, very tired. COVID has made it difficult for them. There are lots of church groups and community groups like the Gernstein Center and Via Hafta that do wonderful, great community service that the city council should maybe develop some more connections to. And I really don't have a lot more to say, but thank you very much for listening to me today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay, we'll move on then to Sean Maher. Is Sean on the line? Do we have Sean there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead. You're welcome
Thanks.
to the
Sound
Executive
kind of
Committee. You
low.
have 5 minutes. You know the drill.
Thank you very kindly. My name is Sean Maher. I'm the coordinator of Convene Toronto, and I was the principal researcher behind the Rethinking Community Safety study published last year. And I want to start by congratulating Council for the good work that they've done and congratulating the staff, as Rachel did. Last year, in the face of deep concern about issues relating to policing, Council took some critical steps. They froze the police budget and unanimously voted to establish the 4 pilots that you're talking about today. Staff have worked hard to make that decision a reality, and I know from following the process closely, it was challenging and painstaking work. So I echo the compliments issued today by myself and other deputants about that good work. Council, however, also did 2 other things last winter. In 2 separate meetings from motions by Councillor Cole and Councillor Layton, Council committed to developing a concrete multi-year plan for expanding new pilots supporting other populations in addition to the mental health pilots, including youth and homeless people. They committed to reporting on ways to fund that, including reallocating funds from police to non-police interventions. These were important steps, and unfortunately today we do not have those as elements of this report. This has been part of the debate in Budget Committee as well, and I understand the caution that's been applied. I understand the desire to make sure that all the ducks are in a row before we take the next step. That kind of caution avoids to seek disruption and complications and error and any errors and any harm that might come from moving too quickly. And I sympathize with that, but I'm equally concerned about the harm that comes from the status quo. It's not as though change has consequences, but the status quo doesn't. The current system also does harm. Sometimes that harm is very severe, and we see that in the newspapers. We see that in the stories of the Regis Korchinski packets and the Aegis Chowdhuries. But sometimes it's smaller things. We send police to address mental health issues where we should be sending people who are trained in mental health to provide caring and support, and they do not get that in those circumstances, and there are consequences to that. There are consequences to sending police to intervene on homeless issues, the most compelling of which is the fact that 1 in 5 people in a jail in Toronto was homeless at the time of their arrest. We see that in youth who acquire criminal records that follow them for the rest of their lives and affect their housing and their income and their employment. There is harm done by the status quo. And there is harm done by the crowding out that funding police to do work that they are not trained for and not the best qualified for at enormous cost does. If you look at how much the police budget has grown since amalgamation, It's in the neighborhood of $300 million above inflation and population growth. Think of how many youth workers, think of how many supportive housing units, think of how many mental health workers we could purchase with $300 million a year that we are spending on responses that are not as effective as sending healthcare workers to deal with healthcare and sending youth workers to deal with youth in crisis. And those harms are going to continue as long as we haven't established non-police interventions for things that the police aren't trained or qualified to do for vulnerable people who are at risk. And there are opportunities to take those steps now. There are partners in the community health centers, in the community-based nonprofits, in our local school boards who are ready to move forward with other pilots addressing those other populations. I understand why staff and council are eager to see the results of these pilots and learn from these pilots, but nothing about that stands in the way of launching new pilots for other populations. New pilots for addressing youth in crisis rather than giving them criminal records and marring their futures. New pilots for ensuring that homeless people receive the supports that they need instead of finding their way into a justice system that does not improve their outcomes. I know that we're not going to fix that today. I know that we're not going to change this report. I know that we're not going to launch a bunch of new pilots off the cuff from a council committee. But that was really the point behind having a concrete multi-year plan with clear benchmarks, new pilots coming out every year and being implemented every year to grow our capacity to do this work. So I encourage the committee to look at this report, but also recognize the need to fully resource the capacity to identify, generate, and implement new pilots for new populations every year to build on the good work that has already taken place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maher. Any questions of this deputant? Okay, we'll move on then to Daniel Bingham. Mr. Bingham on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and you're most welcome here, and you have 5 minutes or up to 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions.
Great. Good morning, Mayor Tory and Council. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you. First, may I say bravo. This project, next to the COVID response effort, shows Council's commitment to saving and improving the lives and the health of Torontonians. It is my belief, all Torontonians. We are so grateful for you making this project begin and hopefully succeed. So much depends on it. My name is Dan Bingham, and I'm here representing the Members Advocacy Committee and MAC, just like Roberta was, out of the neighborhood group in Kensington Market. I'm also on the Toronto Harm Reduction Steering Committee. 9 years ago, this week, I tried to end my life, diagnosed with severe depression and acute alcoholism, facing eviction for non-payment of rent, cut off from unemployment and support, and afraid to negotiate the Ontario Works hoops. I couldn't face another day. Fortunately, I entered Ossington Detox in the sober system. And through the help of many different groups, I am now strong enough to be able to add to society and to help making changes. Some of these changes are like, we have to address the systemic discrimination and other issues with policing, requiring our ongoing diligent and dedicated efforts. The areas of activity outlined provide an immediate opportunity to begin to move models that better serve marginalized communities, reallocate services and to support vulnerable people, and to improve community safety and produce better outcomes in the short and long term. Toronto is and should take action on them now. Our current strategy of policing those who are homeless generates roughly 360 police interactions, as many as 16,000 tickets, and hundreds of incarcerations and court hearings. These interventions create over $100 million in costs, yet all this does little to reduce the problems of crime. Currently in Toronto, all 911 calls are first routed to the Toronto Police Service, determines whether the call needs to be transferred to fire or ambulance services or retained for a police response. Research suggests that the vast majority of 911 calls do not involve violent situations or necessitate the capacity for use or force that a civilian person would be appropriate in at least 60% of all the calls. Mental health. Policing is not an appropriate way to respond to mental health crisis. Criminalizing mental health conditions is a fundamental problem made worse by the impact policing has had on the community. Toronto police respond to over 30,000 calls for service specifically relating to mental health crises, making up 3% of police calls. But those calls account for 11% of the use of force, more than twice the use of force rate for calls involving robberies and more than 3 times the amount involved apprehending people wanted on charges. 40% of all taser use is on people in a mental health crisis. 46, the Ontario Human Rights Commission also notes intersections between Indigenous identity and increased use of force of people with mental health issues. Toronto has, Toronto has now, we have civilian-led mental health crisis responses already in place in Toronto, but they now are called on as first responders when a 911 call. The Gerstein Crisis Center, who also helped me when I was in Ossington Detox and I hold responsible for helping to save my life. The Gerstein Crisis Center answers over 40,000 mental health crisis calls per year and conducts over 1,900 mobile visits. They take in over 900 people who stay in facilities that include safe beds for people in crisis. Hundreds more are supported through the crisis and safe beds operated by CAMH and CODA. The distress centers of Greater Toronto fields another 100,000 calls. Assertive community treatment. You know, I can go on with all these different groups that are doing this, but they're willing to step in and to help the city, help save lives, and to reduce the need for police officers to respond to health issues when they could be actually spending more of their time focusing on serious physical crime, physical and monetary crime. I thank you very much for letting me speak again today, and I hope to see you soon, and I hope this project works out fantastic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bingham, and thanks for your courage in speaking about your own personal experiences and how some of this relates to those things you've experienced. We appreciate that very much and admire that. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Bingham, very much again for being with us today. Next, we have, thank you. Next, we have Steve Lurie, co-chair of the Toronto Police Services Board Mental Health and Addictions Panel. Mr. Lurie, are you there?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Tory. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you. Go ahead. You have
Okay,
up to 5 minutes.
Actually, Jennifer Chambers was going to lead off, so can you unmute Jennifer and then she can start?
Oh, that's fine. And may I just say to two of you, Jennifer Chambers is co-chair of the Toronto Police Service Board Mental Health and Addictions Panel. And I just want to say on behalf of the members of council, executive committee members here, how much we appreciate all the time you put into helping in this area. As a member of the Police Services Board, I'm well aware that both of you have been huge contributors to all of the different kinds of changes and things that we're doing to be more sensitive to how we handle these kinds of issues. And so your contributions are both very much appreciated. And Jennifer, if you're up first, and you two can divide the time as you wish. And frankly, since there's two of you listed, you're technically entitled to 2 times 5 minutes, but you can take the time that you need to make your points. And thank you for coming. Jennifer, go ahead.
Mayor Tory, and for saving us the time I'd spend introducing us. City staff are to be commended for the work they've done to bring the Community Crisis Project to a launch-ready state. This project will provide critical services to divert people from a police crisis response. We look forward to learning about each of the 4 projects as they progress over the next 3 years. Respect and care for our fellow Torontonians means we must strive for the least coercive, most community-based response possible to people who are in crisis. To support these values, the pilots must be accountable individually and collectively to the community they serve. This community is diverse, and this is well reflected in the pilots. The community is also always people with personal experience of mental health and addiction issues, and the organizations that represent and are composed of them, us. We look forward to seeing this reflected in the advisory groups for the individual pilots and the advisory panel to the project as a whole. The independent evaluation will provide important information about what it takes to expand civilian crisis response. And we look forward to seeing the results of including peer expertise on the teams, as well as learning about the overall crisis response and follow-up. We also support the recommended approach to scaling civilian crisis response based on what's learned through the pilots.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. I'm going to take over here. Thanks again, Mayor Tory, for the nice words of introduction and support for the work that Jennifer and I do with the Mental Health and Addictions panel. We note that the city is investing over $10 million this year, and other deputants have talked about the need to continue to scale up. Scaling will undoubtedly cost more and will need to be informed by an analysis of service recipient qualities, characteristics, needs, specific and broader issues, as well as outcomes over time. I'm sure Council knows that Toronto does not have an adequately resourced mental health and addiction service system. We hope that the city will begin advocacy now with other orders of government about funding gaps. Currently, there are over 21,000 people waiting to access supportive housing, and in 2009, that number was 700. Access to community support services is problematic. While the funding of the pilots will add capacity for crisis follow-up, there will still remain significant deficits in access to community support services, including peer-run options and supportive housing. In 2012, the Mental Health Commission of Canada recommended that all provinces increase the mental health share of spending to 9%, of health spending to 9% and 2% of social spending. The current provincial commitment gets us about 30% of the way. In October 2019, City Council unanimously approved a motion by Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam for Toronto to call on the federal government to meet the Mental Health Commission spending targets. If this happened, Toronto would see annualized funding for mental health and addictions increase by $300 million annually and increase funding for supportive housing by $600 million. While the motion passed, the funding has not arrived. While some funds may be adequately diverted from police services when community crisis services meet needs to which the police have been responding, this will not be enough. It will be important for the city to develop a fiscal plan that accurately costs the need for expanded crisis services throughout the city beyond the 4 pilots, also expand supportive housing, affordable housing, and other community-based mental health and addiction services. And it'll be important to work with both the provincial and federal governments to increase mental health and addictions funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve and Jennifer. Are there questions of these deputants?
Mr. Mayor, I have questions. I don't know if you can see my tile on the screen.
I can now that you're speaking, and of course, you're most welcome to go ahead and ask those questions, Councillor Carroll. Thank you.
Thank you. And hello, long time no see. I'm wondering, because you're sort of our community experts in that you have been so dedicated to this cause, dating back to the start of the implementation of the MCIT program. Yesterday and the day before during budget deputations, we heard a lot of speakers who, as you know, are anxious to see a defunding of the police. And some were aware of the report and the pilot that's starting up here, some not. But most of them, their budget advice was not to continue expanding the number of MCITs or expanding their hours, but to take all those funds and move them towards this pilot right now. And I'm wondering, I hate to put you on the spot because I know we want the community all working together towards the same goal, but I wonder if you could comment on that. While this pilot is going, do we need to continue to see good coverage using MCITs?
Councillor Carroll, thank you for your...
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay. Councillor Carroll, thank you for your question. I agree that community-based, non-coercive crisis response is better reflected in the community pilots that are being developed than with MCIT. The people who I represent, the people who are on the receiving end of services and police calls, feel safer when confronted with community-based workers than
Yes.
they do with people who are connected to hospitals and the police. So I would recommend a pause on expanding MCIT and instead look to see how successful these pilots are.
So the number of teams that are on the ground now, you think is enough to cover the areas where this pilot will not be, the 4 pilots will be spreading out?
Well,
No. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, I think, there's been lots of discussion about this, and I think one of the things we hope is to see what role the pilots will play, and will they, in fact, reduce the need for continued expansion of MCIT. But MCIT is a better option than simply sending a uniformed officer out. And in fact, they have gone out, about a quarter of their calls last year were as first responders. So I think the important thing is to continue on with, the Police Services Board has made a budget decision, and we've commented about that. What's really important, I think, is what's before you now in terms of the pilots. This will inform, can we reduce those 30,000 calls that the police are getting, or will they continue to increase by 9% a year? What role should MCIT play in future response calls? For example, right now you've got MCIT in the Northwest, and at this point you don't yet have the Northwest pilot operating. So I would stick with the current plan, but I think the important thing here, as both Jennifer and I have noted, is that there's going to be an evaluation, and I think it'll be important that both the police data, the MCIT data, the crisis pilot data is harmonized, and we get some indication, as Chair Hart of the Police Services Board wants, on what kind of outcomes are we getting as a result of the pilot.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, both of you. That clarifies it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Bailao for questions of this deputant.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. It's Councillor Wong-Tam. I just want to let you know I'm here as well.
There you are. Thank you so much. Please go ahead, Councillor.
That's okay. Do you want the Deputy Mayor to go first?
Yeah, no, it's fine, because we always have the visiting members of council first, so you're up.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you to our speakers. I wanted to ask a question regarding the potential to scale up these programs. At this point in time, the 4 pilot projects will still need some time to ramp up. And when it comes to evaluating, determine whether it scales up, what should be some of the key criteria that we should be looking at?
Jennifer, do you want to lead on that?
You can lead this time, Steve.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that the criteria really will relate to, again, how much time needs to be spent. Rachel talked about this in her submission, phone-based support versus team-based support. When you realize that one of the former deputants just talked about 40,000 calls into Gerstein and only 1,900, 1,900 isn't a small number, but 1,900 team-based visits. So I think there's going to be a tension between availability and capacity of the teams simply to go out and actually directly connect with people. And then, what happens after that? For example, if somebody's homeless and there's no place to help them with in terms of, the safe beds, the crisis beds are full. So I think the evaluation needs to look at, again, the needs of the people who are using the crisis service, what is able to be accomplished in terms of the intervention by the teams, what kind of follow-up is required. The teams are going to have to provide up to 3 months of follow-up. What happens there? So I think this is one of those instances where it will be really, really critical to drill down on, both the inputs, the outputs, outcomes, and I think costs. We know, for example, that lots of people who come into contact with either police or existing crisis teams are homeless. We also know that the existing safe bed capacity here in the city is quite limited in that when we first got the funding for that at the beginning of the century, we were able to discharge people from the crisis beds right into supportive housing. Now we just discharge them into homelessness. So I think there are a variety of things that the city needs to keep in mind, and I think it's terrific that Mo and his team have been able to engage with the colleagues at CAMH, led by Nadine Reed, who will be doing a very important information, and I think the costing piece needs to be part of that as well.
Thank you, Steve, for that answer. I do have a follow-up question specifically about what happens after contact is made between the outreach worker or the crisis team that goes to speak to somebody and attends to their needs. And right now, I mean, in your deputation, you state that Toronto does not adequately have a resource mental health and addiction service system. And perhaps it's because it's patchwork or it's under-resourced or just not built up. And so I guess part of the evaluation and what would be deemed as successful is that there is going to be a lot of scrutiny over these crisis response teams. And I think that there may be a level of expectation that this crisis response team can do it all, but they're working within a fractured ecosystem that currently doesn't work. So I guess my question to you and to Jennifer is, how do we realistically address the lack of mental health and addiction support right now, given the fact that we don't have a provincial or federal government really tuned into this, and the city is grasping to do it all?
Well, I think there are a couple of elements. Go ahead, Jennifer.
If you don't mind, I'll tackle both of your questions. I think the evaluation, first to answer your first question, has to be weighted primarily toward the experience of the people in crisis who've experienced the options that are available. And it's important to avoid biased sampling and to have very independent evaluation that's done, which I don't think has always been the case with the services evaluation. As for the money, the irony is that the earlier that intervention takes place, for example, when somebody's experiencing a crisis, or even better, when to prevent crisis, the less it actually costs. It costs more for someone to be in a hospital, much more than it costs to address people's issues in the community. It costs more to provide shelter than it does to give somebody decent housing. But the difficulty, of course, as you know, are the silos in which the funding is available. I think in the long run, it would cost the city less to fund early intervention and basic human needs. But in the short run, there has to be contributions, well, actually on an ongoing basis, and in the short run, there has to be ongoing contributions from the province and the federal government. I don't see any way around that.
Just to pick up on what Jennifer said, and to get back to your question, Councillor, one of the important things in the selection of the pilots is they represent networks of service agency. So it's not just one provider who's going to be responding. And I think that will provide a fairly good lens into what kind of collaboration is possible, both in terms of the crisis intervention itself and then the post-crisis intervention or the follow-up. And then what are the gaps? I mean, for example, we know that the focus tables that have been set up as part of the SafeTO project, which is your next item, have worked really, really well. And paradoxically there, the agencies who respond to those needs, most of whom are brought by Toronto Police Services in terms of elevated risk, haven't received any funding increases, but they figure out creative ways to meet the needs. So I think that ties back to, again, what Jennifer talked about. What's the experience that people have with both the crisis intervention itself and the follow-up? And then I think important as part of the evaluation process is to track where are the gaps, where do they still exist? And that will also help the city do the plan for scaling. And then I think, as Jennifer and I have mentioned, this will require hopefully a one window approach by all three levels of government, where there's a funding pool, a joined up funding as they call it in the UK, and we can actually build a better resourced mental health and addiction system here.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam, and thank you again to Mr. Lurie and Ms. Chambers. Those were those were good questions and answers. Are there other people on the committee, Deputy Mayor Vilo, wanting to question these deputies?
Just one question. I believe that one thing that will be really important is the protocols that will be established for the call triage, right? As you mentioned, one thing that we're going to be measuring is then how much are we going to reduce from those 30,000 calls, the response that is done by the police. Do you have any recommendations for us? Do you have some advice on or things that we should be looking out that it's really important to get on these protocols to make sure that we get the best results?
Well, I think those should be informed by discussions with the people involved in the pilot sites. Clearly, for example, Gerstein has, lots of experience with, what makes sense in terms of when to deploy a team, when to try and do telephone support. And I think Susan and her colleagues at Gerstein will be able to provide some really solid advice to the city about that. Also, the work that Rachel Bromberg has done in terms of looking at protocols in other jurisdictions, I think is useful to think about. But again, I would say it doesn't have to be one size fits all, because I think the brilliance of this current approach is that each pilot may be different based on its nesting in the community, existing community relationships. Clearly, there will need to be an agreement with Toronto Police Services around how violence, weapons are potentially handled. And I think those discussions are ongoing. Jennifer, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to say?
I think that ideally, callers would be bypassing the 911 call altogether and just directly contacting crisis services. It is, however, still very important that communications is trained and works with the crisis services on how to divert calls. But I think what people have said they most want is to bypass the possibility of police coming at all and contact community services directly. But there will have to be a very extensive public advertising campaign to make people aware of this option.
Just to build on what Jennifer said, I think as was noted when this whole subject came up, most of the crisis calls that the police get are members of the public expressing concern about another member of the public. So I think, as Jennifer indicated, there'll need to be some clear communication developed over time in partnership with each of the pilots about who to call and where. And there's also going to be, I know there are discussions already ongoing between the city and 211 and 911 to try and coordinate things. I think the other thing that will need to be watched, and this can be part of the evaluation, is that hopefully as people engage with the various crisis teams, if they're running into difficulty, sometime later, they will call the crisis teams directly and be able to get the help they need, as opposed to having to go through, a third-party caller service. So I think it'll be really interesting to see over, the life of these projects over the 3 years, what happens to the volume of calls going into a centralized response, and then how many calls do the crisis teams themselves get through word of mouth, that people in the community who, as Jennifer would indicate, would say, geez, I really got a great service, that helped me with my crisis and prevented the next one. And they will start to call directly. So I think this is something that the city, again, needs to discuss with each of the pilots, build on the experience of Gerstein, and roll it out in a thoughtful way. I think, as Jennifer mentioned, making clear to members of the public that there now will be some options beyond calling 911, and it might make sense to do that gradually. So when the first 2 pilots get up and running in March, sort of have a targeted communication there. And again, that's where the community agencies themselves can also reach out to their networks, and also the local councillors can use their networks as well. And then, in June, you add the next 2 pilots, and then I think it'll be important to evaluate, how's this all going? Are we achieving our objectives around clear communication and direct access to the pilots, or are we creating more confusion? and that the city and the pilot sites would have an ability to make mid-course corrections as they're required.
The ability to
Thank you.
contact crisis services directly is a way that Toronto services are superior to some of the other options that are quite well known in the U.S., where there's not an ability to have mobile crisis workers go out by contacting the crisis service directly. It always has to be routed to police.
Thank you,
Thank you.
to the deputies, and thank you to the deputy mayor. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the amazing duo on the line. Thank you so much for your outstanding work, as always. Just wanted to follow up on this a little bit, and certainly I'm in support of the report that's in front of us, and I think we've come a long way. I'm just wondering, though, there are circumstances, there will be time where these crisis workers are called to help in serious cases. But at the same time, there'll also be a requirement for police as well. Just wondering if you can comment with respect to training for police, because the report doesn't really speak to that. Because one of the issues that we have is that the training for police now, police are obviously trained to express command to individuals to get them to either cease what they're doing and what have you. And oftentimes with respect to people with mental health issues, that is not the type of things that work for them in terms of the command. Just wondering if you can comment on that, please.
I agree with you that police are still going to be going on calls, weapons calls, for example, and so they still do need training, and they do get it. However, in recent years, the mental health advisory panel to the board used to attend the college and for a day-long session of the training that was planned in the arena of mental health, and would offer feedback and suggestions for improvement and development of that training. This fell by the wayside in recent years, but it is getting back on board, and I think that will help improve the training that police get. And I think the training that the crisis services get is something that the police might also want to cash in on.
Thank you very much. Sorry, go ahead.
To build on what Jennifer was saying, and we've had numerous inquests, including the Loku inquest in 2017, where James Loku was shot because he didn't respond to a command the way the police thought he should. I think the Toronto Police Services tries to, in their training, emphasize de-escalation, and I think that's very important. And they also use the negotiating protocols and training from the emergency task force. That said, I think there are two things to keep in mind. I mean, one is that most of the calls that police attend do not result in injury, but at the same time, there's a real gap in the opportunity for the police to discuss whether the training they've had is actually helpful or not. And one opportunity that they might consider building into their protocols, and we've raised this with Toronto Police Services on many occasions, is, for example, there are 70 crisis calls a day that the Toronto Police currently get. And, usually 3 or 4 per division. It might be useful when they have their platoon meetings to review, okay, well, we've had in the last week 20 crisis calls. How have they gone? What went well? What didn't go well? And unfortunately, that capacity, given the challenges that Toronto Police Services has with regard to staffing, it's not built into the way they do their business, the reflective practice approach that you see in many of the social and health services. So I think that's another opportunity for Toronto Police to begin to develop some creative ways to assess the interventions. I think the body-worn cameras now will begin to provide some data there, but given the volume of calls and stuff like that, you'll probably need to use the artificial intelligence capacity in data analytics to get a sense of those things. And again, I think we can also go do deeper dives on the use of force reports and the taser reports that Toronto Police publishes to have further discussions on that topic.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Are there any other questions of these deputants? Well, again, not only did you make a thoughtful deputation, but you answered a lot of questions, both of you, and they were very, very helpful to us. And I'm sure we'll be talking to you further about this going forward. And thank you again for the work you're doing on an ongoing basis with the Police Services Board. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Miguel Avila Velarde from Toronto Cop Watch. Is Miguel on the line?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, well, Miguel, you know the rules here. You have up to 5 minutes, and there may be some questions.
Correct. All right. So my name is Miguel. I live in Ward 13. I am an indigenous man from Peru, and I have been an activist since 2010. I have mental illness, and today is what Bell Talk Day. So the message to remove the stigma and is out there today. Mental health matters. And remember, Mr. Mayor, we have another problem that needs solution to the gun violence in our city. Poverty is one of the roots of violence in this city, Mr. Mayor, as you know it. In 2020, I have a mental breakdown and I reach out for help. I reach out to the Gersten Center and I stayed 3 days at the St. Michael Hospital. I am glad I know police officers were involved. Mr. Mayor, during the last 2 days, I have been listening to Toronto residents speaking at the public presentation of the 2022 Toronto budget. Most deputies nailed it right on. We need to defund the police. Transfer 50% of the TPS budget and allocate to support the poor community of this city. How nice is to know that today on Mental Health Day, Bell, let's talk, we are discussing item EX 29.1. That's good, that's excellent. Toronto's first ever mental health crisis response teams. Congratulations. Without police, that's very important, to launch in March. And the problem is, I have an issue with the way you're funding it. You know, Mr. Mayor, I have attended the TPS board meetings since you became mayor and chairman of the TPS. So we have told you time and time again that we need to reduce the police budget to zero, but it is not happening. Mr. Mayor, I thought that we want to keep the police budget down, but it's going up again. So I'm glad that the indigenous community is including on this project as a priority, because many people live in a state where they need healing. So, but they also need jobs. Mr. Mayor, we need to find a way to find jobs for people who have mental issues or traumas. We live in extreme poverty every day. It's hard to survive in an oppressing colonial system. And it's hard to see how every year we increase the police budgets that goes after Black and indigenous communities every day. Mr. Mayor, we have told you a solution for this problem with funding this project that will help other areas of the city, because I believe it's only for the downtown area. So you see, Doug Ford, the premier, has founded the Toronto Police at the order of $188 million since 2018 to the Toronto Police. And lately, we heard that he has also given to the Toronto Police another $78 million. You see, Mr. Mayor, Doug Ford, the premier, doesn't understand what poverty means. No matter what we explain to you, the people in power, you don't understand that the roots of violence is poverty. So invest in our communities. Defund the police is not an old idea. And I wanted to conclude that Yesterday, we heard news that 93 graves have been found in British Columbia in a First Nations reserve. You know, the community is traumatized. And it's more traumatized what happened at Trinity Bellwoods Park when we were there on a sacred ceremony honoring children that were found in British Columbia last year in 2021, 215 graves, and the police raided the camp. Shame on the police. So we want to ask you to rename Dundas Square to Landback Square in the spirit of truth and reconciliation. I know the city has voted to rename the street, and we want Dundas Square to be renamed to Land Back because that's what we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel, and I'm sure that at the appropriate time, consideration will be given to the name of the square as the street name is changed, and there's a process to be followed on that, and I'm sure you'll make your voice heard on that, and we thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to our final deputant on this matter, which is Derek Moran. Derek Moran on the line? Yep.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm just going to start.
5 minutes, you know the rules. Yep, go ahead.
I'm just going to start my timer. I just want to say by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied in doing so as fraud. God bless Her Majesty the Queen and long live Her Majesty the Queen. So in this report, it mentions information sharing and transparency are essential to building and maintaining public confidence through collaborative efforts and transparent processes. So this is from the City of London versus RSJ Holdings, 2007, where the Supreme Court of Canada said, the democratic legitimacy of municipal decisions does not spring solely from periodic elections, but also from a decision-making process that is transparent, accessible to the public, and mandated by law. When a municipal government improperly acts with secrecy, this undermines the democratic legitimacy of its decision, and such decisions, even when intra vires, are less worthy of deference. There can be no policing reform in Toronto until there is first reform at the Toronto Police Services Board. And to do my part to help with that, I just want you to know, Mayor Tory, that late last night, I made a complaint to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission, which I'll now read onto the record, and it's addressed to Larissa Sciarra, the director at the OCPC, where I say that I have very good reasons to believe that the Toronto Police Services Board has violated Section 35.3 of the Police Services Act. Proceedings open to the public, meetings and hearings conducted by the board shall be open to the public, subject to subsection 4, and notice of them shall be published in the manner that the board determines. This is in regards to this news release from the Toronto Police Services. I have the link in my written presentation, which says, the services vaccination requirement aligns with Toronto Police Services Board policy. The problem is that I have now asked Chair Jim Hart 3 times by email since November 4th, 2021, that if the Toronto Police Services vaccination requirement aligns with Toronto Police Services Board policy, then which month exactly at the Toronto Police Services Board at a meeting open to the public did the TPSB discuss, debate, vote on, and or approve of its mandatory vaccination requirement policy? To date, Chair Hart has yet to respond to me. It is also important to note that this is the first time he has not responded to me with an answer to one of my questions from either him or from one of his assistants. The only reason a government employee wouldn't just give you a straightforward answer to your question is because they are scamming you. So I wish to make a complaint about the Toronto Police Services Board, as Chair Jim Hart's silence to my repeated questions leads me to believe that the TPSB has violated Section 35.3 of the Police Services Act, and that the TPSB approved of a mandatory vaccination requirement policy at a meeting that was not open to the public. Thank you, and God bless the people of Ontario. In attachment 4 of this report, it says, the board approved the memorandum of understanding with the City of Toronto Auditor General to conduct audits of the TPS on the board's behalf based on a risk-based work plan developed independently by the Auditor General. The service continues working cooperatively with the Auditor General's team. So I have an actual deputation to make, and I appoint Auditor General Beverly Romeo Beeler to act as the trustee for me in this matter, and that I respectfully direct her to investigate on whether the Toronto Police Services Board has been making payments to law firms in secrecy, and if so, how much has the Toronto Police Services Board paid to law firms in secrecy? Because last month at this meeting, I actually made a deputation where I respectfully put Councillor Crawford on inquiry when Chair Hart showed up to the Budget Committee meetings last week, that Councillor Crawford was to ask Chair Hart the same thing. The problem with that is Chair Hart, unlike the past 2 years, did not show up to that meeting. So it's kind of would have been hard for Councillor Crawford to ask Chair Hart about payments being made to law firms in secrecy at the Toronto Police Services Board, and that's my time.
Thank you very much, Derek Moran. Are there questions of this deputy? Seeing none, we'll thank you very much for that submission. That's the end of the registered deputants, and so on that basis, then we would move to questions of staff. Are there members of council? We have, I see both Councillors Carroll and Wong Tam. So Councillor Wong Tam, your hand was up first, so you can go first, and then followed by Councillor Carroll.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and great to see you, Denise. I wanted to just ask a couple of quick questions regarding the program and the pilot project. Obviously, in the submissions from Jennifer Chambers as well as Steve Laurie, there was some mention about the inadequacy of the current mental health and addiction system. And I know that from experience, and I'm sure you're aware of this issue as well because we have spoken about it, is that in bringing people support, they may actually refuse support. So if somebody is calling about another individual that appears to be in crisis, the outreach team will attend, but that person who's quote unquote in crisis may actually refuse service. How will the pilot project address that very realistic life situation?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Wong Tam, through Mr. Mayor. The pilot, as we are creating it right now with our partners, is what's the word? Sorry, a consent-based model. So you're absolutely right that there may be complexities with, in some cases, with a resident who is in need of support consenting to be supported by the mobile crisis service. Because we're non-coercive, we are working with there is an ability, for anchor partners to track refusal of service, and others like Gerstein, who've been doing this for 30 years, is guiding all the partners through how we proceed. But if a resident does not want help at this point in the service, we have no ability to make them take help that they're not willing to accept at this point.
Denise, thank you. So I guess the follow-up question I have for you is that if someone is refusing service and you're not going to bring them inside because you're not using a coercive model, does that person who's remaining in crisis, and they can be in a constant state of crisis, that's sometimes what homelessness is, people living with mental health or addictions, does it mean that we have no other further options for them? And the reason I ask is because other individuals could be calling about the person in crisis. They could be calling hourly, they can be calling daily, weekly, monthly, and that person is still left, quote unquote, in crisis. So does that mean that there's just no other pathway forward for them? And then how long do we leave those individuals in crisis?
So I would say, Councillor, part of what you're describing is some of the complexities that some of the deputants spoke about in terms of the need for more preventative upstream investments that a mobile crisis support on its own can't resolve. So to your point, those who have repeat issues and require more support need more than what we can do within the current crisis. And part of why investing in the overall mental health and addiction support system is an important part of what we're trying to do. We will be examining these situations in order to figure out what's our best mechanism for follow-up. I think in this context, the parts of our system that can provide more coercive support would need to be engaged. But again, our efforts is to provide some of the upstream support so that we can support individuals to be able to consent if they are in crisis, rather than wait for a situation where they're forced into a model of response that they're not consenting to.
Denise, thank you. I do have one follow-up question, is that the City of Toronto and this council actually has adopted a motion to develop a mental health and addiction strategy. The intention, of course, was to try to bring forth a framework of how the city wants to see investments, and to urge the other orders of government to step in and give us a hand. So in Steve Laurie and Jennifer Chambers' deputation, both written and verbal, they cited the lack of a mental health and addiction system that's comprehensive and that's able to sort of assist people where they are. If we don't have that system that's well funded, that's well coordinated, how successful will the pilot projects be? Is the success of the pilot projects, will it be predicated on whether or not we have a comprehensive mental health and addiction system? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I think the ultimate vision that community has charged us with, and that I think Council endorses, is that we have a mobile crisis intervention program that is invested supporting preventative approaches as well as post-crisis support approaches. So from that perspective, our ultimate measure of success would be a decrease in overall mental health and addiction crises within Toronto, which would require far more investments in a cohesive ecosystem than what we have now. However, in the very, very narrow piece of introducing a non-police-led crisis alternative, we still have the ability to successfully develop a pilot process and a new service that would divert calls into a community-led model and support people getting a non-enforcement response and be successful at that. But we were charged to be bold, and so absolutely you're right. The boldness that we're trying to do requires a much more comprehensive, cohesive mental health and addiction system. And we alone at City cannot deliver that. So absolutely we need the other governments to step up and participate actively in this process.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And for all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam, and thank you again, Denise, for your answers to those questions. I have others wishing to ask questions of staff. We're going to Councillor Carroll next.
Thank you. Hi, Denise. And thank you, because you've been updating a lot of councillors as we go along. So we know how challenging to make sure that we had the right partners in these pilots. It wasn't just a one and done quick call for proposals, that they were very carefully sort of tested, if you will, before you arrived at the decision of these partners. Am I right?
Yes, Councillor, very much so. We, have been listening very carefully to what communities have told us is really important in how we do the service and what the types of skill sets, experience, and exposure partners have. And so created a fairly tight but comprehensive request for expression of interest process and RFP processes in order to choose the anchor partners and their supportive partners for the 4 pilots. And I think that process, or the 2 processes we engaged in, is fairly is strong, and I think the result or the partners that we chose are ones that are exceptional in the work that they do.
Right. So I think that the thing that the concern that I hear, the one that's outstanding, is in terms of the monitoring and evaluation of the pilot. There are really two kinds of things here. There's the end of pilot evaluation that will make recommendations on this worked, this didn't work, where we should scale it up or not. What is less clear in the report is through the monitoring, how much will be allowed to be adjusted as we go on. We'll incident by incident, we'll learn more about how to do this response. How much latitude will you have to recommend changes? And I mean recommend changes to the partners themselves, to 911 dispatch if there's a sort of a breakdown there in who should be going and who shouldn't, and to the Toronto Police Service itself. How much adjustment can be made while the pilot is in action?
So I really appreciate that question, Councillor Carroll. The set of partners that we have engaged in this process have all committed to a very strong iterative approach. We recognize that even with the various experiences of our partners, that we're trying together to do something that hasn't been done in Toronto to this scale. And so as a result, there is a great commitment to let's learn together, let's iterate our approaches and do real-time correction. The evaluation is a responsive approach to our work. So we'll be talking with the evaluators throughout our implementation and taking lessons learned and reflections from all partners into the work. We do have an MOU with Toronto Police Service for the call triage. And as you know, they currently have engaged one of our partners, the Gerstein Center, into a call diversion pilot as well that's complementary to the overall efforts. So there is great interest from police to learn through that pilot and for us to learn together and make real-time decisions as those lessons become clearer. And that is one of the reasons why we're taking a much more measured approach to expansion, is because we need to do it, learn as we're doing it, course correct, and have those corrections inform where we go next beyond the 4 pilots.
Okay, and last question, because I just want to underscore the importance of it. Because this is the thing we keep hearing with the Gerstein Center, actually in 911's operation now as a consultant, you're confident that we're not going to see a dynamic where we set up these pilots and the police run 911 service is just not referring the partners to calls. Gerstein will act as an assistant to making the proper evaluations. You're confident of that partnership working 3 ways: Gerstein, city partners, police?
Yes, having the Gerstein Center both be an anchor partner for one of our pilot sites and bringing their wisdom from their years of experience, plus their now experience in diverting calls in the 911 center, and having the MOU and our agreement with police about the types of calls, this allows us kind of a real-time ability to check, if you will, and support, ensuring that the right calls are being diverted to the new to our new service, and to flag where there are issues in call diversion as well. So I think it's we certainly see it as a value add to what we're trying to do overall. It wasn't something that we originally anticipated. So, kudos to the police for entering into that partnership last year, and now for having it all come together as we get set to launch.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks,
Councillor Carroll. Thank you, Denise. I should say, Councillor, just as an aside, the sitting at the police board, the bigger challenge at the moment is actually the public, when confronted with or presented with the option of having a non-police response, are the ones that are saying, no, I want the police. It's just that because they're not used to the fact that there's another response available, and that's one of the early challenges of this, which I expect will confront us too with the, but that's why you have to work this all through. Okay, I think we're ready to go to members of the committee who wanted to maybe ask questions about this. Are there any members of the committee who want to follow on the questions of our colleagues that asked? Councillor Pasternak, go ahead.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. Just for clarity's sake, when a team arrives at a location of a call, are they in a uniform of some sort, or do they have a marked vehicle? What will the appearance be of their arrival?
So through the chair, thank you, Councillor Pasternak, for the question. We have been working with a branding company as well as the partners to figure out a more resident-friendly name for the new Community Crisis Support Service, and the uniform, if you will, the branding on vehicles. So we are working to figure out what that looks like and to have those things in place for the launch of the first two pilots in the Northeast and the Downtown East in March. So absolutely, it's important for us that the service is identifiable. And part of the commitment of the anchor partners for the mobile teams is that they'll be doing outreach and engagement in their communities, so in their catchment areas, so that residents understand who they are and why we're here, and that will be complemented by a citywide education campaign, if you will.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that. When it comes to calling, the intake, the original call, I guess when you call 911, they ask police, EMS, fire. If it's EMS, they actually do further screening now to make sure they're not sending an ambulance, I guess, to a non-emergency situation. Just also for clarity's sake, are we creating a fourth option in that ask after police, EMS, and fire, or are we kind of trying to introduce a new calling structure?
So, Councillor Pasternak, through in the 4 pilot sites, I wouldn't necessarily call it. I mean, I guess our goal at this point, yes, is to create a 4th option. We're not obviously citywide, but in the 4 pilot areas, what will happen is a resident in crisis or bystanders trying to support would be able to call 911 at this point. The call would be transferred to 211, who would make greater assessment about what the needs are of the caller. In some cases, there might be a mobile response, as in the Gerstein pilot that is currently in play. And in other cases, the mobile team would be dispatched in order to support that resident on site. So it certainly is our intention. We are moving into this expecting success. And so once we're ready to be citywide, this would be a 4th option in the overall sort of continuum of services that residents can call for emergency response.
Thank you for that. So when it comes to a situation in which the person suffering a crisis has to be transported or has agreed to be transported, do we then call EMS, or do we transport them in one of these crisis support service vehicles? What's kind of the next step once we're there?
So the team will have the capacity to transport a resident in crisis to a variety of support options. That could mean going to the hospital. It could mean going to a crisis bed or another support service. It could mean in our support to Indigenous peoples. It could mean supporting them to move to another space where they can receive supports from elders and others within that community. So that is certainly part of the protocols that we're developing with our anchor partners to do that.
Okay, last question. when a call comes in and it seems like there's a level of violence at the crisis situation, do police then accompany your team, or do they go there first and then maybe call police later, or police will have nothing to do with this?
So if 911 will not transfer calls to 211, Find Help 211, if it is immediately apparent that there is violence within the scenario. So that's part of why we have 911 in the mix at this moment in time. If that's not assessed and a mobile crisis team goes to a response and violence is very much a part of that scenario, the first opportunity is to do de-escalation, which the mobile teams will be expert in. But they also have the ability to engage police if and when that's required to ensure the safety of the teams and the safety of community members who are engaged in the crisis. But I
That
would.
was your final. Oh, sorry.
Okay, thanks. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Councillor, and sorry, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing to say is that our research shows that 89% of the calls do not involve any violence as well. So that's informing the model, but obviously the safety of everyone concerned is taken into account throughout the whole process.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Both very much. Are there other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of staff? Deputy Mayor Thompson? And I see Deputy Mayor Valla, so we'll do those two. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you to Ms. Campbell, and thank you for an excellent report. I know we've talked a little bit about this, these two reports. I'm just wondering, what's the city's exposure? We are obviously entering into an agreement with these different agencies for in total. I'm just wondering, beyond the amounts of monies that are listed here in the tables, are we, for example, if a worker associated with one of these agencies was injured, and again, I don't know whether or not that's even possible, but if that were to be the case, are we also exposed as part of liability associated with that? That is not incorporated here in terms of the total funding that you have budgeted for?
So thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the question. I'm going to ask my colleague, Corey Lynch from City Legal, to take this one, please.
Thank you.
Certainly, and happy to do so. Through the mayor, most of these agreements are set up in a way that we expect significant insurance coverage to be extended to all of the anchor partners. And so in most cases, in almost all cases, the liability, at least from a financial perspective, is covered off by the significant contractual provisions we've put in place for each of the anchor partners.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. Another question through to you, Mr. Mayor, to Denise, Ms. Campbell. So individuals that are going to be in contact and being helped, I imagine there's a need to assist them beyond simply basic contact and so on. So for example, where would we be housing and or placing some of these individuals that are in need? CAMH, a hospital, what type of facilities? Are we providing additional housing accommodation? Are there additional measures being taken to be able to assist these individuals as such?
So thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor. One of the things that Steve Laurie noted that he appreciated about the model is that we're taking a network of agencies approach to this, a systems approach. So each anchor partner has come with a network of partners, everything from the ability to provide more sort of clinical care within their partnership to some ability to provide crisis beds, etc. So part of this process, though, is to ensure that the mobile teams do warm referrals to other service partners, and that could include hospitals, treatment beds, etc. And this is where I would say, Deputy Mayor, that all the points from deputants and including questions from some of your colleagues come into play about the need for a coherent, cohesive mental health and addictions ecosystem, supportive housing that creates more options for the mobile service referral. the thing that I want to emphasize is that it's really important. We're not just creating a mobile response that's an alternative to police coming along. It is about taking a holistic view to a health crisis and trying to ensure that preventative supports are in place and post-crisis supports are in place. And the mobile crisis response teams will follow up as part of their service model, will follow up with each person that they support in crisis, which is a different thing than what happens now in terms of an enforcement response.
Fair enough. At the community advisory group or table that you speak about here, and then the third-party evaluators, the evaluation will take place, information will be presented to the community advisory table, or combination that presented to the city and the advisory table? Are they going to support, accept the recommendation? How is that system going to work in collaboration with obviously the FTEs that we have and our structure?
So because evaluation is ongoing and iterative in this process, the evaluation partners will be providing the city and the anchor partners with sort of real-time feedback that will allow us to make adjustments. That because community engagement is important at the local level and at the citywide level, the community engagement advisories will have some access to that information as well. The evaluators will do an annual independent evaluation, which we certainly can share with council. We'll be using that evaluation in order to inform my recommendation to you about what we do next. In order, I think I must say that this is a trust and confidence building exercise for the public, as well as creating a new service. So that requires us to do things differently, which includes lots of transparency about what we're doing, what we're hearing, what we need to fix, and how we intend in moving forward. I think Torontonians expect nothing less of us if we're doing something that is different than what we have now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Deputy Mayor Bilo. Excuse me.
Thank you. That 89% number that you used, so that is you're using the data from the police. So they've provided us with the fact that 89% of those calls are non-violent.
Let me call. I'm just going to call my colleague Moshe Rea just to confirm the source of the 89%. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, that's a good question, and I'm not completely sure of the answer. Mo?
89% is a research report that was done over other police divisions, and it's an independent report. We can share that with you, Councillor.
It was an independent report?
Correct.
But they looked at the data from the Toronto Police Services.
I have to confirm, and I can get back to you in 1 second on that.
That'd be, and Denise, I'm asking this because I think along the question I asked one of the deputants, I think it'll be really important how we define the protocols of triaging those calls, right? And so what are you looking at right now? So people call 911, like what should we expect?
So right now, when people call 911, our agreement with Toronto Police Service through our memorandum of understanding is that there are 6 types of calls that will be transferred. Someone is threatening suicide. There's a person in crisis. Someone's requiring well-being check. There is disorderly behavior. There are disputes, verbal disputes. The third one is around an advice referrals request for referrals. Sorry, information and advice would be the 6 types of calls. So that's our starting point. Our expectation, as I think you've heard from some of the deputants, is that we can potentially grow that over time. But right now, those are the types of calls that would be referred.
And are we, through this process, through this pilot, do we have insight, and can we audit if those calls are being done and diverted appropriately and as expected?
So I'm not sure that I would say we have audit capacity, but certainly there's ongoing conversation. There is the Gerstein pilot for call triaging, which becomes another way of ensuring and checking and flagging issues. And we'll be doing a regular review with TPS about the types of calls that we're receiving through the mobile service, and what the issues might be about call triaging.
Okay. And so for somebody that is calling in because their neighbor is in crisis, and it gets diverted to one of these teams, what can they expect? Do we already have that kind of information? Are they going to expect somebody fairly quick, or are they going to be told, well, somebody's going to be there over the next 48 hours kind of thing? Like what are we dealing with here?
So part of the reason why we're taking a hyper-local approach in terms of having geographic-based pilots, and ensuring that the community anchors know their community, are within decent close proximity, is so that we would be able to respond in a fairly fast time frame. So I think I can't say to you that the service response would be in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. That's something that we're going to have to work through with the anchor pilots and study and understand what the experience is. But so it's a fairly immediate response.
Yeah, and we're measuring that. That's one of our KPIs.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you talked about the post-support crisis. So that is not on these organizations. It might be, but it might be that also might be to other local organizations, correct?
It is both. So the anchor organizations have come with partners to help with pre and post. We are also part of the funding is to set aside for us to do some community investments that the partners and others identify. For example, more crisis beds, more service, although again, there's a limit to what the city can do in that regard. So we are building some capacity within each partnership network for that to happen.
And we're still on track to have yearly update reports on all this. I think that in the past you mentioned that we're having yearly. So, and that will include some of these KPIs that you'll share with council on what we're seeing with these pilots. Okay.
Absolutely. So in our next annual report, you would expect to have some of the evaluation as part of our report, because that will inform what we might recommend in terms of next steps.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there others wishing to ask questions of staff on this community crisis service pilot? Okay. Well, if not, then I think we're ready to move to speakers. Good job there with all that questioning, Denise, and your team.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just do something really outside, just to say, I really just want to acknowledge my incredible team who's done incredible work over a fast time frame to get us here. So thank you.
Well, you're most welcome, but you don't need to say thank you for that, because I think you're going to find in the remarks to come by the members who wish to speak that everybody's going to say that. And to hear that first deputation today, I'll just say by way of, as you say, outside of what happens normally, to hear that first deputation and several others to follow and hear them talk about the leadership position this city is taking, it's what we all would want. It's what we all would want. And I mean, you actually did that work, and in a relatively short period of time, I should say. And when you hear the excellence of the work and the speed, that is something that is an unusual combination. The excellence around here it goes without saying most of the time, all the time pretty much, but sometimes things don't happen as quickly as they might. So this has been done in pretty short order. Okay, speakers, we have our members visiting with us from outside of the committee, and I see they both have their hands up. So we'll start with Councillor Wong Tam and then go to Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe Councillor Carroll's hand went up a little bit faster than mine, so I'm happy to see it.
Matters not to me. She's shaking her head, so she's letting you go first.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you very much, everyone. Denise, to you and your team, I think it goes without saying, but it has to be said. Congratulations on getting us this far in such a rapid, short period of time. I was really quite impressed by the volume of consultation that went in to bringing the community voices, people with lived experience, to make sure that they had a say and a strong seat at the table as this program and pilot project is being developed. I also think that it's important for us to thank the members of the public, because it's not even just the stakeholders, because they are important, and absolutely the agencies that supported this program, including those who've been calling for services like this for decades, like literally decades. But it's actually the citizens who rose up in the middle of a pandemic and demanded that we actually look at diverting resources from the police to community-based responses that could get the job done differently and probably with more community-based sensitivity. And that cannot be missed in all of that, is that we have to be able to lean into those important conversations. And I know that Council has had that debate and will probably continue to have that debate because we recognize that the traditional model of policing doesn't always work for every single population, and especially for populations that have a natural distrust of the police, or perhaps that they have been on the receiving end of police violence. And of course, there are things that the police do exceptionally well, and we've trained them to do that well. But when it comes to de-escalation, working with vulnerable populations, working with populations that are in mental health and addictions crisis, that's probably not the job of the police. So the pilot project is critically important because it's an expectation of citizens, and it's also a area of service that has been woefully missing at the city. So it's a very important step, but I just don't want to move forward without marking the occasion with at least saying thank you to everyone who got involved. Whether we agreed on the approach or not, we are here today. I think moving forward, what I believe is critically important is that we set these programs up for success. And I know that the quantum in total between last year's setup with the hiring of 6 new staff with an SDFA and the rollout of costs in 2022 for the pilot project model itself is just a little bit over $11 million. And if you think about the work that we're asking these individuals to do, who are either subject matter experts or professional staff, their connections to the mental health and addiction system, as well as those who work in trauma and crisis response, it's a very modest sum. And yet we are placing a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. I'd like us to think about how we can constructively move forward in scaling this up as we roll it out, to be quite honest. And the reason I want to place that before everybody is because we have to be able to set up the model for success by making sure that's in a position of strength. And already we're going to be in a bit of a deficit position. The 4 pilot projects covering vast amounts of the city also leave a little gray area right around the ring of the downtown unserviced. And so those neighborhoods are already going to be staying with a conventional model of policing. And I think that if we are going to really try to expand it, we're going to have to think very quickly on how do we cover the entire city, because I don't want any neighborhood to be left behind with this critical service. The other thing I want to note, and I brought this up in my form of questioning, is that I have a concern that the mental health system right now in Toronto doesn't exist. As far as I can tell, Ontario's largest mental health hospital, which is CAMH, located right in the heart of the city, doesn't really reach the community that is in most need and oftentimes in crisis. And the COVID pandemic has exacerbated every possible social inequity. So we are going to be in a very difficult position as decision makers, as civic leaders, in trying to provide care and mental health for our community. And at the same time, we are not supported with a robust ecosystem that is going to enable this work. So we have to increase our advocacy. I talk a lot about mental health and addiction support because I'm seeing it in our communities and our neighborhoods. And it's going to be absolutely critical as we try to build back better and stronger. And we can't do that if people are not mentally well and supported. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll look forward to tracking the work of this pilot project as it moves forward to council for further deliberation and working with the communities out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Thank you very much. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to disagree with some of my colleagues' comments just now. There is already change in this system. And I am a vehement supporter of the pilot project. We have to get this right. The areas that have been chosen chosen because they are areas that are really going to put this model to the test. They've been chosen because of the level of incidence of these types of calls. So we will get a lot of data, we will see a lot of action happen, and we will be able to do an evaluation. We're not likely, unless there's a miracle, and there won't be, we're not going to have Denise come back and say, well, there were only 6 calls in one of these 4 areas. They are busy areas. And so we're going to get a lot of data, and we want it. We want it to be right. But we're not leaving the rest of the city undone. There is a robust MCIT system out there, and the biggest revolution has already taken place by putting Gerstein at the hands of our 911 dispatch. It's already starting to make change. It's important to remember there are some who are street involved and are living out there, and their mental health issues have been there for a long time. But some of the most tragic circumstances in mental health response happen in homes, in times where, you know, it's very difficult for parents, for those mental health disorders that happen suddenly. Schizophrenia, for instance, is most commonly arrived upon a family in a 17 to 18-year-old male, in an early 20s female. And when that happens, families haven't spent from birth to that point in time becoming an expert in what's available to us. Does my doctor even know what's happening? There's some real paranoia and disorganized thinking going on here. Is my child on drugs? Am I ashamed of that? What's going on here? Who do I call? And you keep struggling, and maybe you don't call anyone. And then one day they're in crisis behavior, and you have no choice but to call 911. And that's a hard thing to do. Add to all of this upheaval happening in the family because suddenly someone who was perfectly normal throughout childhood is suddenly deep in paranoid crisis behavior, and you haven't become an expert in the system. And imagine that family is Black, and they know that if they phone 911, it's going to be a police arrival at their door. And whatever that means in the neighborhood, and whatever danger you think you're putting that child in by having that service called, because, you know, historically, why wouldn't they think they're putting their child in danger? That's already beginning to change, because with the Gerstein Center deciding the dispatch, MCIT are being allowed to come to that site sooner. I wish they were arriving as the first response, and apparently in the triage, in some cases, they now are. So that mental health nurse is arriving there. So it's less of a police response already. It's a partnership approach. And I'm confident in what that can do in the areas where the pilot is not happening. Because what happens is, right off the bat, you're not getting, here's how we're going to incarcerate your child, but right off the bat, you've got someone standing there who can now uncrack the code of how you get help for this person right then and there in the crisis. That didn't used to be the case. You get 5 police officers arriving because there's erratic behavior going on, and none of them is an expert in the mental health care system. All they know is it's wholly inadequate. That's all they know about the mental health care system. And so things go wrong quickly. That's already changing. This pilot takes us from change to revolution. But we have to make sure that it's the right kind of revolution, and that we get it right, and that everybody stays along for the ride, that the police service is happy to march with us on this change, that the 911 dispatch evolves for this new change, and that it all works. And so the approach we're taking today and the care and deliberateness that Denise and Mo Sharia and their team have put into it to this point, I'm very confident in, and I hope that this is allowed to start exactly as recommended. Thank you. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Are there members of the committee, of the executive committee, wishing to speak on this matter? Councillor McKellar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, echoing the congratulations to Denise Campbell and her team for the development of the community crisis support pilots. This is an important step forward towards police reform. I'm really thankful that Northeast Scarborough is included as one of the service areas for the pilot, and that Taibu has been selected as the service provider. Taibu is an absolutely great agency that services the Black community. Throughout the pandemic, they have shown their commitment and their adaptability as they continue to provide vital services much needed by the community and offer barrier-free and inclusive programs. We're making a really good choice today with Taibu, and I look forward to the launch of the crisis response service teams.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I was waiting there for a second because sometimes I think the screen is frozen. It's unusual, including me in particular, that anybody would be so brief and to the point and make such a strong statement of support. Thank you so much. I was waiting for the rest of it, but you said what needed to be said. Thank you so much. Others who wish to speak? Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to briefly add my deep appreciation to Denise and her team for an excellent report, and as well as a quick response in terms of bringing this matter in front of us. I thought they would have taken a lot more time, quite frankly. Having been on the police service board and having been through many of the discussions and the interaction with respect to police and members of the community and so on, and certainly not all the outcomes were involve the loss of life and so on. But I know that, as Councillor Carroll's mentioned, the training had left a lot to be desired. I think it's really important in terms of just looking at this report, and page 12 of the report really talks about, an effective, responsive, and a more robust health, mental health support that is needed in our community and so on, and that is needed in this city. And I think that this particular report and the pilot that's going to be implemented captures the essence of this. And I think, as been stated, this is groundbreaking. It's precedent setting in the city of Toronto. And it's extremely important that we actually have a system-wide and a city-wide system that is going to help, both in terms of the reaction that people have with respect to the police encounter and interaction with individuals with mental health, but also because we have these organizations that have been very effective and been working for a long period of time in the city. And this collaboration between the city and these organizations, clearly the pilot process, and looking forward to it being fully expanded right across the board, is going to be extremely helpful. And the framework, the structure that is in place, and the monitoring is going to be important. It's going to give us a lot of information, a lot of data. I think this is a very wise investment that we're making in this report, and the people that are involved and will be involved in terms of ensuring that we do better with respect to helping people in our city that are facing mental health crises and so on. And as we know, this is Bell Let's Talk Day, and which is an important day with respect to bringing awareness and attention to mental health. Our finding with respect to the pandemic will lead us to a realization that there's going to be a tremendous amount of people that are in need of help going forward, and having a structure and a system in place to help them and to assist them is actually a great thing for this city, demonstrating not only our leadership but our awareness in terms of the needs that has to be met. I particularly like the Indigenous aspect of our approach to helping our Indigenous brothers and sisters and so on. I think it's extremely important, and it's going to be Indigenous led. I think that's an important approach. And so all in all, I think that this is great leadership. And certainly to you, Mayor, your leadership on this has been extremely helpful, because I think the collaboration between the Police Service Board and the city, it really hasn't been done before. And I think that that has been a missing link. And I think that your leadership there has been able to transcend this into the exercise that we're looking at and going to be going through once this is fully approved by council. So thank you, and certainly to also thank Councillor Carroll. I think we had a number of summer days when, and Luke Robertson as well, a number of summer days when we were thrashing through a lot of this, and to bring back recommendations to you and Mr. Mayor, and to your office, and to obviously to council in terms of bringing this forward. So having been on the Police Service Board, having seen some of the challenges and some of the, I guess, the inaction, let's put it this way, I think that what we're seeing today demonstrates a collaborative effort in order to address a fundamental problem that has existed in our city for a long time. And also say thank you for Chief Raymer as well, and certainly to Jim Hart, Police Service Board. I think everybody coming together, acting on this, is the right direction. It's the right approach. It's long overdue. And certainly we need to move forward on this in terms of ensuring that once we get all the pilot information, we're able to, sort of finalize those details, and making this a citywide program that's going to be effectively helping us to execute our response in terms of helping those who are facing mental health crisis. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Are there any others wishing to speak? Okay, well, oh, I'm sorry, there we go. Deputy Mayor Barlow. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to start by thanking the incredible Denise Campbell and her team. I think this is an amazing piece of work. But what I was able to see as well, it was actually the passion that our city team has by to work on this project as well. So thank you for your dedication, commitment. Thank you to the partners as well that are joining us on, I think, what will be transformational. And transformational in the sense of how we create public safety in our city. And I think that we heard an outcry over the last year and a half of people asking us to rethink public safety in our city. And this is the beginning of that. This is the beginning. This asked us to start with our responses to mental health issues. And so the work that we're doing with communities, with consultations, and this is not easy work. As many as people want us to just snap our fingers and all of a sudden create these things, it doesn't happen like that. These are really complex issues. Intergovernmental responses need to then proceed with the initial response. And so these are really complex issues that I think staff did an incredible job to get the ball rolling, to get a system that hopefully will have healthcare professionals that are trained to respond to these issues, and that pre and post response as well, crisis response, which today doesn't happen. And so just want to thank the team. I think that there's going to be certain things that we as a council have to be really careful to be looking out for. I think some of these protocols, some of the KPIs that are coming forward will be really important. I hope that we're not afraid to adjust throughout this process with the data that we're going to be receiving, but I think this can be transformational to the way that we respond to mental health crisis in a time that it's actually, the pressure, the numbers are increasing. We're seeing, all of us see it in our communities, and we know that it is a reality that many are facing. And so I think this is extremely good work that is put in front of us, and I'm happy to support it. And thanks once again to everybody involved, and the team and our partners as well.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Barlow. Are there any other members of the committee wishing to speak? Well, if I could say a few words, I want to start as everybody else.
Mr. Mayor.
Saying, I'm sorry. Yep. Did I see something?
Councillor Pasternak.
Oh, I don't see. You're not on my screen at the moment. I'm sorry about that.
I
don't know
am
where you
here.
went.
I will be quick, I assure you.
No problem at all. I just don't. You're not on my screen. There's many other people who are, and you're not. Please go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I'll be quick within my 5-minute allotment. Thank you very much. So I just want to echo some of the comments said already. That great thank you to staff for bringing this package forward, to launching a pilot. I think we're all in agreement that mental wellness is one of the greatest crises of our generation. And as Councillor Thompson mentioned, it's Let's Talk Day, and a crucial conversation that we must all have. You know, they say, according to CAMH, that 1 in 5 Canadians experience a mental health or addiction problem. Studies in Canadian cities indicate that 23 and 60 to 67% of homeless people report having a mental illness diagnosis. The economic burden of mental illness in Canada is calculated about $51 billion per year. And on any given week, 500,000 Canadians are missing work or going without pay because of mental illness. The economic cost of substance abuse in Canada is $38 billion, although that's a very low figure. So when you look at what we're trying to do here, it is truly an investment into our communities who are suffering from mental illness. And the dividend we will see is that we will be able to reduce some of the burdens in our hospitals. We will be able to help the homeless. We will be able to intervene in crises in homes. We will be able to take the burden off police services that they're not equipped to do. And at the end of the day, I think they'll look to Toronto as a genuine leader in this area. And I would like to thank the mayor for his leadership in bringing this forward and getting it done so fast. At the same time, we have to keep our eye on this. We have to really watch what's working and what's not working, and kind of adjust accordingly as we go forward. And studying this and seeing the response rates and the outcomes is very crucial, especially when it comes to mental wellness. Now, one thing we're totally dependent on is the ability of our medical system to do intake. Once we kind of contain a crisis and respond to a crisis, we need a system that can handle the intake and for treatment and counseling and other supports that can put a member back into their family or back into society. And that's where the bottleneck will occur, because our current medical system is not equipped to be able to handle the great rush of mental illness situations that are apparent in society. So with that, I look forward to hearing more as the years go by, as we launch this pilot, see what the outcomes are about, see how we can help people, and a special thanks to the mayor and city staff for bringing this forward and getting it done in such a timely manner.
Thank you, Councillor Pasnick. Now, I don't have everybody showing here, but is there anybody else who wishes to speak and maybe speak up as well as wave your hand if I don't see you? But okay. Well, seeing none, I will just speak for a moment if I might then. First of all, I started off to say that I want to just add my thanks to the staff team, and you know, every team, if it's going to be effective, has to have a good leader. And Denise, you've just done a great job at this, and Mohammed and Corey, and I should start mentioning names because I won't mention anywhere near enough names, but everybody knows who they are, and they've done a great job at this. And you know, I think you only need to hear compliments, both with respect to the speed, but also the innovativeness, if there is such a word, and the way in which other people are looking to what we do, which a number of people have made reference to know that I think we're onto something here with a lot left to learn. And that's been admitted all the way through in talking about how you're going to measure the success of this and so on, which I think we're well positioned to do. There's two themes that have been addressed during the discussion this morning that I wanted to just address myself briefly. And first, I guess it you know, there's been a kind of a trying to think a rational way of dealing with the whole question of pilots and the desirability, which we all would share, of having this rolled out or something like this rolled out across the city. And indeed, I would note that the report comments on the fact that it is anticipated we would try to do that by 2025, which seems like a long way away, but you know, I think it said 2025 at the latest, so that's an outside kind of date. And so I think it's clearly contemplated that we would roll this out further. But I just want to read into the record, because I think it's worthwhile, it being on the record already, the 2 paragraphs that deal with this in the report, 2 of the paragraphs that do on page 11. With the launch of the Community Crisis Support Service pilots in 2022, a measured approach to service implementation and expansion is essential in order to ensure the safety of the service users and service providers, optimize outcomes, and manage scalability. A phased approach will allow for the delivery of a service that is safe, effective, efficient, reliable, and consistent. It also allows for greater service flexibility to adapt the pilot to local conditions and respond to emerging needs and opportunities. And this is the way I look at it. And I think a number of people said this, is that it's one thing to take credit for doing a pilot in fairly short order relative to the time it would take to organize something like this. But it's another thing to get it right. And, in something as sensitive as this, and a number of people noted today is Bell Let's Talk Day of all the days, but every day should be Bell Let's Talk Days when it comes to mental health. We've got to get this right. And getting it right doesn't mean getting it right on day one. It means getting it right over a period of time where you have a chance, as was said, to look at this model and see how it's working, and see that some of the innovations that Toronto brought forward are in fact some of the ones that are the right ones. The second thing that was talked about is the mental health system that has to surround it, the ecosystem that has to surround it. Councillor Wong Tam spoke quite a bit about this, and of course it's absolutely true. And I would just hope that maybe with all these voices we had on here today, including members of council, but also some of our deputies and so on, maybe it's time for us to sort of stand together, because so often we're in different camps or groups, or depending on where you are, if you're elected or if you're a public official, or if you're an activist, that we don't stand together and sort of say that is something I think we all absolutely positively could agree on, which is that ecosystem is not adequate, no matter what we put in the midst of that ecosystem by way of these kinds of better, more effective, more sensitive, more compassionate supports. It's not going to work as well as it can if we don't have the ecosystem surrounding it. I will say, and this is a note of reality, it's not meant to be negative, but I'll say that when I was listening to the same deputations for the budget yesterday, I was really disappointed. They talk about politicians being the masters of talking points. The talking points I heard yesterday didn't come from politicians. They came from some of the people who were talking about defunding the police. And all they could do is repeat over and over again, we've got to defund the police. And as if that is the answer to everything. I think we can see from where it's actually, somebody actually took the talking points and tried them out. It really hasn't worked very well in the US, and a lot of people are backing away from it on the basis it didn't work very well. And I, for one, am not afraid to say that yes, detasking and modifying the way things are done, like we're doing here, is the way to go about this. You do it in an incremental way, but you don't use talking points to make one of the most important pieces of public policy that we have to make, our series of pieces of public policy. And so, to me, it was disappointing that people used the talking points to say we should defund the police and put all the money into expanding this much faster, as if the only thing holding back the expansion of this immediately across the city was the money spent on the police, which is just rubbish. I mean, the money is spent on the police. The worst thing we could do is take money away from the police before we have the robust ecosystem in place and before we have this kind of initiative able to be taken citywide. And I, for one, won't do it. I mean, I'm only one, but I will not be party to supporting that kind of thing, because that will be a disservice to people who are experiencing distress and mental illness, that there'll be nobody to answer the calls. And right now, the police are the only ones that can answer, but we're now supplementing that and doing a great job of doing that. So, to put it back on a more positive note, I want to extend my thanks as well. Councillor Carroll, I will say, and I hope she's still there because her camera's turned off at the moment, but she has been a particularly constructive and helpful person on this all the way through. And I want to acknowledge that. And I want to acknowledge that the police service and the board have been too, because there have been moments, as Denise will tell you, I don't want to put any words in her mouth, where I've had to sort of say, come on now, everybody needs to work together on this. And that's just natural. That happens from time to time. But Councillor Carroll's been very helpful in that, and all the staff people have. And I think the support evidence here this morning is a very positive start to this thing, which we have to stand behind and make it work. So thank you to colleagues as well. First, it seems like we're standing behind this, and I think, well, we should. I don't think, if I'm mistaken, that there's no motions on this. I don't believe there's just the recommendations that are here. And if I can go back in the report to find that page. So it's giving authority to the executive director to build an expansion list of community partners, which does look to expanding this program, and authorizing the same executive director to enter into or amend some agreements. So those are the recommendations that are before us, because this thing has been supported in the budget and is moving forward. So if there are no other matters to be put in front of us, I will call the question and ask for all those in favor. Opposed, if any? Carried. I believe I'm correct, Madam Clerk, unanimously. I think I saw all the hands up. So, and that was a very timely finishing of this item. It took time, but it was worth the time. This is probably one of the most important things we've done in this term, I think, among many important things we have to do. So thank you for that. And if you're okay with having 3 more minutes for lunch, we'll recess until 1:30 and come back and start in with the SafeTO implementation plan. Thank you. It's based on a letter from Councillor Ainsley asking the Deputy City Manager to provide a status report on something very important to us here, which is the Phase 1 activities of the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation, to come to our meeting on March 30th, 2022. And so I think it's fairly straightforward. And if I thank Councillor Ainsley for taking this initiative, and I think the report will be interesting and helpful reading for us. And so if you're content, I would just call the question on that and deal with that. Everybody content? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then the second is my letter to you that deals with asking for a post-operational report on the snowstorm. It is the largest snow removal operation in the history of the city. 30,000 and counting of those unbelievable amounts of snow that have been taken off the streets and sidewalks. And but I think it's a worthwhile endeavor to have a post-operational report. And I think the sooner that we ask for it, the sooner we can get it underway. And so again, it's straightforward request for a report to come to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, post-operational report on the January 22nd major snow event. Everybody's content. I'll just call the question on that and we'll move forward with that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so that brings us back to the items that have been held down, and we're at item EX 29.2, SafeTO implementation plan, and we have 6 or 8 speakers to be heard from on that. And so if we can find out that Dr. Avery Nathans is on from the Tory Trauma Program Sunnybrook Health Sciences Center. There's 2 people. I don't know if they're going to appear together. Brandy Tannenbaum, Program Coordinator, Tory Trauma Program Sunnybrook. Are they on the line, either or both?
Yes, we are.
Fantastic. Well, please go ahead. You're most welcome here, and we thank you for your deputation. You can speak for up to 5 minutes. Are you speaking together or separately?
I will begin, and Brandy will also speak. So total about 5.5 minutes. 5 minutes.
That's fine. I was just going to say you can have certainly some latitude beyond the 5 minutes, since you'd both be entitled to 5 if you were speaking separately. But we appreciate it when you're using some economy of time like that. So please go ahead, 2 of you, and you're both most welcome.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Tory, honorable members of the Executive Committee, staff, and guests. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak in support of SafeTO and its inclusion of our hospital-based violence intervention program. I'm Avery Nathans. I'm the Medical Director for Trauma and Surgeon-in-Chief at Sunnybrook. I'm also a frontline trauma surgeon who unfortunately has firsthand knowledge of the tragedies we see night after night as a result of gun violence. In September 2019, we presented at the Economic and Community Development Committee to share a novel program that aimed to support young patients injured by stabbing or shooting. This program would redefine the relationship between the hospital and the community by facilitating case management and connecting with city services. We are grateful that Breaking the Cycle of Violence with Empathy, or BRAVE, was generously provided a $100,000 grant from the city in 2020 to demonstrate the feasibility of this innovative approach to violence reduction. While the COVID pandemic has been at the forefront, the epidemic of community violence has continued its path of destruction. Sunnybrook continues to see a rise in violently injured patients, which now account for nearly 400 trauma activations at Sunnybrook, more than the number of car crash patients. And unlike COVID, there's no vaccine for violence. SafeTO and BRAVE are about health equity. The epidemic of violence disproportionately affects young, racialized males. Our data confirms approximately 80% of violently injured patients are persons of color, with 50% identified as Black. The seed funding allowed us to build new partnerships between the hospital and the city, creating opportunities that most cities our size can only aspire to. To highlight the value of SafeTO and cross-sector programs, as well as demonstrate that your original generosity confirmed that it's feasible to be brave, I'll turn it over to our Injury Prevention Coordinator, Brandy Tannenbaum, to share some of our findings to date.
Thank you, Dr. Nathan. We embarked on a multimodal evaluation working with Masters of Public Health students on a quantitative analysis and contracting with youth recs at York University under the supervision of Dr. Uzo Anusha to support the qualitative analysis. In our first year of programming, we enrolled over 50 patients who had experienced gun or stabbing injuries. Our case manager identified more than 300 risk factors at enrollment and made nearly 200 referrals to community services. Further, in the face of the pandemic, he conducted nearly 300 in-person home visits with safety and COVID protocols in place. On average, participants endorsed a minimum of 3 risk factors such as crime victimization, unemployment, and housing. Our process analysis found that BRAVE led to a 37% reduction of risk factors at the time of program discharge. As a result of BRAVE, 58% of participants have connected with community mental health support services to address the impact of trauma resulting from their injury. 70% have connected with a new community service to support their unique needs. And 100% of participants responded that they would recommend the program to someone in a similar situation. Formal third-party interviews were conducted with newly discharged patients and their families. The youth participants discussed how the relationship with the case manager left a lasting impression. The case manager was described as supportive, motivating, and calming. The participant's voice was so powerful through this evaluation. As one youth shared, "Yeah, so I feel like he did the most to help me. So, you know, I think he's a great person. Honestly, I have nothing bad to say about him or the program, because thanks to that program, it helped me achieve more and get back on my feet and gave me a shot at a realistic life with employment and jobs and stuff like that." Participants' family members also mentioned noticing positive life changes in their sons. Mothers described their sons' commitments to their education, counseling, journal writing, and increased hope and planning for the future. Aligned with the goals of the BRAVE program, one parent felt the program helped to break the cycle of violence, as evidenced by her son forgiving the person responsible for his injury rather than retaliating. Another youth shared, "Honestly, I'm doing well now, you know. I'm doing this training. I'm staying out of trouble. I moved out of the place I was living before, cut off ties with stupid friends that were causing and jeopardizing my freedom and well-being. So it helped me a lot with learning to focus on myself more and putting myself before anything." As participants described, BRAVE provided explicit guidance that bolstered their self-esteem, helped them acknowledge the positive side of life, and revisit their decision-making. Overall, the evaluations show BRAVE is making a difference. Back to you, Dr. Nathan.
I think it's clear that BRAVE provides a low-cost intervention to the disease of violence. The CDC grant ended last year, and when the SafeTO report passed in July of 21, the city called on the province to provide sustainable funding without response. While we are appreciative that the city's recommendation reiterates its request to the province to provide funding for BRAVE, we do find ourselves stuck in the middle of intergovernmental budgetary affairs. Since last year, Sunnybrook has been supporting BRAVE in good faith that our governments will sustain the program. In the absence of confirmed funding soon, BRAVE and its impact will not be able to continue. Sustained funding for BRAVE will solidify its role in the city's gun violence response, including the Community Crisis Response Program, the Towards Peace Program, and the newly created Toronto Office to Prevent Gun Violence. We look to the city in terms of how this funding crossroad can be resolved. As I highlighted earlier, we have about 400 trauma activations a year due to violence, each one an opportunity to get a gun off the street. Let's not lose that opportunity. SafeTO is a notable, ambitious, and most importantly, achievable plan for multi-sector collaboration. We're excited to see its impact and are resolved that it will benefit our trauma community. I appreciate the opportunity again to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nathans and Ms. Tannenbaum. May I just see if there are questions of this deputy? by members of the committee? Because if not, I just have a couple. Can you help me, because I might well want to move a motion just because it adds to the advocacy that you talked about. What kind of magnitude of dollars is required as between the different people who would have to fund this to keep it going? What are we talking about per year? A ballpark, it doesn't have to be exact.
Yeah, so the ballpark figure is about $100,000.
Oh.
And that covers the expense for one case manager. And we know that we have gaps around times through the week where we're not able to reach all patients. And that's specifically through the trauma program, which isn't accounting necessarily for those that are treated in the emergency department.
Okay. And maybe, I'm not sure if I sort of know something about the program because I remember it was one of the ones actually that I think had some of its earlier derivations in Chicago, I think, where they, but maybe you could just explain, as opposed to the successes, which you catalog very well, how it works in the context of how you come in contact with the people that you said you were successful in helping.
Sure. So the process is, it's quite simple in its nature. We have a culturally competent, trauma-informed care case manager who has experience working with youth in the community around violence intervention. And he will meet with the patients as soon as is reasonable within the context of their care in the hospital and begin to have a conversation, which starts the intervention and guiding the patients through their recovery and thinking about how they're going to move forward. The care continues post-discharge in the hospital, where the case manager will conduct home visits, have conversations by phone, by text, and is available to patients that have questions about things other than their medical care, but just how they're moving forward with their life. And so our case manager is very familiar with the barriers for young people to move forward once they've experienced these types of injuries, and in consideration for the environments that they're recovering from their injuries in, and can continue to work with them and their families on a healthy, comprehensive recovery pathway, addressing their social risk factors, their underlying needs, those things that perpetuate the cycle of violence.
And Mayor Tory, so prior to funding BRAVE, prior to implementation of BRAVE, essentially our focus was entirely on patching bullet holes, sending patients home only for them to return once again injured and sometimes not surviving their second injuries. So this is an opportunity to prevent that cycle and also to get guns off the street, because every patient of ours who ends up going back to their old environment without the supports, and all those risk factors, they'll end up in the same state. So it saves lives and it gets guns off the street at the same time.
So I'm going to put a fine point on this just for those listening who may not have even picked up on this. I'm sure maybe they have. Essentially, when people come into the hospital and they've been the victim of a gunshot wound, whatever their role might have been and what led to that, you take the opportunity, shall we say, because they're in the hospital being treated, to chat with them about all of these different things you talked about with a view to helping them to get away from that environment that led to them being in the hospital with a gunshot wound, and you're having some success at doing so. Isn't that in a nutshell what the program's about?
Exactly, and I think one of the key considerations is how the program can connect patients to city resources, to the other components of the violence reduction strategy, mental health services, housing, and other agencies like that.
Okay, well, that's my questions, and I thank you very much for that. Is there anybody else who has any questions of these deputies? Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the speakers. Given the increase in gun violence and the number of people who are in need of care and obviously information, I'm just wondering why you're simply asking to maintain the status quo. When we first talked a few years ago, you wanted 100,000, you got 100,000. I'm just wondering whether or not the program should not be expanded. That you would have more than one social worker, for example, to deal with the number of people that you are seeing. I'm just wondering, I'm curious as to whether or not the thought about expanding the program has been entertained.
So thank you for that question. I believe there is opportunity to expand. As Ms. Tannenbaum suggested, we're not reaching patients who might have minor injuries who are discharged from the emergency department, i.e. those who never get admitted. We also have an age limit. So, we're getting most youth, but anybody, over the age of 30 or so actually doesn't get the support that we're providing others. And we think there's an opportunity to expand and an opportunity to build this across other centers as well. And perhaps, we could initiate a hub and spoke model where we might partner with other centers and further develop this. As an example, there are many gunshot wound victims who might be injured at non-trauma centers, and those patients will not have the same opportunities as our patients will have. Ultimately, those patients will find themselves, unfortunately, shot again, and then we'll end up at Sunnybrook. If we have an opportunity to work with other centers through a hub and spoke model, I do think that we could have greater impact. So, we're proposing $100K a year, which is where we currently are. We'd be happy to put together a business plan that speaks to what a hub and spoke model would look like and expanding our own program.
Well, thank you. You took that question, or the statement you made was essentially relating to a question I was going to ask, relating to working with our SDFA and others and so on. So thank you for that. I think I won't move a motion now, but I may move something as we move forward to council, because I'd love to have some further conversations with you and your team as we had done in the past. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. I was just actually working on something on my phone to move a motion here, just to go through to council and talk about just at least getting this funding and possibly considering expanding and address that to the province. So, but you may want to comment on that at the time. If I just literally got 2/3 of the way through. It's very short.
Fair enough.
Yeah. May I see if there are any other questions of these deputies? Okay. Well, thank you very much to both of you. May I ask you to
thank you.
Concur in a motion, colleagues, to close the list for speakers at 2 o'clock today. We've got a number left to hear from on this and other matters, and I think there's a plentiful representation there. And so if you're all concurrent with that, I'll ask all those in favor. Opposed? Carried. So the list will be closed at 2 o'clock, which is in 10 minutes or so. Okay, next we have Sean Mahar, who's on the list here, has indicated to the clerk, I believe, that he's not speaking this afternoon on this matter. So that would bring us next to Dr. Carolyn Snyder, the Chief of Emergency Medicine at St. Michael's Hospital. Dr. Snyder on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Mayor. And
welcome. Thanks for coming. And you have up to 5 minutes to say what you'd like to say, and then I'm sure there'll be some questions.
Thank you very much. I am very fortunate to have been working with Dr. Avery Nathans and Ms. Brandy Tannenbaum in the past, and more recently as we start to envision our own work in hospital-based violence interventions at St. Michael's Hospital. I'm the head of the emergency department there, and we provide care to over 2,000 patients with injuries due to violence every year. In the first 23 days of January, we cared for over 17 patients that required a major trauma team activation with gunshot wounds or stabbings, and very sadly, 4 of them have died. These are just the tip of the iceberg. In addition to this, there are people who were seen at different hospitals. There are people who were pronounced at scene. And there were an estimated 150 patients who we also saw in our emergency department that did not require that major trauma activation. And so it is through that experience that we propose a program that actually starts a little earlier in the pathway and actually captures some of the individuals that are seen just in the emergency department and then discharged home. Dr. Nathans reported on the high recurrent injury rate. In fact, we know that 20% of those who are injured due to violence will be injured again in the next year. And a recent study in Ontario demonstrated that 1 in 17 victims of homicide received hospital care for assault in the year prior. So I am coming today to you to describe the protocol of a program that we have designed at St. Michael's Hospital. Because in addition to my clinical and leadership role, I am a researcher with a focus on emergency department care for youth injured by violence. And in 2013, I led the very first development, implementation, and violence of a hospital-based violence intervention program in Canada. It was in Winnipeg, and we called the program EDVIP, and it is now fully funded by the province of Manitoba. There, through a program of a support worker working with the community and the individuals and their families in the year after their injury, we showed a 43% decrease in repeat violence in the following year, as well as substantial decreases in interaction with the justice system, improved engagement in education, and in mental health and substance use. Since my return to Toronto to lead the department at St. Michael's Hospital, I've worked very closely with the leads of the City of Toronto SafeTO team, including Scott McKean and many colleagues from Toronto Towards Peace Focused TO and the CC RP, as well as academics from U of T, Ryerson and York, hospital clinicians, frontline community workers, and very importantly, a number of City of Toronto citizens, families of victims, and most importantly, lived experience partners to develop a program that would best fit at St. Mike's. Remembering that we are down in a very disadvantaged neighborhood, so many of our patients come directly to our department as opposed to coming by ambulance, and it is important for us not to miss those patients. So the aim of Thrive is developed through stakeholder sessions and co-design, along with using the evidence, both from EDVIP in Winnipeg and the many like Brave and those in the US that we work with, is to connect those victims of violence with a support worker at the time of their injury, supporting they and their family in the emergency department, on the trauma floor, and in the months and year afterwards. Importantly, is that it isn't just from the hospital. We are part of that community. And for us, a part of our program are those essential collaborations with the many City of Toronto programs that are part of the SafeTO program and framework. Dr. Nathan spoke of the real complexity that we're having in terms of getting programs like this funded, the intersectionality of these programs, that they affect justice, that they affect health, that they affect education, are all in fact making it very difficult for us to go to one place to look for funding for programs like this. And I also agree that it's an equity issue. 20% of those who are injured come back with another injury for violence. I, as an emergency physician, would never be able to tolerate a return rate for somebody coming in with chest pain that then returns with a heart attack within the next year. We have all sorts of medicines, we have all sorts of drugs, we have all sorts of care, and yet we continue to have this evidence-based care for people who are injured by violence, and we're not funding it. And so that's, for me, one of the most important things I ask of you, is your ongoing advocacy for these young people, and any assistance you can provide, whether it's at the City of Toronto level or through advocating for us through the provincial systems. And I thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Snyder. Are there questions of this applicant? Could I ask just one then, if there isn't, there aren't others? Have you had a chat with Dr. Nathans at all, without saying which program's better than the other? They're both aimed at the same objective about, doing something, because I think I'd be right in saying that those two hospitals, yours, St. Mike's and Sunnybrook, are the two that would receive the vast majority of the people who are injured in episodes of gun violence. And have you talked about doing something sort of together, and that you take the best of your idea and the one that's already in place with Brave, and doing that on a kind of a joint basis?
Well, I think what's really important, Mayor Tory, is that they are actually they really do overlap in terms of the intent, who provides a program, the interactions and the collaborations with the city. And Brandy and I have actually often talked about the opportunities for collaboration through training and providing care and context together. That's always been the intent. I think where the difference is that there are some differences around how patients arrive at our hospitals and when the right time is to intervene. And I think that's where the slight difference is. I believe strongly in the emergency department being a really important place, because we're going to lose 90% of the people who are injured by violence that come through St. Mike's. It's very different at Sunnybrook. The majority of people who come with penetrating injury or stabbing are going to go there by ambulance and go directly to the trauma room. And so as a result, we have to make sure that they're adapted to the place where we're providing those cares. And I think that's really the heart of the difference of what we're doing.
Thank you very much. And may I just say to you, aside from this, where you're doing obviously good work and giving a lot of thought to it, we appreciate all of us that during the pandemic and otherwise, what goes on in emergency rooms is, I think, beyond the comprehension of most people. And so we appreciate everything you do there on a day-to-day basis as well.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And
okay, are there any other,
if
there are other questions, we'll move on then to the next deputy. Thank Dr. Snyder. The next two, just for keeping on top of the list here, Cassandra Alves from the Kensington Market BIA, and Clint Reed from Collective Impact. Is Cassandra Alves on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. I just wanted to ask if we could switch one of the other deputies, only because he has to go to Mike Shepard before.
Oh, sure.
Yep.
Okay,
Awesome.
well then, with that request, because Mike Shepard is also marked down as being from the Kensington Market BIA, and so if Mr. Shepard is on the line, we'll go to him.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for letting me speak this afternoon and deputizing at this. In Kensington Market, I've owned a business for the last 17 years and seen multiple problems coming through the area, and the mental health crisis in the last 2 years since COVID has started has affected business. I know this is not something that the city can pay for directly, so I ask for advocation on all the other 2 levels of government to get funding, because this is a bigger problem than just what city council should be handling. This is a public health crisis, and we need intervention workers on the street. So these pilot projects need funding, need more hours. We have St. Stephen's across the street from my business, directly across the street. Their hours directly in the morning help hundreds of people every day, except for Saturday mornings. They need their hours extended. They have zero money. They don't even have money. The money they run their food, their drop-in kitchen with is all donations. They need money for staffing, and they need money for longer hours. They need to be able to maybe even work in the evening hours when these people are in more crisis situation as they get later on in the day. Morning hours are usually a little less vibrant, let's say. But later in the evening, especially in the warmer months and the first warm days of the year, it's very active and it's effective. It's affected every single staff member that works for me. That's over 30 people. They've all had incidents with people in the market over the years. Police response has not been the quickest, and police response is not necessarily perfect. I don't agree with defunding the police at all. I do agree with changing the perspective of how police officers look at mentally ill people. And that is going to be a generational change inside the police officers. You've got new officers coming in and older officers going out. So I understand that that's important, but what we are facing in Kensington Market, Yonge and Dundas area, Queen Street West, Parkdale, all these different businesses, all these people that come and work and own in these businesses are affected by what's going on in the streets. And it's not positive. It's effective. It's driving people out of the business. It's driving people out of the city. You know, they're changing jobs and moving out of the city. So I'm not going to take up a lot of your time today. You're doing a lot of great work, and I appreciate it. Your work actually affects our day-to-day lives. You know, not as much as the provincial or federal government, but your work that you guys do. So it's greatly appreciated. And I would like to help out with whatever needs or aspects you need to look at about Kensington Market and the help of this mental health crisis we're facing right now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shepherd. Much appreciated. Are there any questions of this deputy? Okay, then we would move back, if it's okay, to Cassandra Alvis from the Kensington Market BIA also. Ms. Alvis, are you ready to speak?
Yep. Give me one sec. Well, thanks, Mayor Tory, and thanks, Executive Committee, for taking the time to talk to us and listen to us. There's a few of us from the market, and I'm here as the BIA Operations Manager on behalf of some of the communities and to support SafeTO, specifically regarding a comprehensive long-term plan that aims to expand the definition of community safety. We're specifically talking about like community crisis support services and pilots to better support community health and wellness with alternative community-based health models in crisis responses, and also community-led and client-centered, as Mike Shepherd mentioned. Like St. Stephen's would be something very much community-led, which is deeply underfunded. So in the last little bit at the BI, we've just tried to collect as much data regarding issues pertaining to mental health, violence, addiction, overdose, homelessness, and how these issues are collectively and are also intersected and how they're affecting the community. I've had over 40 incident reports, plus hundreds of emails. I have video footage, and I was just hoping to kind of share some of those stories of what's going on our main streets that maybe not everybody has the opportunity to see. So some of those stories kind of sound like this. A woman passed by my shop and was shouting at everyone and threw a A-frame at me, and it was difficult. No one showed up. The police never showed up to deal with her. She comes back every few hours and continues to assault and harass my staff. I live across from Bellevue Park, and I've had threats of violence, misogynist, ageist comments, and have seen 3 overdoses in the past 2 months. The park was completely unusable. Our staff was visibly shaken by being yelled at, and at a person who continued to smash products on the floor, and at our customers. Walking late in the evenings, we hear a lot of screaming and angry yelling. Sometimes there are threats and damage to property. These incidents make us very uncomfortable. Many of my female colleagues are uncomfortable walking at night. A mentally distressed man broke the front of my window several times, came back and broke a window again. Incidents like this are just putting us all in constant stress and hyper alert to dangers of mentally unstable people in the market. I've been in the market for 14 years and I've seen an increase of violence, especially in the summertime. I've seen mentally distressed people assault visitors in the market. I've seen people walk through the market and hit a visitor out of nowhere. I'm just going through a bunch of other stories. I was walking to work and a woman hit and pushed me. The woman appeared very angry and I didn't engage. They then proceeded to throw their cigarette butt at me, and I have stories and stories and stories of these people passed out in front of streets and in front of businesses. And all of these issues have either caused some mental stress on the people who live here, cost of damage, loss of customers. It's been very difficult for a lot of our small businesses, especially during COVID, which has exacerbated absolutely everything. So hearing all these stories on my end is very difficult because I have little to no resources or support to provide, nor do our community officers. They're not able to do very much, especially with repeat offenders that we have specifically in Kensington Market. And so we know this is like a deeply complicated issue to address. It also obviously has a lot of parallels with the previous agenda item and the pilot projects, but we really do need like a strong new approach for programs that allow our businesses and our main streets to thrive, staff and residents to feel safe, and just provide our marginalized community members with accessible supportive programs and more programs. So we just want to encourage prevention, harm reduction, treatment, rehabilitation, and enforcement to be a more full circle approach to mental illness, addiction, abuse, which typically then end up leading to violence, homelessness, and the loss of lives in our community. And that's all I have. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Alvis, are there any questions of this deputy? Thank you very much for being part of the discussion today. Next deputy would be Clint Reed from Collective Impact. Is Clint Reed on the phone or on the line with us?
Chair Clint Reed is on the line. His mic is unmuted.
Clint Reed, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
He's done which? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes, I am here.
Oh, hi, Mr. Reed. Thanks for joining us. You have up to 5 minutes to make your deputation. There may be some questions, so please go ahead. You're most welcome.
Thank you. I was unmuted. My apologies there, Mayor. I was unmuted.
Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, folks. My name is Clinton Reed, and I am calling in. I appreciate you giving me the moment to have this discussion with you folks. Addressing specifically around the SafeTO implementation, I bring forward to you folks a few of the community feedback that I received from a couple of community agencies. In the current structure, in the way that SafeTO is meant and is positioned in terms of addressing some of the challenges that we have in our community. The current structure in our response is challenged. And what I mean by challenged in terms of the poor coordination, limited accountability mechanisms that are built into the SafeTO implementation plan. With the implementation of SafeTO, the City of Toronto and the community, as well as the city, has a unique opportunity really to do better work from a collective response as we're looking at guns and gang violence. And I mentioned the word gang violence because that is something that is missing throughout the SafeTO implementation. It seems that anything to do with gangs has not been incorporated into this piece. Our asks from the community is just to ensure the 2022 budget proposals actually reflect SafeTO commitments from other agencies. And I'm speaking to this from a lens of the community safety project that happened during the summer of 2021, where 7 pilot projects were launched with and were coordinated by the SDF unit, who has done an amazing job in bringing this initiative together. They coordinated the executive leadership table through your direction, Mayor, in terms of actually being able to inter-agency coordination of the summer safety pilot projects to inform the SafeTO implementation. What we recognized as I was reading documents was in terms of each of the pilots, a summary of that from what I read was an average of $170,000 was spent on staffing to actually resource these particular pilot projects. And the reason why I'm actually indicating about the summer safety pilot projects is how did those results of those particular pilots actually inform the framework? What was learned from out of those particular pieces? The point that I'm alluding to here is that we have not seen any budget commitments from any of the agencies, whether it's Toronto Community Housing, whether it is TPS. And I have the privilege of sitting on the TPS anti-racism committee. And we did ask this question to the Toronto Police to say, what is their commitment to SafeTO implementation for 2022-2023? And unfortunately, there is nowhere in the Toronto Police budget that indicates there is a resource budget or allocation of resource towards SafeTO. And that's a cause of concern for us in the community. If the executive leadership table is made up of all these interagencies, how come these interagencies, as we're rolling out SafeTO, have not allocated any budgets based on the learnings that they got from those particular pilots? So that is one of the first asks that we're saying. It's just we need to make sure that all the interagencies that took part in this initiative actually have budget allocation for this. The second point to this piece is the fact that community was not included in the summer safety pilots. I have spoken to multiple agencies that work around the gun violence files, Zero Gun Violence, Public Health Alliance, Jamaican Canadian Association, HNIC. I've spoken to a bunch of different organizations that were not involved in the summer safety pilots that happened last year, July till September. So that's for us as a community, that's a raise of concern in terms of that piece. My second piece that I wanted to allude to is the fact that we spoke so passionately earlier on this morning about crisis response pilot and the amount of community members that are involved, the community agencies and this coordination. But when we talk about the gun violence file, there is none of that rosy, cherry relationship that we've had with community that has happened on the crisis response side. So it really begs the question to say, how come the leadership at the table for the community is not represented? We've done a lot of talking throughout the years in terms of consultations. They were consultations, we've talked. I think we've gone beyond the talking and engagement piece. And then let's bring the community leaders as active participants at the executive leadership table, helping to guide the implementation of the gun violence file and so forth. So that is also challenging in terms of that. And then we're also not seeing an anchor agency model when it comes to the gun violence file, right? There is this gun violence office that's going to be established. But again, why wasn't the model of an interagency relationship and so forth? Why come that wasn't implemented on the gun violence when there are many agencies on the front begging to work with the city in terms of bringing in local solutions? So we are missing that development of an anchor agency or lead agency throughout this entire gun violence file engagement piece. The third piece that I had was just building a little bit better of accountability in the gun violence office. You know, we asked for a secretariat, Mayor, where there was a letter directed to you last year in terms of asking for a secretariat, that's dedicated office. What we are asking for is making sure that there's accountability built into that, as well as the benchmarks needed to measure to make sure that we are actually hitting the targets correctly. Even further, to connect this particular initiative to provincial and federal government, why don't we expand the naming of this Toronto office? Why don't we say Toronto Office to Prevent Gun Violence, Gun and Gang Violence? Why don't we change the name to actually incorporate the gang violence piece? What that allows us to do is now to coordinate resources that are allocated with Engage 416 that the Toronto Police have that could fall under the banner of SafeTO. Secondly, talking about budgeting and renaming and reframing and using assets, what happens with the youth safety grants? How come we haven't looked at those youth safety grants to say what has been working, what agencies have been doing the work? why don't we bring the youth safety grants together? Why don't we bring the community safety grants that are put together and use those under that office so we can reevaluate how we use our resources to make sure that we're having significant impact?
Can I ask you to draw to a conclusion now, Mr. Reid?
Yes. So for our asks, again, is making sure that there's budget allocation from other city agencies. So this actual gun violence fund actually has the support, as well as to expand the type of support that you need for the BRAVE programs, so they don't have to do year-to-year grants. Give them a 3-year grant, give them a 5-year grant to do what they would need to do. So the last point is, again, utilize financial resources. Thank you. Utilize the financial resources from the community response funds to implement strategies identified by place-based gun prevention safety networks, and utilize the focus networks that you have. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. Other questions of the deputy? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Reid. Next, we have Jen Van Aersel. I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name. Is Ms. Van Aersel on the phone? On the line?
Yes, I am. You did an excellent job, Mayor Tory. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, please.
You could have just said Jennifer. That's easier.
Please be welcome, and please make your comments, which can be up to 5 minutes, and then we may have some questions.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Tory and Executive Committee. My name's Jennifer Van Aersel. I've been asked to speak with you on how the encampments and the homelessness and the drug addiction here in Kensington Market have affected me as a resident. So I live next to Sonia's Parkette, and we've lived here in the market for more than 20 years. For those of you who do not know, Sonia's Park is a very special place. It's a true neighborhood park that's actually bordered by 3 houses who all share a property line with the park. So the closest tent in this encampment is actually 1 meter from our house. St. Stephen's is around the corner. Transients and drug use have always been a factor in this park. This is Kensington Market after all. Throughout the years, people have set up tents every once in a while. I would contact the parks ambassador and they'd be removed. This all changed in 2020. There's been a continual encampment in Sonia's Parkette since June of 2020. That's over 18 months, more than a year and a half. There was a change in attitude, but not policy, that was never communicated to those who are most affected by it. I've been emailing various people in the city regularly for months, but very little has changed. These encampments are not safe. We all know the obvious: noise, drugs, garbage, but I'm here to talk about how it's affected me. And while all of those do, that's not the biggest thing. The biggest thing is fear. I've been living with anxiety and fear for a year and a half. Fear they will trespass on my property again. Fear they'll damage my car again. Fear they'll threaten me or my tenants again. We've had 2 tenants. One's already moved. The other has said they want to move. Fear they're going to physically hurt me. They've beaten up the other neighbors. Fear they'll hurt each other again. Fear someone else will die. There's already been 2 deaths. Fear they'll try to kill somebody else again. Fear they'll damage our house or garage. Fear they're going to set fire to the park again. There's propane heaters in all their tents. We call the fire department, but unless they're out in the open, they do nothing. There have been 5 fires that I know in this park. They have paint cans and propane tanks in their tents. And they're all right next to our garage, which, like your garages, has propane and gasoline and other things in it. And this could lead to a very big explosion. Fear that we're never going to get our beautiful little park back, right? Green space is so precious downtown. The neighborhood has taken ownership of this park, right? We plant flowers, bushes, and maintain it. All of this is now being destroyed. I've watched the encampment residents actively chase neighbors out who want to use the park or walk their dogs. The garbage they collect is staggering. The other week, the city brought in a bulldozer that took away 6 loads of trash. Every time I hear a noise from the park, I run to the window. Is it another meth head in withdrawal, screaming for hours on end? Are they attacking each other? Are they attacking your neighbor? Do I need to call 911? Is it harmless? Every time. And this is multiple times a day, every day. We talk about the mental health of the residents, but what about my health? The mental health of my neighbors, who are all living with these illegal and dangerous encampments every day. We've put up lights and cameras to protect our house and ourselves. I check them constantly, which of course only adds to my anxiety. A few weeks ago, one of the encampment residents actually knocked on our door and threatened us. He said, "This is our park and we're staying and we're not leaving, and don't try to kick us out." And guess what? He's still there with the blessing of your encampment's office. So there's a sense of entitlement. They live here. There's no rules, no accountability, no consequences. They do drugs, they fight, they steal, they set each other on fire with no accountability. If I were to assault someone or steal something, I'd be arrested and charged. We call 911 and nothing happens. There's no consequences. The city seems to think that allowing them to live here and them stealing and taking drugs and fighting and harassing are totally separate issues. They're not. They're fully entwined and directly hurt the neighbors in the community. When it was warmer and the restaurants had their patios, the encampment residents would run over, harass diners, steal food directly off of their plates. I watched waitresses run, afraid. Let's not even talk about the needles. They finally resolved the sewage problem as a porta potty was installed in October, but they were urinating and defecating in the park for well over a year. Housing is offered to them weekly, if not daily, but they say no. But what's the end game? No one seems to have this answer, right? I email 311 all the time. I get the standard response that says encampments are not allowed. But this has been a year and a half. The city says it's a police issue. The police say it's the city's responsibility. And everyone's just passing the buck. I'm not an uncompassionate person. I've been compassionate. I've been patient. But it's been more than 18 months of a continuous illegal encampment meters from my house.
Not to in any way be insensitive to the comments, but if you could make some concluding comments, we're just near the end of our time. Thank you.
Absolutely. I was just about to wrap up, Mayor Tory. Say, somehow this has all been put on the shoulders of us who live here, work hard, pay our taxes, patronize the stores, and do the right thing. And we're being forced to bear this burden of living next to these criminals. And what's the end game? When can I hope to get my life back and no longer live in fear? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Are there any questions of the deputy? This is certainly an ongoing, we're well aware of the place that you talked about, certainly the deputy mayor bylaw and myself, and we're well aware of that, and we're trying to deal with these things in as effective and yet compassionate and sensitive a way as possible, but your comments are helpful to us. We thank you. All right, we then go to Francisca Duran from submission, who also filed a written submission. Is Francisca Duran on the line?
Mr. Chair, this person has dropped off the line, as has the next speaker.
Wang Si Chu
has also dropped off the
Okay.
line.
Okay, I think then, if I'm not mistaken, Madam Clerk, that brings us to the end of our list of deputies on this matter.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So on that note, then, I would ask that we could move to questions of staff on the SafeTO implementation plan. And I see Councillor McKelvey's hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is for city staff. What does success look like for this program? What are the metrics that you're using to evaluate it?
Through the mayor, thank you, Councillor McKelvey, for the question. I would say that SafeTO is a multi-year, multi-action strategy as opposed to one single program. I think that there's some confusion just listening to a few deputants about just the scope of what is covered under SafeTO. So I just want to clarify that. But perhaps taking it from some of the core things that I heard through some of the deputants, I think community and city council expectation, and perhaps our own, would define success as largely being a positive impact on reducing gun violence in the city, of supporting residents to heal and recover from trauma, and of creating the conditions of equity that proactively prevents violence in communities in all forms. In a more nuanced level, though, we have a preliminary population indicator framework developed from SafeTO, working with a variety of partners that's based on the social determinants of health. And in year one, we will be refining that to include more performance measures so that we can evaluate and ensure that we are accountable for the overall performance of this work.
Okay, I have 3 more questions. So what are the interdepartmental and interagency oversight? Like, how are you managing that, and what is the role of the city manager's office?
Sure. So I would say, as you know, Councillor McKelvey, the division that I lead has a lot of experience in trying to advance complex multi-sector strategies. And one of the things that we've learned is that we need different structures of collaboration. We need to have agreements. We need to have council and board approvals. And we need to ensure that there's funding and resourcing for resident participation throughout. So all of that is being brought to bear on SafeTO. There is regular reporting to council. We have board approvals from all major agencies, including police, TTC, TCHC, and school boards. We are establishing a multi-sector advisory. We have an executive leadership table with the sort of leads from all of the city entities. And throughout the last year, we've reported to the mayor, the police chief, the medical officer of health, and the city manager on progress. We have an internal city working group of all divisions and agencies, and we'll escalate to the city manager and the senior leadership team. There are multiple working groups that will be part of our process that will include funded resident lived experience advisory and leadership. And then finally, we are creating a director of community safety and well-being to lead and pull together all of the safety related work. And they will oversee an integrated staff team that will include staff from the police, TCHC, TTC, and public health. So we're trying to cover all bases because our system is complex and it's not about one single entity that can manage and deliver it all. It is about all of those structures.
Okay. What is the current status of the safety networks and how are they going to be integrated into SafeTO? And then I have one more question after that.
Okay. So SafeTO obviously gives us an opportunity to integrate the things that are existing and to channel them to greater impacts. So there's 26 community safety formal and informal networks, 6 focus tables, a number of residents groups, and 12 youth violence prevention grants that are all going to be better integrated into this work. The community crisis response enhancements that are proposed in the budget will allow us to further support the community safety networks. And there will be greater conversations with the various networks I just described in order to figure out more how these things can continue to be integrated towards greatest impact.
Okay, and so I assume we'll continue to see that in the future reporting. Okay, and the last question then is, as counselors, what can we do to help with the SafeTO implementation?
So I really appreciate that question, Councillor McKelvey. And as we develop this work further with our partners, I would say that there are 3 things. One is that councillors can continue to do the ongoing support to community partnerships and safety networks and coalitions like you have been, ensuring that SafeTO priorities are part of their work. You can continue to champion capacity building supports, working with divisions to ensure that residents get the right kinds of things they need to exercise leadership in this work. And of course, all of you have intergovernmental conversations with your other colleagues in other governments. And as you heard this morning, and it's really important for the overall SafeTO agenda, we need help to continue to embed intergovernmental advocacy into the work, both in terms of service alignment as well as policy alignment, as well as new investment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKelvey and Ms. Campbell. Are there other questions of staff? I see both Councillor Pasternak and Deputy Mayor Barlow, so we'll go to Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, the numbers being asked here, as far as the budget is concerned, is actually quite small. Do we have a staff complement that's going to push this policy, sort of track it, manage it, advocate it for?
So through the mayor, Councillor Pasternak, thank you. So on the sort of narrow SafeTO infrastructure pieces, there is 1.4 million included in the staff recommended budget. This comes with a complement of 9 staff that will be divided between the Toronto Office to Prevent Gun Violence, as well as the multi-sector data center. That also includes resources to support community partnerships as part of this, the ongoing leadership and implementation, as well as to support lived experience advisories. And then there are, because SafeTO is an umbrella, the 8.5 million for the community crisis response that we spoke about earlier, and 2 million to enhance the community crisis response program are also towards supporting SafeTO in this first implementation year.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Now, the partnerships themselves, there's a lot here. And I'm just wondering whether it's maybe too unwieldy. We're always looking for partners, but you know, I'm counting a large number of them. I get them vetted and they're good to go on this program.
So absolutely, Councillor, the vision, you're right, there is a lot of partners, and the vision for SafeTO that Council endorsed in July and that the provincial mandate requires is about doing it as a multi-sectorial partnership. So we do need all systems, from education to justice to community leadership to health and others at the table trying to advance this work. At our SafeTO advisory, we have 27 partners that include 6 city divisions and agencies, 3 in justice, 4 in mental health and health partners, 2 education partners, 2 child welfare partners, and 10 community agencies and residents at the core of the table. And to execute this will require more. So it is a lot. And that's part of why we have to have a number of structures of collaboration to ensure that those partners aren't just saying they're participating, but are actually contributing, and methods of accountability to ensure that their contributions are in line with what we're trying to do and are having the most impact in communities and in response to resident direction.
Okay. Just very quickly, when I think of gun violence, I think of things like gun buyback, border control for illegal guns being smuggled, criminal justice reform. These are really big pieces. Are they outside the scope of this plan?
No, Councillor.
So here are they.
Oh, my apologies. I think I cut you off.
Oh no, I'm done. That's good.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Fasternack. So the full spectrum of intervention and prevention efforts need to be considered as part of this multi-sector gun violence reduction approach. So what's in front of you isn't a full-fledged, deeply thought out plan, because we haven't built that yet. Council needs to give us direction to create the office to pursue the plan. And then the work of this year is to bring the partners together, picking up on work that we've done before on what community is saying in order to create a comprehensive plan. At this point, I think many things are on the table in order to ensure that community is supported, that we have resident and community-led initiatives, that police is doing their part, and other sectors are playing meaningful roles in what needs to be a joined up strategy. What we're doing now have, you know, pieces of impact, but it's siloed and it's not having the kinds of outcomes that I think council expects and community expects. So we need to do something different, and it needs to be a whole of government, whole of community approach, with trying some very different and bold strategies and just plugging away at some of the not so sexy but really important things to community.
Okay, thank you very much, Denise.
Councillor Pasternak, thank you. Deputy Mayor Bailau, and then Councillor East.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Denise, one thing that we've worked on during the pandemic, and then I think it worked extremely well, it's these tables that we've put together by areas that we coordinate, and we bring all kinds of agencies to deal with so many issues. Is this what you're thinking too? Because I mean, it's an issue. I mean, to deal with gun violence, you need so much things, right? You need to deal with all kinds of different issues, from youth programming to food security, you name it, right? So is that the goal, that we bring also a more coordinated and focused approach to our partners so that we hear from them and can coordinate that better as well?
Yes, Councillor, that's exactly it. It's not, this isn't about just introducing one new program. This is about everyone agreeing to move in the same direction with the same vision and some of the same priorities. It is about coordinating that action towards this. It's about obviously bringing in new partners as well and ensuring that communities are well resourced to do ongoing work. And I think that's the complexity of this, because it isn't just one program. But as we move forward, we'll have the opportunity to focus and to be able to say to council, okay, here is what the gun violence reduction plan is very specifically, and what is happening in that work, and the KPIs that are that we're measuring to ensure accountability. But that is not the only kind of form of violence that the SafeTO plan is looking at. And in future years, we'll come to you and say, this is the area we need to expand in, and look for council endorsement for those other activities. There are 26 actions and 7 goals in SafeTO. So it's a lot of work to do, and that's why it's a 10-year plan.
Okay. The community crisis response program, I mean, it's not new. We've had it in the city, right? We're enhancing it.
Yes. So I'm very excited about this one, I have to say, because that program, I think 2007, 2008, has done some extraordinary work, but the complexity of violence and community trauma is changing. Our recognition of the need to support our partners in community more extensively. My staff are beyond their capacity, and so we need to grow the program, deepen our investments in community partners. And that's what the enhancements that is in the recommended budget. It will take us 2 years to grow to enable a 24/7 capacity that I think is at the level of response that we envision in that community and you expect of us.
And so it has been around since 2007, 2008. So has any evaluation been done since then? Like, have we gone out to some of these communities that had these services and gotten feedback? Have we, at any point in time, have we done any evaluation, and is that being taken into consideration as we enhance this program?
So there, part of the enhancement is some money put aside for ongoing evaluation. It is our practice in social development to do ongoing course correction and talking with partners and agencies. We've been doing that over the last year in particular, especially given some direction by council. We have brought in some external evaluators to help us with our own staff health and well-being component while doing this work. As you can imagine, there's a lot of vicarious trauma that staff experience. So while there hasn't been an overall program evaluation to date, there has been a number of things that we've been doing to improve. And now this year we'll have resources that will allow us to formally evaluate the program.
Okay, those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Barlow. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through Mayor Tory to Ms. Campbell. Ms. Campbell, could you explain a bit about in SafeTO how we're partnering with community organizations? Like the one that stands out for me here in Eastern Scarborough is Scarborough Rise. That the Ontario Poet Laureate Randall Legge is actually in charge of, I'll say, for lack of a better word.
So I would say the community partnership is in a couple of places embedded. So as I noted earlier, some community agencies, not all of them, of course, are part of the SafeTO advisory, currently at 27 partners. There is resources for us to embed and support community participation in the Office to Prevent Gun Violence, and to create lived experience advisories based on our success with that model with poverty reduction. We're going to need to leverage existing community networks to support particular pieces of this work. And I think, as we evolve this work, we certainly are going to need to continue to put money into community for community-led responses that we can test, learn from, and in some ways replicate or scale if that's what's required.
Okay. And in terms of partnerships, when we look at the school boards, for example, can you explain how we tie in with SafeTO? Once again, I'll use an example in my end of the city, Mother Teresa Academy. I have a lot of kids that in my ward that go to it, but they always say, the school gets a bad reputation because of violence in the area, and they don't have resources for recreation programming after school. And I have a similar experience in the south end of my ward where I have 3 recreation centers without any recreational space. And how will SafeTO, what are the opportunities there?
So I would say, Councillor, that a big part of the vision and values of SafeTO has to do with investing in upstream prevention and engagement and employment opportunities for residents. So to that end, the engagement of school boards have been critical. We worked with them last year very formally on our pilot program testing an integrated model around gun violence reduction. And we see ongoing engagement of their data, of a number of opportunities with the school boards. Recreation and other supports are going to be critical, again, in that more preventative upstream investments. I think it's important to think of SafeTO as an umbrella under which many things will need to come together in a much more coordinated system in order to support our collective goal of having a safe and well city that everyone gets to participate in. I would mislead you, Councillor, if I'm suggesting that it's all figured out. So, we came to you with a plan in July. Now here are the priorities for the first step of implementation. But this is a co-design, co-development opportunity. We have a lot of work to do to build with our partners to figure out some more precision and detail in some of the relationships and some of the initiatives that will need to come forward.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Ms. Campbell. Mayor Tory, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Denise and Ms. Campbell. I know you work hard and your team work really hard and so on. And I ask you this question, and it may be before your time, but in 2004, we had the Community Safety Plan. Much of what you're talking about and formulating as part of this new plan seems to have been born out of and or had suggested the collaboration. For example, we had a group that was led by the mayor, Roy McMurtry, the Attorney General then was involved. We had all the school board, we had councillors, and much of what you're talking about today with respect to coordinated system, co-design, development, et cetera, much of what you talked about as part of this plan was embedded in that. I'm just wondering, were you able to go back and take a look at that and to see what actually worked then and to see what you're suggesting now in terms of how that would work? Because it seems 18 years later, and this is not a knock on you, I'm just simply saying 18 years later, we are actually back to where we were in 2004, 2003, the year of the gun. And I just wanted to understand, we had invested a whole bunch of monies into this, and yet we haven't gotten the results that we, I guess, had envisioned. Now we're actually putting together a framework that, if you look at that plan, it's very similar. I'm just wondering, in terms of the outcome, what will be different this time?
So I really appreciate that question, Deputy Mayor Thompson, and colleagues of mine at the Toronto Police Board and I have had some of these conversations. As you know, it's certainly a consideration. I would say a couple things. Number one, that I think the landscape and scope of around community safety has evolved and changed since then. So for example, social media is a dynamic in which we were not, the city was not and community was not dealing with in 2004. I would say that part of SafeTO is about an evolution of that work. But you're right, a lot of the core ingredients were present back then, and a lot of things actually were accomplished. And I would say that a number of those flagship programs and learnings like a place-based approach, the remix programs, those things still exist. What I think is different now, one is there's a provincial legislation. It is not just about the city trying to do what we think is right. Now everybody is, all the provinces are mandated to do it. Secondly, I think that there's been a maturing, maybe an evolution in the relationships that we have with the Toronto Police Service, the board and the chief's office, at least in the last year, to move a whole bunch of pieces of this work that we didn't have necessarily then. And I think we have a lot of community strength, given years of investment, that is holding us to account and ready to partner and advance work in a way that we didn't have back then. And as I said, the whole social media piece is a whole new terrain of work that that SafeTO must step into if we're going to be effective.
So I just have two additional questions. In one of the action items that's in your list here, you talk about getting a business representative to be part of that. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, we have done some work with the BIAs
Yes.
as part of this, and we'll be embedding a BIA representative into this office work to ensure that we are paying attention to private sector and how they can support this work.
Fair enough, but would it be fair to say that not all business areas and not all areas of the city in terms of where criminal activities take place are one and the same? Would you not agree that there are unique differences amongst varying areas of the city? So just one part of my question.
Yes, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor.
And the other part of my question, I don't see anywhere here as part of this report, and maybe I've missed it, so you can point it out to me, but we're not talking with, for example, the members who would be considered members of gangs and people who have been involved in criminal activities and so on to get their feedback. In 2004, we did do that. I know I went into some of the jails and talked to folks and so on, got some response, and we were able to formulate some ideas. I'm just wondering, how are you facilitating that? Because it seems to me that he who gets involved in these engagement needs to be spoken with as well in order to learn from them. I'm just wondering how would we learn from them?
So absolutely, Deputy Mayor, I would say that throughout the SafeTO consultation process to develop the plan, the vision that is in front of you in July and now, we have been having those conversations. We've also been leveraging our Towards Peace program to have those conversations, and we will continue to do that. So we absolutely agree that those most impacted by the situation that we're trying to improve need to be at the core of our work and be a part of developing solutions. And that has been our practice. It doesn't scream that in perhaps in the documents, but that is definitely part of what we've done and will continue to do.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Are there questions of staff from anyone else on the committee? Okay, well then I think on that note we can move to remarks by, is there anybody from visiting with the committee from outside that would like to say any remarks? I don't see anybody, but not to say there isn't someone. Okay, otherwise then I'm happy to turn it over to members of the committee who wish to speak. Okay, if there's no one else that wants to, I will speak very briefly, just because I have a motion as well. I just want to say I didn't have a lot of questions because I've been involved in some briefings and obviously read the report as my colleagues did. And I just want to say thank you again, because again, this is a pretty fast piece of work in following in the wake of the, I'll call it the approval in principle that was undertaken at the meeting, I think in the summer. And I think what we have here, and I do have a motion, I maybe asked, did the clerk have that motion? I think you do. Just put that up. It just has to do with that BRAVE program that Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson and I were speaking about. And it just really says, consistent with the goals and methods of SafeTO, including the reduction of gun violence, that we strongly urge the Government of Ontario to fund the successful BRAVE program, at least to the extent of the current funding of $100,000, and give consideration to the expansion of this program, both at Sunnybrook and possibly other appropriate hospitals. And I think we've been kind of casually in touch with them, but I think this coming up through the city council to be a more formal request, they do that. I think we'll put it on the map and give us all a chance to kind of speak to that motion at council, but also to speak to the government about it. So I just want to say to the staff, thank you for coming forward with a program that I think, again, while we didn't have the deputants in the same way telling us what I think is the case, that this is a very forward-looking, very progressive, innovative kind of program. And I believe that the most important thing about it, it is directly responsive. It may not be 100% because you never can achieve 100, but you can try. I think it is directly responsive to what the community has said to me. And I think to some of the others of you, because Deputy Mayor Thompson and others have made reference in their remarks to the fact that the community wanted to be involved and felt over the years with all these various different programs they weren't really, that we sort of went out, listened to them for a few minutes, and then went back and developed the program ourselves. And so not only in this case have we listened very carefully to the community, have accepted enthusiastically their wish to be involved, but we have put them right at the table in many cases as partners. And I think it's kind of, 27 and counting, because I think there'll end up being a very large number of partners, whether they be formal partners in the sense of the 27 or whether they will be partners in a different context. And I think what you've ended up with here is exactly what we would want, which is a safety encouraging, social infrastructure building, crime prevention umbrella, to use the expression I think Denise Campbell herself used. I've been asked a couple of times, as usual, because we always get these questions that sort of say it's an either or choice, and either you can do something like this, which focuses on crime prevention and hopes the police never get called, or you can support the police. And I said, no. I mean, we continue to support the police. We continue to invest in kids and families, and we put in place something like this that is meant to prevent crime and to get at what they've always called the root causes of crime. So I just want to say thank you again to the staff led by Ms. Campbell and her whole team for a job well done on something that we're going to have to work hard at to make it work. But I'm absolutely confident we can, and I'm absolutely confident we'll be able to measure the difference. We'll be able to measure the difference. So I thank you for your patience with me, and I'll see if there's anybody else who wants to say a word, and otherwise, Deputy Mayor Thompson, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just want, as you have done, to loud out and applaud Ms. Campbell and the work that she has done with her team. This, as it relates to the question that I asked around the community safety plan that we had introduced in 2004, just to sort of, sound out the staff on their review of that along with what's being proposed, because obviously crime, violence, and mental health and so on, and poverty, poor housing, all of these things all go together, quite frankly. And you're right, Mayor, it's not a choice. It's not one or the other. I mean, it's prevention, and of course we want to make sure that there is the ability to respond to the deterrence, to ensure that there are measures and mechanisms to respond to crime. And so as we continue to fight crime because of issues that creates the conditions for them, we can't look at the, not investing in both the preventative aspect as well as measures to respond to crime. I think it's extremely important that we continue to work collaboratively, because I think crime, violence, and community safety is everyone's responsibility. It isn't just a responsibility of the police, and it is not just the responsibility of the shop owners and members of the community. It's everyone's responsibility, and there isn't one specific solution that is actually going to resolve the issue. It has to be a multi-solution, multi-prong approach in terms of dealing with these challenges. And we have been fighting this now for a long period of time. There are many things that we're doing as a city that are not necessarily within our control that we have to respond to, such as the influx of guns that are coming in through varying channels across the border and so on. We have seen, I guess, a system now in which people are much more disposed at utilizing guns in a way that we had not seen it before and so on. And there was a time when we would actually say that only certain areas of the city had a problem. Now we are seeing it right across the city and so on, and it is of great importance to all of us in terms of responding to the issue in terms of what is the local government doing. But at the same time, the provincial and federal governments, they have a responsibility as well. I think it's extremely important that they know that with the support of the municipality, we can actually create and make an impact on crime in our communities and making our communities safer. It's something that we must do. We look at places like Chicago and places like New York. I had some conversation just this week with folks in Chicago and New York, and some of the things that the mayor there, Adams, is actually doing. Talk about precision policing and so on, and some of the things that they've done in terms of data use to respond to crime. But at the same time, investing in our community, investing in our young people, investing in the families, helping the moms and dads in terms of creating opportunities for them, better jobs, better opportunities for them all. I think that is something that we need to continue to champion. And I know that it is something that we've all been working hard on. As councillors, certainly we have a strong role to play along with our staff and all of the community partners and agencies to make sure that we have a safe city, we have safe communities and so on. It's really important though to recognize that this isn't just a policing problem. And it isn't just simply a matter of suggesting that, if we divest monies for policing, then we can put it into other programs and so on, because we actually need to do both. We need to invest in policing, and Mr. Mayor, you know this, and I've talked about this a number of occasions. I have called for a reduction in police budgets in the past and so on. This isn't the time to do it because, quite frankly, we don't have enough of the manpower to be able to, and womanpower to be able to respond to some of the crises that are taking place in our city. We are now formulating a crisis response team, working pilot program that we talked about earlier. These are all things that are necessary. At the end of the day, we have, if you compare to American cities, we have a safe city. But for us as our standard, it's not safe enough, and we're going to do a better job in terms of addressing it through these programs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Are there any other people wishing to speak? Okay, now I've just realized in reviewing the recommendations, and I read it before, I had not realized that there actually is a recommendation dealing with the BRAVE program. The only thing it doesn't have in it is the specific amount of the funding that was conveyed to us in the deputation. So I'm quite happy actually to leave what's in there, which is a statement that's much the same, except even better worded, as a recommendation that's part of what's being moved in support of this report. And I guess, Madam Clerk, does that require me to withdraw, or does there have to be a motion approving the withdrawal of the motion that I put?
Can I ask you a question on that, Mr. Mayor?
Of course.
So is it that the report's asking that the provincial government help with respect to funding? Because
yes.
What is our position there? Because I thought that's what the report was doing, and it wasn't clear to me whether or not we would continue to maintain our funding to the program, which is the 100,000 that you move in your motion.
Yeah, it doesn't. The recommendation in the report doesn't say anything about that. It just says it reiterates our request to the province to provide funding.
Right.
And my motion doesn't address that either. And I hadn't, so neither one committed for us to continue with the funding. It asked the province to do it, but.
But I'm just simply saying, could you amend your motion, or we can work on it in council? I've already spoken to Ms. Campbell about some ideas that I have. That
why don't we do that? I think because you indicated you were going to do that as well. If we leave the motion as is in the recommendations, I can withdraw my motion if that's permissible, and then we'll just pass that, and we can do some further work at council about making sure that we just don't let the program disappear no matter what. That's really what.
Right. And I didn't want to move the motion on the fly. I wanted to have an in-depth discussion.
No, you were more thoughtful than I was about that, and I reviewed the recommendation. So, Madam Clerk, is it just good enough that I should withdraw the motion at this stage?
You can move a motion to withdraw.
All right, I will move that the motion that I had put concerning the BRAVE program be withdrawn. Can I call the question on that? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I will move the staff recommendations in this report for this item on SafeTO implementation. And if there are no further comments, I will call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, then that brings us, I've got so many pieces of paper here. It's actually saying, I don't know if it brings us to East Harbour. I think it does. There's just something in between. I'm just going to check. maybe Edward could help me. He's in the next room. But just the Go expansion program, did we already approve that? I don't have something that tells me that.
Item 3 is still before you, so the update on the Go
Yeah,
expansion.
that's it. Okay, it is still in front of us, and it's in front of us because motion coming from Councillor Bradford, which I'm to put on his behalf. So yes, that's right, here it is. Let me find it here. Okay, I can't find it, so somebody's got to bring it to me. So let's start then in the normal manner. There are no deputants. Are there any questions of staff on the Metrolinx Go expansion program, first quarter 22? Councillor Fletcher, yes.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm just wondering, and I read Councillor Bradford's letter, and it really has to do with all of the kind of the natural environment. And I'm wondering if our staff can tell me just how much of that was covered in the environmental assessment in any way. Did it not cover all of these issues about the sensitivity of the ravines, and I'll add in the Don Valley area itself as well?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, Councillor Fletcher, these requirements that are noted in Councillor Bradford's letter are components of the EA, and I believe that what he's doing is he wants to reemphasize. I don't want to speak for him, but I think he's reemphasizing the need for Metrolinx to fulfill these requirements, and we are currently working very closely with Metrolinx to make sure that they do that.
Thank you for that. And because we do have a number of sensitive areas that Metrolinx is working with in our city. And the other one, of course, is the layover. Is it still the 20 acres in the Don Valley Park that they're interested in?
So through you, through the mayor again, to you, Councillor, I'm not sure what the conversion is, but it is 2.3 hectares of land that is being utilized. Primarily, it is Metrolinx land with a smaller portion that is going to be where they're going to be seeking city land.
Could you confirm that for me? What if that the original ask was actually, I believe, 20 acres, and now it sounds like it's down to about 9 or 10, and how big of a chunk the city has there? That's, I think it's sometimes, and I don't mean this in a mean way, but it is a moving target at sometimes getting the consistent information. You might agree with me, but maybe you can't.
So through you, through the mayor again, to yourself, Councillor, I believe I'm just getting some clarity. I think it's about 5.7 acres of land that's now being considered. Yes.
And that's down from how much?
From the original, I believe, as you said, probably the original 20 acres that was initially contemplated. Okay, and this, you might not be able to answer this one, but it has to do with the park. I can't say the name, the Wascatchinach Park, which is the Don Valley Park. Is this located in any way, shape, or form within the boundaries of the park that the city has said we are supporting and want to see built as our own central park in the center of the city? Through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps that is something better responded to by our colleagues in Parks and Forestry. I'm not sure if I can answer that question.
I don't know if they're here.
Is there anybody here from Parks, Forestry, and Recreation that are standing by on files that may come up?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillor. This is Kim Statham. I'm the Acting Director of Urban Forestry. I can confirm that the location of the proposed Don Valley layover site is within the Lower Don Parklands, just north of the Bloor Viaduct.
Just north of the, and how far north does that go, Kim? Between the Bloor Viaduct and the Leaside Bridge, or between the Bloor Viaduct and what?
Given that the estimated size is, I think, as Mr. Toigo said, approximately 5.8 hectares. I think this is south of Pottery, or the DVP off ramp, south of that, and north of the Bloor Viaduct.
I just want to be clear now because you all know I love acres, and now I've heard 5.7 acres and 5.8 hectares. So I'm going to have to get the final acres from you, please.
Through the mayor to councillor, it is 5.7 acres. The conversion from 2.3 hectares is 5.7 acres.
Okay. Because probably 5.8 hectares would have been the 20 acres. So as I said, things keep changing. It would be very helpful if you would undertake to, if my staff through you, Mr. Toigo, and you, Kim, can get the original site and then what sounds like a much smaller site and the exact location. Do you have the exact location of this new site yet on a map?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, we do. We can we have the layout, the footprint. The actual development of that site is currently being designed. So, but we do have the footprint. The
footprint for the original and now this side, so we could get that from your office. Okay, that's great.
Okay, thank you
so
Councillor
much.
Fletcher,
Thank
very
you,
much.
Mr. Mayor.
Are there other questions of staff from members of the committee? Or anyone else from council that's here? I don't think I see anyone else. Okay, then we would go to remarks. Is there anybody wishing to make remarks? I'm going to move a motion on behalf of Councillor Bradford in due course, but if there are others who wish to speak, I'll call on them now. From Councillor Fletcher, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I won't take up much time, but you can see, as I said, that things are constantly changing when it comes to Metrolinx. In this case, it looks like it might be for the better and going from a 20-acre site to a 5.7-acre site. And but it still depends on the layout of that, whether or not it impacts the Chester Hill March and the Hellyville Springs, which are long-time natural environments. Some of them have been put together by the community and others just exist. So I think that'll be very helpful. I appreciate Mr. Toigo saying he'll give us those two pieces. But just to note, it is the Don Valley Park, and we are moving trains into a park. It does seem like a very odd thing to do. I have thought in the past, and it's unclear to me still, if the need for this layover is actually associated with the above ground Ontario line, one of my favorite topics that you've heard many times. But because it's going above ground, there is the Don Yards have to be used for the portal. And it may be eating up so much space there that the layover or the train parking has to be actually put in another location close by. And that's why this has been selected. And if that's the case, again, it just adds one more time to one of the reasons why it would be much better to see this go underground. And for the environment, for everything, for the city's parks, et cetera, et cetera. But even now, we don't have a clear map of, well, we're going to get one from you, Mr. Toigo, a clear map of the site now at 5.7 acres, but we cannot get a clear map of the portal location and how many acres that takes from the Don Yard. So I think that would be very helpful for everybody to understand. If there's a relationship between the two, that's a different flavor than simply having to, it's one of the impacts, let's say, of an above ground line is 5-acre parking lot for trains in a city park. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Are there others on the committee wanting to make remarks? Okay, well, I have a motion. It comes in the it's within the in the letter, embedded within the letter from Councillor Bradford, and I'm moving it on his behalf. But I think he asked me to move it on his behalf because he knew that I had been with him to Smalls Ravine, and of course, a lot of it concerns Smalls Creek, and trying to make sure that Metrolinx does an even more thorough job, because I don't think they've done nothing so far, but I don't think they've put all of their energy into seeing if there are alternate proposals that reduce the impact to the ravine ecosystem, including the pedestrian connections and so on. And I think there's the motion up in front of you there. I think when you go there, look, I'll take some encouragement. I'm an inveterate optimist, I think, as you all know, and you have to be in these jobs we have. And I heard Councillor Fletcher saying, that, well, it certainly would be better to have no train storage yard in a park or anywhere else in the Don Valley Ravine. That it's getting smaller and perhaps can be less intrusive. And I would say the same Smalls Creek. I went down there to see what the lay of the land is, as it were, and there's just no question. It's a beautiful, tranquil place where if I lived in that neighborhood, or frankly lived anywhere in the city, which I do, you'd want to preserve that to the greatest extent you possibly can. It's just a place where you get in there and you think you could be in a forest in Halliburton or in Northern Ontario, for that matter. Sault Ste. Marie, the home of Councillor Fletcher. You could be in the forest in Sault Ste. Marie. And so, you know, I recognized there were people there from Go Transit together with some of the neighbors, and the Go Transit people explained, Metrolinx people explained, you know, various things that always stand in the way of doing what you would like to do. But you also know, we also all know that where there's a will, there's a way to make things better. And so that's really what Councillor Bradford's motion is seeking to do, and I fully support that. So that's why I'm so comfortable in introducing it. And then he's also asked Mr. Troigo's office to ask Metrolinx to provide a publicly available ecological restoration and stewardship plan for the whole of the Small Creek ravine, and to sort of put some documentation, as it were, behind this request in paragraph 1. So I strongly support this. I think we have to keep at these things. I have found that when we do, Metrolinx, you know, will to some extent listen. And so, but if you don't speak up, then they won't listen for sure, because they won't have anything to hear. So I support this and commend my colleagues to support it as well. So if there are no other speakers, we're ready to then call the question first on the motion that I've moved on behalf of Councillor Bradford. And I will ask for all those in favor of the motion to raise their hands. Opposed? Carried. And then the item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Now, going back to this list, I think next we go to 29.4, which is the East Harbour, if I'm not mistaken. And on East Harbour, we do have two speakers, Amir Sukera and Mark Richardson. So first we'll see if Amir Sukera is on the line. Are you there, Amir?
Hello, Amir speaking.
Yeah, okay, Amir, welcome to the Executive Committee. It's nice to hear from you. And we, of course, you know the rules here. You have 5 minutes or up to 5 minutes to make your submissions, and then there may be some questions for you.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me take this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Amir Sukera. I'm a longtime resident of Thorncliffe Park, where I've lived my life, and I'm active in the community for over 20 years. I'm here today to commend you, the city, for the excellent work you've done by many of you to plan a complete transit-oriented community at East Harbour. It is an awesome plan that rejuvenates an area that needs it by taking advantage of public investments in transit to address a range of city and provincial policy objectives to create more homes, jobs, affordable housing, and a variety of community amenities. As described in the report before you, it is encouraging to see the city actively negotiating and influencing the province to protect and promote city interests and policies in a direct and meaningful way that secures affordable housing, new employment opportunities, and other benefits for existing and future residents of that community and beyond. The approach being taken at East Harbour is an excellent example of how the city can still influence transit-related planning decisions, even though your new relationship with the Ford government made it clear that they have assumed broad powers and responsibility for priority transit lines. The example of East Harbour, as presented in the staff report today, demonstrates that those newly assigned powers do not have to stop the city from advancing city policies and objectives and getting the province to accept them. This ability to influence the province is further demonstrated in the letter from Infrastructure Ontario that was added as a supplementary report to this item. It clearly shows that, in this instance, the province will listen to the city when planning around transit, when the city uses its influence to inject good planning policies and objectives into provincial decision-making. As I watch the city and Metrolinx establish these new mixed-use communities across the city, it is very exciting to witness these efforts to use transit investments to achieve multiple public objectives. I was even more excited a couple of weeks ago when I started to read that the city was looking at 180 major station areas as potential locations for a similar planning approach. To my great disappointment, however, my community in Thorncliffe Park did not make the cut in this list of 180 locations selected by the city, despite the fact that a new subway station is definitely coming to a community that could benefit enormously from this public investment as a means to address any number of well-known challenges facing or faced by my community. We lack affordable housing, community space, and jobs. We also have a lot of gun violence, all things that could be leveraged from this transit investment if someone with authority to plan our community would step up and look at this potential and truly take advantage of the opportunity that currently, but only temporarily exists because contrary decisions are well underway at Metrolinx. In short, where are the city's policies and principles when it comes to planning the future of Thorncliffe Park? Where are the planners and visionaries like the ones we have at shepherding East Harbour or any of the other transit-oriented communities working their way through City Hall and Queen's Park? Thorncliffe Park is perfectly suited to achieve city and provincial objectives associated with the provincial growth plan and the city's desire to create transit-oriented, pedestrian-friendly communities while addressing hard and soft infrastructure, jobs, and affordable housing deficiencies at the same time. Metrolinx shocked our community with its surprise decision to locate the train yard near the planned subway station in Thorncliffe Park. We later learned that this decision by Metrolinx was part of a deal brokered behind closed doors that saw them abandon their preferred location to placate one set of businesses to instead displace another set of small businesses who lacked the knowledge or resources to resist. I should also note that this site was the only one described in Metrolinx's own document as presenting major community impacts. But clearly that carried no weight in their decision. As told by Metrolinx, this decision to prioritize one set of employers over those in Thorncliffe Park is the extent of the city's involvement in the current plan to dump a 675,000 square foot depot next to a subway station. Clearly an arrangement that is contrary to all transit-related planning principles boasted about at the City Hall and Queen's Park. What is happening in my community is wrong. Metrolinx is plowing ahead undeterred by any consideration to the immediate future social or economic impacts in my community because Ford's environmental assessment process removed all those considerations with this target Ontario line regulation. As a result, transit planners and engineers seemingly let a meeting with a couple of employers guide a decision that has much larger ramifications to community that could seriously benefit from the approach being taken in other parts of the city. From my perspective, the absence of a broader discussion about future of Thorncliffe with transit station is needed, and it needs to be now because Metrolinx is paying people off. As East Harbour and other initiatives have shown, if the city pushes to apply its stated goals, principles, and objectives, the province can be made to pay attention and listen. As you review the positive experience presented to you in the report before you today, think about what opportunities a similar thought process could have on Thorncliffe Park. It is supremely better than what is happening now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Amir. Are there questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Amir. I'm just I appreciate you appear. I was going to say being here, but we're all virtual, so spending time on this today. But just wonder if you realize that East Harbour had been planned out, and then the province came in through IO with an MZO. So this is a forced marriage. It's not a city project. Are you aware of that? Just to, and appreciate your thoughts.
Yeah, I am. I don't see it that way though, but I'm seeing it as we do have a lot of needs in this community, and this is an opportunity that's being stolen away from us, regardless of what was decided before, because the train yard was never supposed to go in Thorncliffe.
Oh, sorry, I just meant around East Harbour. That's
Yeah.
an imposition for you because there's the train yard at particularly on top of the store, the well-known grocery store, and that our situation in East Harbour is also being imposed on us. This is just a response to an imposition. I just wanted to clear that up and make sure you understood that.
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Amir. And we do support you up there in Thorncliffe Park, by the way.
Thank you. I do know that.
Other questions of the deputant? I just had, Amir, do you know, just in terms of you saying that we should, trying to think of the right word, we should bring about more imagination to this whole idea of Thorncliffe Park generally, but on the specific thing I know that bothers you so much because we've talked about it, the train yard. Has there ever been any discussion, because I've been involved in discussions about moving the train yard, and Metrolinx, who, as Councillor Fletcher suggested, hold most of the cards on most of this stuff, notwithstanding what we sort of push back on, and we do push back on things, they hold most of the cards. Have you, has there been any exploration in the discussions you've had with them or your associates there of in any way sort of covering over and turning into a park or something like that that might make it more palatable, some of this train yard? I think you said it was 500,000 square feet.
It's 675,000 square feet.
Have you ever discussed that notion with them of covering it over in some way so that it could have, say, a park on top, which would be something that I think would be actually a good thing for the community?
So a park on top of the MSF?
Of the train yard.
Yeah, they've made suggestions, but no clear plan, and copy paste responses to all our inquiries. And we've suggested an alternate site that would work, but no real reason why that isn't a valid solution.
Yeah.
So we've not only complained, but we've also provided solutions, and we understand it's a challenge for everyone, and we want it to work for our community and for everyone else, right? But
if you know, I'm harking back to an experience we had, for example, not that you'd want me to raise it, because you know, you leave well enough alone, but the Diamond Triangle in Councillor Deputy Mayor Bylau's ward, and there was a lot of pushback and a lot of diligent work done by the local residents that got some considerable improvements. It did not achieve the ultimate objective, but it got some considerable improvements. And I was just wondering whether the residents who you spend so much time with would see, for example, if you couldn't get the train yard moved, that a covering over of at least part of it to create a new park might be seen as a positive in the community. Because I know it's not a park that is full of a community that's full of parkland.
yeah, I mean, so for us, there's not a lot of space, right? And if you put the train yard there, that's all the real space we have. So what could you?
But I'm talking on
possibly
top
do?
of the train yard. I'm talking about on top of it. Depending
Yeah,
on how you build these things, then look, there's a cost to that. I was just asking you if that kind of principle, recognizing there's a cost to it, is something that would be of appeal if the train yard itself couldn't be moved.
Yeah, I mean, we're just hoping it's going to get moved.
Okay.
But I mean, there's potential for that conversation to happen. It's just that whenever we had our community consultations, they called it, it would open with Phil versus saying, we're not here to discuss anything but implementation. So
okay.
we didn't feel we were being consulted. So we're pushing back. We're going to keep trying.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Okay, thank you. Questions of this deputy that I met. Thank you very much again, Amir. And then we go next to the second and final deputy, Mark Richardson from Housing Now TO.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. You know the rules here, 5 minutes or less, and it's over to you.
I do. Thank you. And Mayor Tory and members of the executive committee, HousingNowTO.com civic tech volunteers, many of whom live in the wards near East Harbour. I've attended all of the public meetings with City Planning, Infrastructure Ontario, Metrolinx, Cadillac Fairview, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Ontario Teachers Pension Fund. Our volunteers have also worked with other community members who were part of the East Harbour Local Advisory Committee that was set up by Cadillac Fairview and Infrastructure Ontario. At all times, our volunteers' support for the anticipated minister's zoning order for this new transit-oriented community was based on a firm requirement of both a new long-term affordable housing delivery on the site and the provision of a new school and podium educational facility on these valuable near core lands. We were happy to read the recent letter from Heather Greywolf, the Chief Development Officer of Infrastructure Ontario, to the city, which expressed, I quote, "The province's commitment to continuing this collaboration with the City of Toronto to reach an agreement on East Harbour that will address the interests of all parties, and the province's commitment to support the city's smart track agreement priorities on the site, which include, quote, an appropriate amount of affordable housing that aligns with city policy." As the provincial election campaign begins in 98 days, and the minister's zoning order for East Harbour is expected before the election, the city and the province now have a very, very short window of opportunity to lock in the specific answers to these three questions. Number one, what exactly is a, quote, appropriate amount of affordable housing within the 4,300 units of new housing that are planned for East Harbour? Two, which specific city affordable housing policies, for example, the unit count, the unit type, the unit tenure, the depth of affordability, and the years of affordability will be applied in those East Harbour agreements. 3, what will the legal mechanism be to lock in the East Harbour Agreement so that it will not be impacted by any change of government at the province or in the City of Toronto during the 2022 elections? In addition to the need for the firm requirement of new long-term affordable housing delivery at East Harbour, we are also encouraging all of the parties to including Cadillac Fairview, which is owned by the Teachers Pension Fund, to include a new school and podium educational facility at East Harbour, following the development model of the Lower Young Precinct Elementary School, which was announced last week. The standards set by the intergovernmental agreements reached for the new transit-oriented community at East Harbour are likely to become the template for dozens of other TOC agreements within the City of Toronto's borders over the next decade, including sites like Downsview, Don Mills Crossing, the Portlands, the Christie Lands, and the many large GO Transit surface parking lots within Toronto. It is important that the city locks in a high standard for long-term affordable rental delivery and school and podium educational facility at East Harbour in 2022, so that it can be repeated on all of those future transit-oriented community sites. Our volunteers have included 2 of our documents in the appendix to this letter today. It contains images and charts that you may find useful. One document is the Transit-Oriented Communities Ontario Line Station Affordable Housing Opportunities document. The other document is our New Housing and Schools on Transit-Oriented Lands document. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions the committee or city staff may have on affordable housing development best practices and how to make the most effective use of transit-oriented lands to help alleviate Toronto's rental housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. Mr. Richardson, you had 3 points that you said that we should be looking at. The first one was an appropriate level of affordable housing. Have your volunteers done any modeling on how much affordable housing we should be looking at in East Harbour?
Well, on a site like this, a large site, sort of like the Christie Lands, would be the equivalent. If they weren't doing the MZO, you would have the ability to have 20% of the GFA land equivalent for affordable housing. So if they're saying 4,300 units, you know, that is 900 to 1,000 units of affordable housing. Depending on what kind of money CMHC can bring to the table, you could get yourself up to 25 or 30% if you were making a large federal investment in the affordable in the housing delivery on this site. But because it's not the normal employment lands to mixed transition, you don't have a secondary plan transition that include that locked-in commitment for affordable housing.
Okay. And the other question, or I guess comment that you made, was about educational facilities, and you recommended that we should be looking, or the city should be looking at a school on a podium. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, you've got 4,300 new residential units. You've got all of the Portlands development that's going to be happening just south of East Harbour. This is owned by the Teachers Pension Fund. This shouldn't be hard, you know, for the teachers to agree that maybe a school and a podium is appropriate in a place where they're putting in a large investment in residential housing in an area that's going to grow considerably, both on site and to the south over the next 20 years. The school and podium model is already happening. There are some discussions around it at the Christie Lands. Deputy Mayor Min Wong has one in his Housing Now site at the Don Mills Crossing at the Science Center. We just need to churn these out. You know, Councillor Pasternak knows we've been talking about this on the Downsview sites as well. The need for affordable housing and education facilities, new educational facilities in podiums is something that just needs to be photocopied and baked into your default assumptions for transit-oriented communities.
And when you talk about a school on a podium, that would make the best use of the available land.
Yeah,
as long as
exactly. It's exactly what you're doing on the old LCBO grounds, I think. It was the one that the mayor announced or was a part of the release of last week. It's a condo building, 70 stories, and in the podium of the building, 4 or 5 stories is 2 or 3 floors are an elementary school. This is what we just need to repeat over and over and over again for the next decade.
Use this as a template is what you're saying.
100%.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mark. Those are my questions, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Are there other questions of the Deputy, Councillor Deputy Mayor Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I just want to make sure I understand. So our large site policy currently says 20% of the land GFA, 10% of built units for 15 years, or 5% for 99 years. And we just approved inclusionary zoning with different percentage. What you're saying is we should strive for better, correct?
100%. And as we advised on the Christie lands, always take the land if you can, because then you have more control over what happens on it. Because this is an MZO, because it's a transit-oriented community, you're not going to have that control. So all you have right now is this window of opportunity for the next 98 days to get CMHC, Infrastructure Ontario, the Housing Secretariat, the Pension Fund, the Teachers Union in a room and lock down a worthwhile standard for East Harbour.
Okay, so you're saying to take the land and then go look for the money to build these units. And if that option is not on the table, is the second best option to get the longest period of affordable time?
So we use a calculation which is years of unit affordability, because you can get 500 units for 10 years of affordability, which is only 5,000 unit years.
Yeah.
But if you could get 400 units for 99 years, then 400 units for 99 years is the better deal.
Exactly.
And this is a number that doesn't seem to get used within City Hall for the value of the affordable housing you're getting. The federal Liberals have just won an election based on affordable housing being a huge issue. It's honestly time for the finance minister, the deputy prime minister, to pull up the money truck to sites like East Harbour.
That vision of the money truck is wonderful.
But that's what we need here, right? We've got all the right stakeholders. You've got the teachers' pension plan. This is not BlackRock. These are people who have on their website that they're investing to shape a better future for the teachers they serve, the businesses they back, and the world they live in. Okay, guys, walk the talk.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Richardson. Are there any other further questions of Mr. Richardson? Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Richardson. We'll move from the deputations to questions of staff. And Councillor Fletcher is with us. So have you some questions of staff, Councillor?
Yes, I want to know if we have a parking spot for the money truck, because I'd like to make sure there's no problems when it gets here. It's dedicated parking spot. I just want to, yes, I did have a few questions. One, I hope the chief planner's on today. Is Mr. Lintern here?
Mr. Lintern with us today?
And others, yes, we're here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's just some confusion because of the industrial zoning, the employment zoning on the East Harbour site in the master plan. There was the teeniest, tiniest of parks, and there weren't all kinds of services and things that would come with 4,300 housing units. So could you just quickly just give us a taste of some of the things that would have to be included in order to add that much residential on a site, that master plan would have to be redone?
Through the mayor, Councillor Fletcher, we've outlined in the report a number of features that have been identified in the review of the submission from Cadillac Fairview in the province. They include community center space, a good size community center, daycare centers, parks that are appropriate for 4,300 units or 7,000 people. community amenities, cultural space. There's a range of the investment in a library, additional investments in libraries in the area. So all of the community facilities and matters that you would normally see in a development of this scale, we've put on the table in the discussions to date.
So by adding that many units, you're kind of creating the same type of amenity mix that would exist at in Villiers Island, which is 6,000 units. You'd have to any logical and reasonable application would have to meet that threshold and those tests, correct?
That's correct. And taking into account the isolation of the site and the scale, we've got to think about all those things, and we have been.
And so Cadillac Fairview's bought it. IO is doing this on their behalf. It does seem to me that because IO is a government, provincial government instrument, and zoning, etc., is under the provincial government's purview, that they would be, I would just say, an ally in making sure that should residential be added here, that the planning regimen that's attached to residential would have to be met. Those tests would have to be met. Am I dreaming, or is that possible?
Well, I think our expectation has been that we're recommending a complete community, and that is in accord with provincial policy. Provincial policy calls for us to plan this way, and that's the way we're approaching it. So,
yeah. Sorry.
Just being able to we don't want to just think about it as a housing issue. It is a complete community. We've got to think about all those amenities, and that's what provincial policy calls for.
But two questions. We do know from their very self-serving little community stakeholder group that they were not amenable to affordable housing. That would be Cadillac Fairview. I'm going to assume that Cadillac Fairview and IO are not joined right at the hip here. That while they may be accommodating this, they do and they should, with our help and assistance, meet some of the tests of introducing that much residential on a site.
Certainly, as a conversion, we always negotiate affordable housing contribution, applying the large site policy, and then more recently, the council's direction applying an IZ-like regime.
Right.
So all of that is on the table in terms of moving forward with an affordable housing package on the site.
Thank you. And last question is got to do with just, we all know, although it's very hard for people to understand, I've said this many times, it's very hard for people to understand the value of employment lands, because when you dangle residential, everybody gets pretty excited. But what steps can be taken to lock in the employment features in the rest of south of Eastern? Because we've now seen that there's over 860 film jobs directly right next door to the East Harbour site, and lots of employment. 300 acres, 7,000 jobs. How should we be looking at that? Is that a concern that might roll right over and we're going to lose all those jobs, including the film jobs?
Well, it's very much a policy concern, and that's why we're managing 4 conversion requests that are to the east of this site in the southeastern area. That's being managed through our municipal comprehensive review. We're very concerned about the contagion that introducing residential land uses in employment areas resets the land value and chases jobs and investments away. We've got 4,600 jobs in south of Eastern. That's a 39% increase since 2011. We've got $29 million in building permit value since from 2016 to from 2011 to 2016, I should say. So people are spending money. It's film industry jobs. It's all of the creative sectors that support those jobs. It's a whole ecosystem. We want to do everything we can to, if residential is to be introduced here, and is to ring fence the impact of that such that we don't lose the rest of south of Eastern and all of that, what that means to the economy.
Thank you very much. And when do we get the MCR back? When are you reporting back on those?
Through PAC, we're bringing that forward in batches through the next 2 quarters, working toward a July deadline.
Did we have that already at our committee, the first set of them?
You've got the first at PAC, Councillor. You've got the first batch, which did include this site, the East Harbour site, but there are others being reported that are coming through subsequent batches in February and March.
Thank you, Mr. Lintern.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Are there any other questions of staff on this East Harbour report? Okay, and then we can move along to speakers. Councillor Fletcher, do you wish to speak?
Oh, yes, thank you. I think I just want to say I was very happy to hear all of the answers from Mr. Lintern, and really hoping that despite the fact the province coming forward partnership with Cadillac Fairview, that they'll be waiting as in WEIGHT, the real interest of the city in their actions. And one of those is, number one, ensuring in this master planning exercise that we get everything that would be associated with that much housing. I did mention it was just like Villiers Island, that's 6,000 units. There's a huge park there. There is a school there. There are many amenities there, and that is a requirement. I don't think, honestly, in the meetings that I've been at with Cadillac Fairview and their consultants, that they were quite aware of those types of obligations. And I would hope that as a government agency that IO would assist them in understanding that your desire is to convert something which has no requirement for any of those things into something that has a very big requirement for all of those things, and particularly with the transit there. We do have a smart track station. We are paying for that station. I'm sure that's leverage that we regularly use, and I know that this is an ongoing conversation, Mr. Mayor, with you and your staff and city manager, with IO and everybody else. I am very heartened to hear that our large site policy and IZ policy would have to apply here, because in the community meetings I attended, the property owner was definitely not interested in affordable housing on the site and indicating it should be up to 30%. They were very, very adamantly opposed to that, which was very disappointing, because their little group, even though it was their self-serving group, they wanted affordable housing, but the group did not understand anything about employment lands. So on the large site, the master plan would have to be redone. I think we have to rethink all of the city lands and their contribution to this site. And secondly, I really would like to make sure that, and I know I know our planning staff, and thank you, Mr. Lintern, for reading those statistics, are very focused on ensuring that there is no contagion. Should this proceed, should there be an MZO from the province through IO to assist Cadillac Fairview, as Mr. Richardson's pointed out, the teacher's pension plan, for which the teachers actually have no control over it, but that we all know that there really needs to be a parallel track where we are protecting employment here and ensuring that there's no contagion. We have oars in the water, we have land here, we have a smart track station, we have a lot of things that I guess we'll call them levers that we have, that we need to ensure that we don't just get bulldozed by very large developer, provincial government, and Metrolinx. And that combination is not one that's that friendly to the city, as we had a deputy point out already. They've had some issues with Metrolinx. So it's really difficult. It's just part of the approach to transit, where under the guise of transit, so many other things get brought into the mix. And I think our job is to make sure that we get the best out of anything that the province imposes on us, and that we, with integrity, ensure that our contributions are going to something that we can support, and that all of our zoning in the other area is maintained, because those are all really good jobs. They are high value jobs. They are, I'll call them breadbasket jobs. They are not greeter jobs. They are high value employment jobs, which is why we have employment lands. And this is a significant one. It's the only one actually intact left in the south end of the city. There is nothing else. So be careful that we don't lose the whole thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Are there others wishing to speak? East Harbour report. I would just say a very few words then, which is to say, just to say thank you to our staff. And there's been a large number of people involved in this who have been painstakingly and diligently ensuring that the interest that Councillor Fletcher, Mr. Lintern, he's been part of it, of course, so has she, but everybody has kind of enumerated in different ways in their remarks today that those things are constantly on the table and are being respected to the greatest extent we can possibly achieve. And I will say that I think the Infrastructure Ontario people have been very willing to listen to the things as well. They should be, but I'm just saying I think they have been. And so this is, as you can see from the report and the supplementary report, very much a work in progress. And although the whole part of this that's challenging for us all is that it's on such a compressed timetable, it will be back in front of us in March with more of the detail that hopefully furthers some of the positive statements that I think were referenced that are to be found in the Infrastructure Ontario letter that's part of the supplementary report. So I really just wanted to say thank you to the staff who are trying their best in a situation where we don't have the same degree of, I'll call it, control that we might have in other instances, but that nonetheless they're asserting our interest, and that the province and through Infrastructure Ontario seems to be, paying attention to those concerns, and we'll see what transpires in March. So, and I want to thank Councillor Fletcher for her diligence, as I would expect on this as well, and all the city staff. So I do have. And I do have a motion. I'm sorry I didn't mention at the beginning, which is in order to have it come back to us and then through us in the next cycle to council, it would be to refer it to the city manager so that work can be completed and the sort of, I'll call it a final report, can be written. And so there's the motion referred to the Deputy City Clerk, Infrastructure and Development Services for further consideration. If there are no questions or comments, I will call the question on that then, on that motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Deputy Mayor Minamong, did you want to vote? You vote in favor? Okay. I didn't see you. I didn't want to leave you out of it if you wanted to oppose it, but I didn't see any hand come up. And as Premier Doug Ford reminded me one time, there is no other button to press. So just the two when you're here. Okay. That brings us then to item EX 29.5, the Ontario Place redevelopment, priority areas for collaboration and development approvals process. And we have 5 speakers, 5 deputants. And the first, I'll ask if he's online, is Bill Graves, the board member, Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, and co-director, Future of Ontario Place project.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And the floor is yours. We welcome you to the executive committee. You have up to 5 minutes, and there may be some questions after that.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, great. So you can hear me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the executive committee for the opportunity to offer some comments regarding the staff report that's being considered today. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario and the Future of Ontario Place project, with the support of the World Monuments Fund, and also as a Toronto resident. The report notes that Ontario Place is a provincial heritage site of provincial significance. The city has placed Ontario Place on its heritage register. But this report appears to largely acquiesce to provincial plans and processes that will do great harm to this globally important heritage site. The world is watching how the province and the city steward this place. Some examples. In 2020, the World Monuments Fund included Ontario Place in its Watch program, along with only 25 other sites from around the world. The Watch identifies important cultural heritage sites that are at risk. Javier Ors-Aussin of the World Monuments Fund asked me to share the following comment. WMF recognized Ontario Place as a monument of international importance by including it in the 2020 Watch, a program that has included sites like the Taj Mahal, Notre Dame of Paris, and Machu Picchu in Peru. The World Monuments Fund is 100% committed to supporting all those working on the preservation of such an important monument for Canada and the world. Last year, the Cultural Landscape Foundation included Ontario Place in its landslide programs that identifies critically important and at-risk cultural heritage landscapes. Docomomo International has also listed the site, and you will be hearing directly from a member of the International Committee on Monuments and Sites, ICOMOS, a little bit later. Here's a couple of specific concerns and then a more general concern about process. From this report, it appears that the city is arranging to sell the portions of the site it owns and only consider covenants that would that those portions would remain publicly accessible parkland and water. There is no mention of protection of the heritage value of this site as being a condition of sale. Part of the land to be sold includes the entrance to the Cinesphere and Pod complex. The report concludes that the proposed uses are supportable in principle. Among those proposed uses is the Ferme complex. The report states that this may be up to 146 feet tall. That is 14 stories, with 677 square feet of enclosed space. That's over 11 football fields. A day pass for the Ferme facility in Erlangen, Germany, by the way, costs $74. How is such a use, which is proposed to cover most of the existing West Island and destroy the forest of native species designed by Michael Huff, consistent with the city's interest in maintaining this site as a park and open space? How does it respect the unique characteristics of the Huff-Zeidler design, another of the report's stated goals? We urge the city to insist that the province follow internationally, this is my comment about process. We urge the city to insist that the province follow internationally recognized best practices for stewarding heritage sites. Governments around the world care for comparable sites in ways that bear no resemblance to the rushed and chaotic process outlined in this report. Consider how Sydney has managed its iconic modern waterfront site, the Opera House. All changes at the site are guided by a conservation management plan. It's an encyclopedic and detailed document developed through an exhaustive process with multiple stakeholders. In contrast, the report accepts that a strategic conservation plan is expected in early 2022, but also that land leases are to be signed in the first quarter of the same year. No draft of the SCP has been circulated to ACO as of today, January 26th. Under the standards and guidelines for the conservation of heritage properties, the SCP should have been in place before any decisions were made. The cart being so far ahead of the horse makes it unlikely that this document will be able to effectively call into question the very consequential decisions that have already been made, and rather that it will be used to back justify them by tinkering around the edges. Indeed, at a recent public hearing, a member of the provincial SCP team said that no detailed decisions would be made that were not aligned with the SCP. As you consider what kind of processes and proposals are appropriate for Ontario Place and acceptable to the city, we ask you, think of a site in Canada designed by Canadians that is a more important contribution by our country to 20th century architecture and landscape design. And imagine a giant spa on the plaza next to the Sydney Opera House, dwarfing the structure. What would the world think of a city that did that to its waterfront? ACO, the Future of Ontario Place, and our partners, including the World Monuments Fund, are willing to help the city protect this treasure, but it's so important that the city insist on a process that meets international best practice, and that's not yet present in the current report. Thanks for taking the time to hear our comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greaves. Are there questions of this deputy? Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Next was Margaret Zeidler. Is Ms. Zeidler on the line? Is Ms. Zeidler with us? Margaret Zeidler?
It appears that she is not on the line.
Okay. We'll see if we can come back to that. Did she come online earlier on and go off, or is she just not been there?
It appears that she is not connected.
Okay. Next would be Karen Carter. Is Ms. Carter on the line?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And
thank you so much. You're most welcome here. And
members of City Council for taking the time to hear me.
Yeah, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes, and then we might have some questions for you. Thanks.
So I come to this opportunity to speak to City Council First to just
Carter, I don't know if you can hear me, but your sound is not.
Thank you
coming through.
again. I'm here to evoke memory as well as the potential for impact on our common humanity as Ontarians, as well as the opportunity that I think there is for City Council to take a leadership role in this important decision. And the memory component, I will say, is rooted in my I can hear you, and I'm seeing there's a slowing. I'm just not sure what I can do if something is going on with my internet. Can you hear me now?
Well, it's been in and out, so I think if you can hear me, I don't know whether there's an option.
Can you hear me now?
For Miss Carter to call back in on the phone, or the good
I'm
old
going to
telephone?
try and call in.
Yes, that is.
If you could do that, we'll come back. If somebody could speak with her and give her that option, I think that her internet or somebody's is a little bit wonky, and we're
Can
just
you hear me now?
Well, we can hear you in and out. So why don't we put her on hold and have a chat with her about other options, and then we can move to the next deputy in the meantime. Okay. And the next deputy would be Aziza Shaouni. Is Aziza Shaouni on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, we'll put it over to you, and it sounds like your reception is better, and we thank you for coming, and you have up to 5 minutes for your remarks, and then there may be some questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the City Council. Well, I am an associate professor of architecture at the University of Toronto, and I'm also the co-director of the Future of Ontario Place initiative, and finally, I'm a member.
Can you hear me?
Hello? I am a
Yeah,
member.
sorry. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am, please. Thank you.
Of ICOMOS 20th Century Scientific Committee, which is a non-governmental international organization, part of UNESCO, that's dedicated to the conservation of the world's monuments and sites. So I'm speaking today to emphasize the international importance of Ontario Place as a major masterpiece of 20th century architecture. Indeed, Ontario Place is the only, and I mark it again, the only project that's built, that's part of the megastructure architecture movement to ever be built on water across the world. So Toronto holds an architectural gem. Its exceptional feature as a complex is its integration of landscape, waterscape, and architecture. If one tampers with the careful balance between these three components, the unique heritage value of Ontario Place would be irrevocably damaged. So today, in the name of the international community of architects, urban planners, and landscape architects working in the field of 20th century heritage preservation, I urge and I beg the province of Ontario to not proceed with its current plan to divide Ontario Place into separate pieces for development, and to also develop it without a proper conservation management plan in place. So the international architecture community is watching. It has its eyes on Ontario Place, and it is very worried. So will the City of Toronto stand up for its 20th century heritage? Will it choose to safeguard Ontario Place integrity for present and future generations? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaouni. Are there any questions of the deputy? Could I just ask one, which is in terms of the existing structure, the part that's over the water, in any event, which is really, I'll call it the pods and the Cinesphere kind of right adjacent to the water, is that what the architectural community would be looking at to be preserved, or is it more or less than that? I'm just interested in knowing what, what would they look at as being the part that is as significant as you suggest?
I think that it is the complex, which is composed of the park, and that's designed by the famous Michael Hoff, and they were also designed by Zeidler, and finally the waterscape, because like Ontario Place is a set of artificial islands. And it's super important, extremely important, to consider Ontario Place as an entity that's composed of this different component.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's very helpful. Thank you. Any other questions of this deputy? Okay, on we go then with thanks to Ms. Shawini to the next deputy listed here, which is who is Sharon Vanderkay. Is Sharon Vanderkay on the line?
I am here.
Okay, thank you for your patience, and you have up to 5 minutes to make your remarks, and we will perhaps have some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking today as an ordinary citizen. I'd like to focus on the international and local significance of this special place. 50 years ago, around the time Ontario Place opened, I did a radical thing. I immigrated from the United States to Ontario. I was filled with hopes and dreams of succeeding in Ontario's emerging creative economy. My parents worried that I'd move to a boring backwater province that might limit my big plans. When they came to visit me, where did I take Mom and Dad to instantly show them that I'd made the right decision? I took them to Ontario Place, where they were amazed to see an urban parkland anchored by a boldly futuristic structure that embodied Ontario's creative, optimistic self-image. It was like no other place on earth. Today, we need to understand what defines the place in Ontario Place, or we risk reducing it to something generic, forgettable, and placeless. Ontarians deserve a place we can go for shared creative experiences, a place that sparks conversations between strangers, a place we truly care about, and a place that makes us feel better about ourselves. We also need to understand that protecting this heritage site is about protecting our shared mental health. Places that have no special meaning or connections to history and culture are bad for our collective psyche. Ontario Place feeds our spirit and reminds us that we are part of something bigger than ourselves that can endure for generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vanderkay. Are there any questions of this deputy? Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Vanderkay, very much. Then I'll just check one more time. Margaret Zeidler is not with us, has not signed on since we've been at this. Okay, well, I certainly would have.
She's not connected.
Okay, I certainly would have told her how saddened we were at the passing of her father, who was, of course, a great Torontonian and someone who isn't just known for the buildings he designed, including the Eaton Centre and the Ontario Place itself, but also just for his great commitment to city building. And it's a great loss, but he lived a very good life, and we were the better for him being a Torontonian. Okay, since the speakers are have all said their piece, that's
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. The previous speaker has reconnected. Karen Carter.
Ms. Carter has. Okay, Ms. Carter is here. Karen Carter. We'll start the clock again because you weren't too far into it before we lost you. Ms. Carter, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for taking the time to hear. What will be a personal story for me? My connection to Ontario Place is like a lot of, I think, Torontonians and Ontarians, that it was the place you went during the summer with family. It was connected with the memory of the freedom to roam around in a safe space and to meet people who were from all over the place. And I think the power of that memory is connected to my desire for this space to remain as public as possible for the next generation and as many generations to come, as I think Mr. Zeidler would love to see, and as he looks down on us going forward. I think that the city is in a unique position to help influence what, for me, and this is the cultural worker, the former ED of Heritage Toronto, the founding ED of Museum, whose my practice is interested in how you connect culture to community in the most accessible ways possible. And so for me, Ontario Place, Sauble Beach, and Central Island were the three things that we always seem to do every summer. And I think I now see the power of that in the choices my father as a truck driver made, in making sure that we had a sense of this province. Like, we were a Black family from Scarborough who knew the crevices of this province in ways that I now know is not normal. And as a kid, I didn't realize wasn't normal, but we just drove around and went and saw everything. But Ontario Place, I think, as someone who's a cultural worker now, I reflect back on the choices my dad made, and I realize for him, it was as important to be in the city as it was out of the city. And I think a lot of the discussions around Ontario Place today seem to be framing it as this place with some kind of sentimental homage, but very much to people in Toronto. And I think that it is, as an Ontario entity, an opportunity for those from small town Ontario, those from the north, to come into the city and to see the city in ways they may not otherwise expect it to. And outside of its internationally renowned existence and all of the ways that people from an architectural gem may know it, I think just that idea of the call and response of how this province is constructed, with the southern tip being much more about the GTA and busy cities and the busy commute of all of that hubbub of activity, and the positioning of what we largely think about Ontario parks as being the things that people drive out of the city to. It's the things you go north for. But what is the opportunity to ensure that this public park remains as accessible as the things that we know people are willing to drive north and camp at? It's a different experience, but I think is as essential. And I think in this time, when we know how over the last couple of summers, people have struggled. Is that my cue to stop talking?
No, that's somebody's computer, but you have 3:20, you've got a minute and a half left, or a little more, actually.
Okay, sorry, I don't know what I'm hearing, but I'm going to keep talking. I think that the last summer has told us how the people crave these kind of public spaces. And we know this pandemic is not quite, we haven't figured out how to live with it yet. But one of the things that I think a lot of us have figured out is how important public space for us to gather is, and public space that's accessible. The last thing I'll say is, I spent the first wave of my career working at Harbourfront Centre at School by the Water, and it always struck me, the kids who came from the north end of the city, from Jane and Finch and other such places in particular, who didn't know we had a lake, but they came down to Harbourfront, to Ontario Place, to have those experiences with educators, and was able to find out that there was this gorgeous body of water there. So that's my pitch for hoping that as civic leaders, you will do what you can to make sure that this park remains as publicly accessible as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Are there any questions of the deputy? Well, thank you very much for sharing your perspective, especially given your past association with us and your interesting story from the past of Ontario Place, which lots of people have. Okay, now we were done with applications, I think, and we've heard from all the people who were listed, save the one that didn't, it wasn't able to make it, and we can go to speakers. Are there any speakers on the Ontario Place report? Okay, if not, then I can go to, just give me a second here. I think it's just to see, then give me 1 second, I'll confirm that. Oh, I guess the report I had is a draft that doesn't have the recommendations in it. Wait, I guess it does. Hang on.
Mr. Chair, there are recommendations to council on the item.
I beg your pardon, Julie?
There are recommendations to council.
Yes, no, I have it here. I just found it. Sorry, it was further back than I thought. Okay, so I would be happy to move the recommendations 1 through 7 that are contained in the report, and call the question on that if there's no further comment. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Okay, then 29.6 we dealt with, which is the E-Petition matter. 29.7 has been held down: Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Drug Strategy for a deputation. And that is Susan Gapka. Susan, is Susan Gapka with us?
Susan Gapka is not on the line.
Okay. Well, if there is not any deputation present at the moment, then I would ask if there are any questions of staff. Are there any speakers? Okay, if not, then we can call the question on this report. Just hang on. Let me get here. And it is some recommendations that give some direction to the Medical Officer of Health to create a specific program and associated matters for the LGBTQ2S plus community, and I'll call the question on that.
Sorry,
then. All those,
Mayor Tory, this is the clerk. A technical amendment was prepared for Councillor Ainsley on this item to send to council.
oh, indeed, I had been informed of that. You're quite right. So Councillor Ainsley, where is Councillor Ainsley now? There he is. His camera's off at the moment. Why don't we just hold that down for a moment then? We'll just move on to the next item, which I believe is then 29.9 that we have to consider. Is that right, Madam Clerk? 28.8 was dealt with.
That
yes, it was. Yes, we approved that this morning. 29.9 budgeting for the City of Toronto's future. There are two deputants listed here. They appear both to be from the same organization. We can ask them. Are Lynn Adamson and Lee Adamson with us online?
Lee Adamson is present. We will unmute her line.
Okay. Hello, Lee Adamson. Are you online with us?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Good. We can.
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience. Now, is Lynn Adamson coming as well? Who's listed as the co-chair?
She's been planning to. I know she's been holding on all day. So
yeah, I know. So there's so much patience required. We thank you for that. Well, you're here, and we'll start with you, and you have up to 5 minutes to make your representation to us with respect to this item, and then there may be some questions. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in support of this motion. My name is Lee Adamson, and I have lived in Davenport Riding for more than 30 years. When I shop, the first thing I do is figure out what I need, find what meets that need, consider the benefits that will accrue if I get it, then I look at the cost. And if the benefit far outweighs the cost, even if it is more than what I had hoped to pay, I'm good. So residents of this city are aware that things have changed, that COVID has been costly, and that climate change will bring scary amounts of extreme weather our way. A return to business as usual will not prepare us and the city's infrastructure for what's coming next. If the city sells us on the improvements we'll get and the benefits we'll get and uses equitable revenue tools to pay for upgrades, I'll be good, and I think most other residents will be too. No one wants to live in a crumbling, poorly maintained city where the suffering of the most vulnerable is in plain view every day. The city has kicked this can down the road long enough. It's time to budget for Toronto's future. Let's build the city we want to see, and let's get the revenue tools we need to get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Adamson. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay, I think Councillor Pasternak has his phone is on his phone, but he has his microphone not open. No, he doesn't. Then do we have Lynn Adamson with us? Okay, then that's all the deputations. Just 1 second, please. Then I'll ask if there's any questions of staff on this. Seeing none, I can move to speakers. I recognize the Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move that this item be deferred sine die. The last thing we need is additional taxes right now, given people's economic circumstances, and entirely inappropriate to have this discussion during this time period. We should show a certain level of sensitivity. So I'd like to defer this indefinitely.
Okay, there's a motion from the Deputy Mayor to defer this item sine die. Are there any questions of the mover? Not, I'm quite prepared to call a question on that. And all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item was dealt with, 29.12, the statutory hearing we had on the Macfrost Way development charges matter. And then, my goodness gracious, does that bring us to the end? I guess because we dealt with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities matter as well. Madam Clerk, would I be right?
Mr. Chair, we held down item EX 29.7, and actually
we did indeed.
The registered speaker is now here.
Okay, well that's Susan Gapka, and so we will ask Susan to make her deputation. Susan, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can, and as you know, you have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes, and there may be some questions after that, so please go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor. I'm Susan Gapka. I'm speaking here as a community member and a concerned individual in Toronto and a resident of Toronto. I use she and her pronouns, and don't let my voice only participation fool you on that. Can't wait till we get back together again. Thank you to the two city councils. I do sit as a member of this advisory committee, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the committee. I just really want to highlight and thank Councillor Ainsley and Wong Tam, who sit on the committee and help guide us through deliberations. The mayor's office for helping establish this fabulous committee, and a fabulous range of diversity in staff and on the membership. I'm here to remind us or to indicate the value and contributions we can make to this great city. I was in the middle of doing some notes. I've been listening for all day long to the other debate, and I've started to talk about how it was really important to include two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer folks in our access and equity frameworks in policy implementation. So here we get to do this. But what I'm going to talk about a little bit now is that this is a prominent problem. The drug and alcohol use. We had the first item where you heard a lot of bravos. I'm going to actually move this is my first presentation online to you at the city in all this time. So I'm going back to the screen so I can see your lovely faces. But many people are members of our communities are on the streets, left homes, unhappy homes, toxic families, and now struggle with mental health and addictions. And we heard about some of the great implementation policies earlier on in the mobile crisis intervention policies. I'm very blessed to have had a role in sort of working on that as well, and those wonderful deputations from Steve Laurie and Jennifer Chambers, who I'm blessed to work with. Having us included in the policy framework is really a de-escalation strategy. I think you call it detasking, Mr. Mayor. Some call it defunding. But having more community-based services, doing more prevention and harm reduction is really the direction I want to see this city go, and many of us do. So I'm really happy to applaud this initiative. And I'm also, of course, as an activist, it doesn't go far enough, but it's in the direction I want to go after a lifetime of struggle. But I do want to highlight my mission still remains in both police services and city services and public policy, access to for mental health and addictions for trans people. And because facilities are divided often in binary places, we cannot access these services. So I am going to just go back to my notes. I think I got about a minute and a half. And just recognizing that on Trans Day of Remembrance that we celebrate, I've had a number of colleagues and friends of mine who have suffered with mental health and addictions. And so this policy is coming too late for them, but tomorrow is not soon enough. I have a friend, her name was Julie. She attended the Kyle Scanlon Memorial just a few days before she was tragically murdered on December 23rd, 2019, just before the pandemic started. But here's the point I want to leave with us, and I have consent from the family to share this with you. She had recently been denied service at a treatment center, was asked to leave by staff due to claims of transphobia she experienced with other clients and staff. She had messaged me for support just the week prior. And for her just prior to unfortunate passing. And it's a message I will never forget, that I wasn't there for her. So in her death I want to be there for her here today. And on Bell Let's Talk Day, let's do more than talk. Let's have some action. This policy works towards that. That someone like Julie and so many other trans people can access the services in the city that are protected by the Ontario Human Rights Code. I think I'm at 10 seconds over, and I think I just want to thank you all for your time and listening today, and willing to support the committee's direction on this implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, and it's good to hear from you if we weren't able to see you. We now do have a motion that's in front of you.
So I have questions of the speaker?
Oh, I
of the
apologize.
deputy?
I'm sorry, Paul. Councillor Ainsley, please go ahead.
That's okay. Susan, are you still there?
I am. Thank you. Well, I'm trying to figure out this technology. I know you've had some experience on it. Yes,
Too much.
Councillor.
Too much experience at it. Susan, and I want to thank you for your work on the Two-Spirit LGBTQ committee. You mentioned a number of times in your deputation that with this strategy that's before us today, we're moving in the right direction, and there's a lot more work to do. With this strategy, what do you think the end game should be? Where do you think we should be moving towards?
Well, I think there are some points. Well, actually, I think what's really important, and Jennifer Chambers talked about this earlier, is that we need to be working with community members so there isn't a policy implementation gap, so that listening and consulting and engaging community members, we need to be creating partnerships with the city. We need to be accessing social determinants of health, and people need to have housing. They need to have income support. And all of those things can help alleviate the need to escape or to have challenges, and will provide better outcomes for around access to prevention and treatment policies and a drug strategy. And the decriminalization model, I think, is really important, but there's a number of things that could go even further, and I'd love to talk to you more about that.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then around mental health, you said, I believe in your comments that you said the LGBTQ community doesn't have enough access to mental health resources. It's, kind of stuck in the binary world.
Well, it sure is. If we run into problems with authorities, we're housed usually on a pretty binary term of male and female. Because drug policy is still in the criminal code, we need to have a lot of work to do with the Toronto Police Services and police services all around. But systems and where I have a disagreement with some members of this committee and the city council around, we need to be there for those who are left sleeping in our streets, who don't have housing, and that we really just need to do better on that avenue as well. And so this is a real opportunity coming out of this pandemic, that we can house people, try to have income, people for employment opportunities, and just those social connections. So I really hope the city, and I don't remember, there's got to be some enhancement on the poverty reduction strategy. In so many ways, the city of Toronto is well positioned to support trans people and other members of the 2S LGBTQ community to become more involved and more included in the city of Toronto.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate your time today. And again, I appreciate your working with you on the committee. Mayor Tory, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley, and thank you, Susan. Now, I had understood that I was going to have to move this motion because you'd had to step away, but you're back, which is great. And but we should then proceed through, because there may well be, I see Councillor Perks is here, and it may well be he has a question on this of the deputant, or a question of staff, or neither of the above. I don't know. Are you wishing to?
No, sir. I'm just here because I'm the chair of the city's drug and alcohol strategy, and I'm following this item with interest.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Perks. So, are there questions of staff from any members of the committee? Okay, hearing none, I think there will be at least the one speaker, Councillor Ainsley, who does have a motion to move. And so, Councillor Ainsley, I'll recognize you first.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I do have the recommendations before us that I would like to move, and I'm not sure. I don't think there's an amendment that I need to move to them.
No, it's just that you are moving the
Yeah.
recommendations. Although I
Yep.
think they have been amended. What you're moving has already been amended, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, from what was in the original report. So we'll put that up so people can see what's there.
Perfect. And I want to thank all of the members of the committee for the work that we've been doing with the Two-Spirit LGBT Advisory Committee. This is an important step forward in the drug strategy. As the Deputy Susan Gapka said, you know, this is putting us down the road to success. There's much more work to be done, both on the drug strategy and in mental health, around mental health. But I think we're moving this forward with a lot of input. And I would ask for everybody's support on the executive committee for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Are there any other members wishing to speak? Okay, I'll just concur in what Councillor Ainsley said. Those are my remarks, very short and to the point. I think, and thank Susan as well for coming forward today. But there's been a lot of work that's being done on this, and I think it's an important component of the drug strategy that we are well advised to ask the Board of Health to ask them. It says direct them, but to ask the Board of Health to address for us. Okay, if there's no other speakers, then I'm ready to call the question on this
Can I have a
motion.
recorded vote, please, Mayor Tory?
Of course, yes, absolutely. Recorded vote, Julie, if you could.
The item is amended. All in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Crawford, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Thompson, all opposed. The item is amended, carries unanimously.
Thank you.
I believe that completes our business, Madam Clerk. And if there's any other business that any members of the committee wish to bring to our attention this afternoon. Okay, well, otherwise, then I will thank you very much for what I think was a very productive meeting. I think the morning items were very, very thoughtful debates, and I appreciate that on the part of members, but also our deputants and our staff. And we will adjourn. And thank you very much for your time today.
All right,
Thanks, everybody.
Mayor.
Stay safe.
Thanks, clerks. Take care.